This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubenstein, we have Usher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn, we have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Katz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents and, more importantly, the kids.
Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
So first of all, thank you very much for joining us and for being part of this. It's really a big honor for us.
Okay, my pleasure.
Please, can you tell us a little bit about your own background?
Well, my own background is I was born in Europe, in Romania, during the war. My father was Faltăceni Rav. He was a Rebbe in the town of Faltăceni. He was the rabbi of the city. And he was in a labor camp when I was born, and he was one of the fortunate people who did come out of the labor camp. Most people did not survive labor camps. And when he did come out, he tried to get our family to Israel. We went on a boat to Israel, and when we got there, the British would not allow us to entrance to the land. They said their quota was full, and they sent our boat away, even though we told them nobody had any place to go. They obviously didn't care. So we went first to Greece, and then we went to Italy, and we were in Italy in refugee camp for a year and a half before we received papers to come to the United States. So I was a very little girl when I came to America, and that's my background. I married my husband, thank God, Rabbi Michael Twersky, who was American born. He was born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and his father was Rabbi Yaakov Yisrael Twersky, who came here in 1927 from Russia, from Harnesteipel. He was my father-in-law, blessed memory, was the Harnesteipler Rebbe. And that's where my husband grew up here in America. He had gone to public school, and he is, and thank God, he and his brother, there were 5 sons. 2 are unfortunately gone, and 3, Baruch Hashem, are alive, and all fabulous young men. And that's it. And we moved to Milwaukee, and this is where we, Baruch Hashem, raised our family of 11 children, and Baruch Hashem, that's where we are now.
Baruch Hashem. We had a chance to catch up with one of the young brothers before, actually. We spoke to Rabbi Dr. Twersky a little bit before. So,
right, he's my husband's older brother, should live and be well. right? He's in Eretz Yisrael, lives in Eretz Yisrael. And his twin brother, my husband has a twin brother, Rabbi Dr. Aaron Twersky, who's
there's two Rabbi Dr. Twersky's. That's
well,
confusing.
I don't know if he calls himself so much a doctor. He's a law professor.
Okay.
He's a law professor. Of course, all of them Hasidic Jews with the garb and the whole works. And of course, first and foremost, they're frum Jews, they're rabbis, and then they each branched out into their specific calling, so to speak. My father, of blessed memory, when we first came here, I came as a Kala, and there were very few frum Jews here in Milwaukee at the time, and my father was introduced to Dr. Twersky, who was then in medical school becoming a doctor. And afterwards, he had a great sense of my father had a great sense of humor. He said, my goodness gracious, if the doctors in Milwaukee look like this, with the Strammel and the Beckische, can you imagine what the ordinary people must look like here? So he was duly impressed. But Dr. Twersky mentioned a story at one time that he was doing his rounds in psychiatry in the hospital, and he had a patient who was put under for some kind of procedure, and when she woke up, he was standing over her. She hadn't met him before, and she was convinced that she had gone to the next world, and she was now meeting her maker. So she was
not the Jewish maker.
Yeah, the other, right, not the Jewish maker.
You settled in Milwaukee, and you've stayed there since, if I understand correctly.
Right, correct. Over, I don't know, 60 plus years probably.
And are not just a passive person on the ride, I understand. Very involved in the community and outreach work.
Yes, Hashem.
Hashem,
we have a fabulous community here in Milwaukee. Basically, most of our community comes from a previous life, not a from life, and they've all made this journey and are absolutely unbelievable, Jewishly accomplished people who now have children and grandchildren who are Rabbanim, who are into Kiruv, and who are doing Avodas HaKodesh, all of them. And then we've exported many of our Chevra as well. Many went on to move to Eretz Yisrael and in various parts of the country. So our non-biological family has expanded to all corners of the world, Baruch Hashem.
So clearly you have built an amazing infrastructure that you have there in Milwaukee. Have you ever thought about Aliyah for yourselves, or is it, what's your relationship like with coming to Israel?
All the time. And we actually tried to, now we spent a lot of time building our community in Milwaukee. And it took a lot of effort, a lot of fundraising to be able to put it all together. We actually looked, now we're older and we're not in a position to go fundraising, but what our dream would be to find somebody who would spearhead a program where we would find a location in Eretz Yisrael, where we would be able to take as many of our community who would be able to join us. And our dream would be to come to Eretz Yisrael, especially now. My husband is convinced that America, maybe the West, is terminally ill in terms of morals and values. Everything that all the new things. It happened first when the Supreme Court passed a law legalizing alternative marriages, and then it's gone from bad to worse in that area, and just now seeing everything that's happened with the riots, and of course it always ends up off of our skin. It's always the Jews' fault. Everything is the fault of the Jews. So it just seems like the world is heating up in terms of anti-Semitism to a point where we've had many. From the Bima, my husband has encouraged people. They said that the only eight is to move to Eretz Yisrael. And when people call him on a personal level and they ask him advice whether they should look into it, he always tells them absolutely.
Do you feel that tension?
We don't really feel it like a moment to moment, except that when this pandemic broke out, my grandson, who now in Milwaukee, we have my husband, Zilzangizint, my son, Rabbi Ben-Tion, should be well, and his son, Rabbi Chaim, who should be well, and his little kids. So we have 4 generations of Twerskis here in Milwaukee. Now, when the pandemic broke out, knowing that everything, no matter what it is, ends up being a Jewish issue, my grandson, who's in charge of all the logistics in the community, took our Sifrei Torah out of the Aron Kodesh and he hid them in people's basements. Wow. Because he was convinced that once they start like riots and stuff like that, they're going to be looking to vandalize shuls. And it has happened in other areas of the country. Thank God it hasn't happened here, but we can count on that. So it's a problem.
That's the second time I've met. My friend is a Rav in LA. He's an English guy, but he's a Rav in LA. And he told me that I was shocked to hear it. I mean, the thought of Jewish people taking the Sefer Torah out of shul to hide in a basement are stories that you assumed were consigned to some part of recent and even more distant history. If I told you it was happening in the United States of America, it's almost. I mean, if I would have said a year ago this was going to be happening, people wouldn't have believed it.
No, it is mind-boggling how fast history is moving, and not in a good direction, unfortunately.
So it's been done before. Communities and their Rabbanim have come on Aliyah. So that's the dream.
That's the dream. If you know anybody who's a good fundraiser and who could put together, find us a space in Eretz Yisrael where we can build a community there, bring our community, we will. That would be a dream come true.
So keep an eye on the Hakshiva fundraiser. Let's see if it goes well. Maybe you'll bring the team in.
Okay.
What would you say in your mind are some of the unique challenges that face, I guess, teenagers in general nowadays, and maybe specifically some of them in Israel in a community such as Ramat Bet Shemesh?
Well, it's interesting that we were in Ramat Bet Shemesh for a number of years. In consecutive years, we went to Rabbi Haber Shul and we were scholars in residence there. And while we were there, we counseled. And many of the families you speak of came to counsel with us. And invariably, the issues they brought up were issues with their children. And there was the adjustment for their children when they made Aliyah was really traumatic in many instances. And they would go through all of the problems they had. But at the conclusion of telling us all that, and we did whatever we could to try to alleviate some of them, however, their concluding comment was, even though it's so difficult, and it's been a really, really problematic transition, we still are much happier being in Eretz Yisrael and being back in America or England or wherever they came from. So it's not without a difficulty. And children, when you uproot them, when they're used to a certain way of life and you take them out of that context and you bring them to a strange environment, invariably there are going to be problems. It's not to say there wouldn't have been problems wherever they came from, but certainly when you do that, there are many problems. That's why your work in Hakshiva is so important to get the young people acclimated. I mean, not to speak, some of the problems are ubiquitous. They're everywhere. And most of it is because of technology. Today, access to internet and unfiltered internet and all kinds of social media has wreaked havoc in the lives of our young people. I often think that, thank God, that neither I nor my children grew up at a time when social media was so prevalent like it is today. It's just almost too powerful to resist. It is so compelling and draws these young people in such a way. Even early on, I remember that when video games came out. So we have a son-in-law, Zechron Levracha. Our son-in-law was killed in a bus accident in Eretz Yisrael. Rabbi Geltzeler, he was a Rosh Yeshiva and had a really phenomenal connection with his students and very unique. In any case, when the video games came out, and they were pretty innocent. All you had to do was play a game over there, whatever. He would not allow it into his house, and he was a very open-minded person. And they asked him, Taylor, why? Why don't you let your children play with this? He said, it's not that inherently there's anything wrong with this particular video game, but there's no way that a black Gemara can compete with a video game. When you put in front of a youngster a video game and a black Gemara, we know which they're going to choose.
Yeah.
So it's very, and of course with the way it's gotten to be today, where it's so luring and so enchanting for young people, it's a real major problem.
And the irony that they call it social media, and it's the most anti-social.
That's right.
Yeah,
it's so true, because today people don't talk to each other. You know, everything is through media. It's really, it's a chaval.
Everyone was a teenager once. For Europe, I see it wasn't long ago. But when you were a teenager, do you have like maybe a funny or a classic teenager story that you can share with us that maybe shows that in some way teenagers haven't changed, and in other ways they've changed a lot?
You know, at that time, for me, today it's social media for young people. At that time, of course, wasn't an issue. There was none of that, but I had books. I was a voracious reader. Everything, and at that time, the classics were not off limit. And Beis Yaakov at that time, it wasn't treif. And I used to, any opportunity I would get, I would be reading a book. And my father's Rebbe, like I said, had a fabulous sense of humor. He was a Rebbe, but he understood. He understood me. He loved me and whatever, and he appreciated who I was. And he would come into my little room where I would be hiding out anywhere, under the covers in the closet, just reading my books. And he would come in and he would start singing Al HaTorah v'Al HaAvodah, just to start, just appreciating the fact that any moment I would get, I would be busy reading. And, I appreciate the fact that I was involved in that at the time, because it gave me skills that I can use today.
That some societies nowadays, and as you pointed out just now, that in those days it wasn't treif. Nowadays things have become so rigid, so many communities, and so kind of parallel bars, and nothing deviates.
Right.
Where does that leave like teenagers nowadays? Because you said that was your outlet, books, but it is the nature of that period of life often that you do you don't push the boundaries for any terrible, sinister reason. It's just you're expanding your horizons. And if you are in a very rigid place, and people make, let's say, aliyah into a community such as that, do you feel that maybe is one of the causes? I mean, you say you were counseling in Bet Shemesh, and did you see common themes maybe coming through with some of the people and what they were facing?
Well, I don't know if it's the rigidity and defense of rigidity, where I see it in many of the communities that I'm familiar with out in New York. People are desperate to safeguard what they have. They're so frightened of what they see out there, like the youngsters that you get into your Hakshiva programs, where the world out there is so noxious and so pernicious, and they're trying so desperately to hang on to what they have. I don't know that parents have to, everything, not one size fits all. Everybody needs to know their child. You need to know what you can say no to. You have to choose your battles. You have to, like they say, is this the hill you want to die on? It's not like you can say outright, absolutely, don't let your children have access to social media. Put maybe a filter, some restrictions, time of day, and whatever would work for the child. If you don't give children some sort of leeway in some instances, they will find a way to do it without you knowing about it. So in some instances, it's much better to have an open conversation and say, how can we have a meeting of the minds? I'm not happy with you being involved in this morning, noon, night, so can we put some boundaries here? What would work for you, and let's see what would work for us, and let's see how that works. So I think that people like yourself who are dealing with this, and I'm sure in Hakshiva they do this, a child comes in, a youngster comes in, and you see who you're dealing with. You know, people are so different. For one child, you can really have them toe the line as you would wish, and for others, you have to make accommodations for who they are. So it takes chachma, it takes wisdom, it takes more than anything else, siyata d'shmaya. And parents need, I always tell them, they come for advice and counsel. I said, first of all, take out your tehillim and say tehillim. Tehillim, 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 and daven to the Rabban Shalom. And one of the other very potent forces is shalom bayis. Youngsters that grow up in an environment of shalom bayis, it was, I don't know if it was a Panovich or one of the greats, they asked him how to raise good children. He said it's 50% tefillas, davening, and it's 50% shalom bayis. If children grow up in an environment where they see respect between parents, they get such a sense of security, such a feeling that they're going to be okay. There's somebody who's going to take care of them. There's something in life they can count on. It's an anchor for them. It's an anchor. So I think first, I always tell parents who come to counsel, how is your shalom bayis? I ask them, work on your shalom bayis, and let your children grow up in that kind of an environment, and then daven and daven and daven, and then when you're done with all that, then you counsel with people who are more expert in the field, and ask them what they would advise in your particular unique situation.
At this time, one of the things that's been missing for many people is community and the ability to be together. And so even people who are socially connected in a more healthy way have found this a big challenge. How do you feel it's impacting on community life and maybe even your own working routine?
Well, you know what? It's had its advantages and disadvantages. There have been more classes, more teaching than ever before, because you can get on Zoom. People don't have to leave their homes. I have been teaching, my husband has been teaching, my son, my grandson, and people are very eager because you can also see other people who have, joined in the class. So you have, besides the learning that's done, you also connect with other people. So that's been a wonderful opportunity. Classes here in our schools have also taken place on Zoom. And of course, obviously, children miss that social interaction. There's no question about it. But I spoke to one of the high schools here. I said to them, this is such a rare opportunity. If you take this opportunity to handle it in a positive way, in other words, not to rail against your terrible situation. All the other classes previously went on trips and they did all these other things. But if you would stop to think and say to yourself, how can I make of this a situation where I could tell my grandchildren, my grandchildren, they'll be sitting around me, and I'll say to them, children, come and let me tell you about when I grew up. When I grew up, like today, grandparents will tell their children, I walked 3 miles to school in the freezing cold and whatever, and we can't relate to it so much, but we like to hear those stories. I said, in the future, your grandchildren, great-grandchildren will sit around and you'll tell them, there was a time when we couldn't go to school, and we had to do this on a computer, and still we made the best of it, and it's and it was a wonderful time. So you're teaching them. It's a teaching opportunity, because it's also a teaching opportunity. And I tell this to parents. Parents always ask me, how do I teach my children to cope? And I say to them, coping skills are transmitted only one way, and that is when they observe you coping. Speeches won't do. You can't tell your children, you know, this is what you do under circumstances that are less than desirable. They watch you carefully. How are you coping? How are you taking all this? And if we choose to see the positive in whatever it is we're experiencing, our children are watching very carefully. And we're teaching them very valuable lesson. So I think that's what we need to do. Keep reminding ourselves, you know, I won't have this opportunity. I don't want to blow this. Let me show my children that this is okay. We could sit down. I never had time before when I ran off to work to sit down and play a game with them, to sit down and talk to them. And now we have this opportunity. So make something good out of it while it's here.
What do you think is the most, what is the most original and fun thing that you've maybe managed to achieve during the Corona time?
You know, we had a minyan first before now, Baruch Hashem, they went back to shul, of course, with distancing and such. But we had a minyan in our backyard. And our son, Rabbi Ben Zion, he put out the most stunning and beautiful plants in our backyard. It was mamish like Gan Eden out there. You're separated from the whole world. You come out there, and I'm sure that the davening had a different kind of taste when you're in the midst of such beautiful nature. Marabu Ma'asecha Hashem. And lots of people, when they decide to go back to shul, were disappointed. You know, like, here, finally, you've made it. You can go back to shul. Oh, but we loved it out there. You know, to be in the midst of nature, and it was such a wonderful thing. So that was really, it was wonderful. It was enhancing the davening. It didn't detract. It was enhancing.
So there's that point again. You were faced with adversity, and minyanim weren't normal, and instead your son took the opportunity to make something original out of it. How would you suggest or think that maybe Hakshiva could be part of helping to alleviate some of these tensions and pressures that face families and teenagers nowadays, particularly maybe right now during this current crisis?
Well, you know, it's a situation like this can bring families closer together or could tear them apart. And, you know, and I've seen this, you know, some are complaining about having to be together with their spouse 24/7, and others are welcoming the opportunity. You know, instead of rushing off to work, all of a sudden they calm down, they're able to look at their spouse, they're able to look at their children and get reacquainted again. You know, the rush of life, the fast, the frenzied pace has calmed down. And we did have to adjust to it because we weren't used. People, you know, kind of distract themselves with busyness. And now there was no busyness. It's time to sit down and figure out, like, who am I? When you take away all that busyness, what's left? You know, what do I believe? What do I like doing? How is my avodas Hashem? What's my connection to the Ribono Shel Olam? People distract themselves to a point where they never think about that. One day chases the next. And here there's an opportunity to confront those issues. And it's really a wonderful opportunity. At the same time, it's also challenging. Now, when it comes to relationships, families have to figure out how, even in the midst of being thrown together as they are, like one of the Indian philosophers said, let there be spaces in your togetherness. You know, togetherness is wonderful, but everybody needs a little space in the togetherness. So people have to figure out by themselves, how is it that I can have some space in this togetherness? So it doesn't get onerous, it doesn't get too much of a, you know, heavy, it doesn't get too heavy. So, but it's really the most, I think the biggest opportunity here is for a person to confront themselves and ask themselves, look in the mirror and say, who's this person? What drives me? Was it my work? Was it relationships? But bottom line is, I have to figure out who I am. And when we do go back, when this is over, when we go back, hopefully those the insights we glean from that question, that self-evaluation, will accompany us to the point where we're not going to go back to that crazy, frenzied existence that will take whatever insights that we've gleaned with us into life when and if it ever goes back to normal. Well, I think it's a wonderful thing. If you save one child, you save an entire world. A person is an olam katan. Every person's an olam katan. So if Hakshiva manages to get one young person back on track, or one adult back on track, I think that the key is to listen without bias and without preconceived notions. Because oftentimes when we talk to somebody, we already figure out what they're going to say before they even say it. And that's not giving that person, covered. It's not really, we have to make our minds totally blank and be open to whatever is going to come. And have a conversation with them based on what they are offering us, and evaluate the situation and give counsel according to what it is that they are telling us, not according to what we're thinking. Get ourselves, the key to everything is getting ourselves out of our heads and out of the way. When we get ourselves out of the way in every interaction with other human beings, we can be effective. So long as we're right there, the I is right there, then we can't really have an interaction or a relationship with another person that's really valid, because it's me coloring everything, and it's not that I'm not really listening to the other person.
So to listen and be there for the person in the way that they do, I guess that's a very beautiful way to end. That's why they call themselves Hakshiva, that they're there.
Hakshiva, to focus on another individual, get myself out of the way and focus on the other person. And then what's really, really amazing, and we've seen that in counseling over these many years we've counseled, is that when you get yourself out of the way, you allow the wisdom of the Ribbono Shel Olam to inform your interaction with the other person. Only when you get yourself out of the way. If we're in the way, the Ribbono Shel Olam doesn't join us. It's only when we get out of the way that we can have that siyata d'shmaya. And we've seen this so many times. So many times I said to my husband, or he said to me, I was talking to this person and I listened to the words that came out of my mouth. I didn't even know I knew that. I didn't know where it came from. It definitely came from a higher source. But that's because we got ourselves out of the way.
Rebbetzin, it has been such an honor to speak to you. I have to be honest, I didn't actually know very much about Rebbetzin Twersky. I was told, you've got to speak to her, and it's been such a privilege to speak to such a grounded and rounded person. I really, really appreciate your time.
Thank you, and Tzlacha Rabba in the work that you do, and you should be able to give all of these people that you interact with some direction and the support and everything that you're looking to do. Ribbono Shel Olam should help you in everything that you do.
Amen. Thank you, Rebbetzin. Thank you so much for your time. Really, really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Be well and continue to tzlacha and good health.
Amen. Amen. Thank you.
This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubenstein, Rabbi Asher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn. We have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Katz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents, and more importantly, the kids.
Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Big simcha to have Rabbi Pesach Krohn, international, I don't mean, it's embarrassing that I have to introduce Rabbi Pesach Krohn, but international renowned speaker, lecturer, machanech par excellence.
And Moel.
And Moel, and don't forget that. Sorry, yes, I apologize. Moel, Ben Moel, is that right?
Ben Moel, a couple generations back.
We have a very unique chance to hear from Rabbi Krohn today, and Rabbi Krohn does not need me to ask him a great many questions, but I think it would be interesting in the context of this this special event with Hakshiva to hear a little bit maybe about Rav Krohn's background, maybe how life's changed a bit since he was a teenager, or a funny teenage story, or even a piece of advice that he might give himself if he went back to his teenage self, to give him some advice here from the future. And maybe we'll talk a little bit about Corona and how that's maybe affected, I guess, the planet, but also maybe Rabbi Krohn and the work that he does, and maybe tie it all together to Hakshiva.
Okay, so I just want to begin just first of all by thanking yourself for inviting me, and of course Rabbi David Sipper, and just to say that everything that we do tonight or this afternoon, hopefully we should be a schus for his wonderful, wonderful mother, Chana Sipper. She was a mechanecha, she was a menahelas, a headmistress at the Satmar School in Stamford Hill, a very, very dignified woman, very special woman of tremendous class. And unfortunately, for many, many years, she suffered from Parkinson's disease. And as Rab David mentioned, that they never saw her complain. She was Makabel Yisurim Ba'ava, which took a tremendous amount of strength and emunah. And so what we are going to be talking tonight about chizuk for a wonderful, wonderful organization called Hakshiva, which really deals with the future of Klal Yisrael. That's so important, and that's what Chana Sipper really stood for, to help the girls become the mothers of Klal Yisrael. And that's really what Hakshiva, and that's why I'm so proud to be part of this program and to encourage everybody to support it, because it really talks about not only today's children, but the future children of Klal Yisrael.
How would you describe your upbringing and your background?
Well, I'll tell you, I was very, very fortunate. I had wonderful, wonderful parents, and each one of them played a major, major role in my life. My father was a Mael, of course, and he was the wisest person that I ever met. In other words, any time that you had a question about what was going on either in the world, in the Torah world or the secular world, he had an opinion, and it was a tremendous opinion. It's funny that you should just remind me something. I don't know why I just thought of that. But when I was in high school, I was on the debating team. And it's hard to believe. I remember what the question that we were debating was, should Red China be admitted to the UN? And what did I know about Red China? What did I know about the UN? I knew baseball and basketball. But I remember sitting in the kitchen with my father, and he was telling me whether Red China should be admitted to the UN. I could talk to him about anything. And it was a tremendous, tremendous bikeach. Unfortunately, he passed away very young. Now, of course, when I was 21 and my father was 47, you think 47 is an old man. But of course, he was very young. And that's when I left Torah Das. I was in the yeshiva Torah Das. I was learning there full time. And then I had to support my family, my mother and my 6 younger brothers and sisters. So that was probably one of the turning points in my life. And it just brings me to tears every time that I think about it, because my involvement today, I'm involved with an organization called Samchenu, which is for almanas, and I'm involved with an organization called Links for Yisayimim that have lost a parent during their teenage years. And I go to their Shabbatons every Friday. I give a bracha to over 700 Yisayimim. I record it, and then it also goes to kids of single mothers. And I'm positive, not that I would be looking for this, but the fact that my father died and I lived with my mother, and even after I got married, the furthest we ever lived from her was 2 blocks away. And so I saw what it means to be an almana and, to be Yisayimim. And so therefore that gave me a tremendous sensitivity, and my involvement in the tzibur, in those functions is definitely because of what I saw growing up, as painful as it was. And certainly I didn't look for it, but that was an end result, because you just develop a sensitivity, for these people that are in very, very trying situations. Otherwise, until my father passed away, I used to learn with him every night. I never went to a dormitory yeshiva. I would go to Torah Das, I would travel, and then we had a Seder at night. I remember I was just telling someone last night, the first Masechta I ever finished was Masechta Tainis. It was my father. He was my night chavrusa. I mean, we started learning late, 10:30, because he had a lot of calls and everything like that. But, this was really something. And my mother, that's where I got all my writing from. I know that one of the questions you had posed to me was, how did I get into writing? Well, my mother was the greatest writer. She was unfortunately, she was born too early, because when she was growing up in the 20s and 30s and, by 40s, and she got married in the 1940s, there were no Jewish magazines. There were no Jewish writers. There was no Ami and Mishpacha and Art Scroll and Feldheim and all that stuff, but she was a great writer. Now, I'm going to tell you a little secret. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I'm telling it to anyway, because it's the truth. My mother and I used to study the New York Times. Now, in those days, the New York Times was a decent newspaper. They weren't so anti-Israel. And, you could read. There was a writer called William Safire, and his writings were fabulous. And we used to underline expressions and say, how would we have written this? How would we have said this? And she taught me writing. And you asked me about a funny incident that happened in my teenage years. This is an amazing story. I've told this many times, that my mother went to PTA. You know what PTA is? You go to speak to teachers and find out how good or bad your kids are.
Yeah.
And my teacher, the English teacher, we loved him. He was a great guy, Mr. Hyman Ozer. He said to my mother, Mrs. Krohn, your son is never going to write a book. And my mother said that. I was in 9th grade, of 13, 14 years old. She said, Mr. Ozer, why do you say he won't write a book? Nah, he's too religious. Nobody's ever going to read what he writes. So I'm sure that by the time the next parent walked in, he surely forgot about what he said. But my mother didn't forget, and I certainly didn't forget. And 25 years later, when The Maggid Speaks, my first book with Art Scroll came out, I went looking to see if this guy is still alive. And sure enough, he was the head of an English department at a modern day school, in a Jewish school in Long Island. And then I called him up. I said, Mr. Oza, do you remember you taught in Torah Das? He said, yeah, I had some good days there. I said, my name's Pesach Cohen. You remember me? He says, I think I do. I said, I got a present for you. When can I bring it? Oh, we got a present. Why, you could come tomorrow. So I drove out there, and I said, listen, there's no way that you could remember this, but you told my mother that I would never write a book. So I just want to show you. I just wrote a book of Jewish short stories, and I'd like to give it to you and autograph it. And he went crazy. He came out of his big desk. He put his arm around me. He took me into one of his classes. And he says, boys, I want to show you a former student of mine. He just wrote a book, and I taught him how to write. So let him think that he taught me how to write. But we became very, very close friends from that incident. And when he was, when he retired, I was the guest speaker at his dinner, at his retirement dinner. We became very close. And every book I've ever written, of course, I always send him because he really was a wonderful person. So, when I was, you asked me if I had to give myself advice. I love that question because I thought a lot about that. What would I tell my teenage self? It's a great, great question. And one of the things I think that I would tell myself is make your goals small. You see, as a teenager, you want to conquer the world. You want to know Shas. You're going to become, the Rav Moshe of the next generation. And what happens is that when you have these huge goals, it's nice, but it can be very defeating because you're not becoming Rav Moshe, and you're not becoming the K'tzai Choshen, and you're not going to be Rabbi Yaakov Kamenetsky. So after a while, you begin to see, hey, this is crazy. I'm not retaining what I think I'm going to retain, and I'll never be that. So it could be very deflating. So I think that you've got to make your goals small, and Mar Ma'at, Rav Segel used to say this, make your goals small, then you'll be able to accomplish. Now, if I would have had this idea, then I would take, let's say, a certain Masechta, and I would say, okay, I'm going to learn this parak, I'm going to know it inside out. And then once I finish this parak, I'll go to the next parak, and then hopefully maybe I'll finish a Masechta. But when you start out, I'm going to finish this Masechta, and it's Bava Basra with 176 block, you're just getting lost in Cheskas Habatim, if you know what I mean. So you've got to make your goals. And then another thing also, my wife is a principal in a Hebrew girls' school and Shevach High School, and I asked her this question, and she said one of the things that she always tells teenagers, and this is really a good bit of advice: don't be susceptible to peer pressure. When you get to be an adult, I remember Rabbi Wein once told me that if you worry about what people say about you, you'll never accomplish anything. So you can do that as an adult, but you cannot do that as a teenager. When everybody's looking at you, you think, and everybody's judging you, and and there's a lot of peer pressure. So you have to be able to be above that. And I think the only way to be above that is to have a mentor, to have a good Rebbe, a good teacher that gives you the confidence, or a great parent that gives you the confidence that you could do anything. Now, my mother was that way. I had the greatest mother in the world. She believed that I could do anything. And you know something? When you have a mother, and that's what I want to say to all the people that are listening, you know what Hakshiva accomplishes? What they are doing in those therapy sessions and in those sessions in the pool room and with the girls' high school, they're telling the kids that they can do anything. And they're giving them confidence. That's the most important thing. And that's the biggest blessing of Hakshiva. And that's the biggest blessing that parents can do for their children. And my mother gave me that confidence. And that's why almost anything, I was not afraid to try anything. And it's only because I had a mother who believed in me. Now, I know that I was her oldest, and I always felt that I was favorite. I hope my brothers and sisters are not going to watch this, but she did love me, and she gave me that confidence. And that's what I would say. Get somebody who believes in you, and then you don't have to worry what your friends are thinking, because you'll accomplish a tremendous amount.
How's Corona been affecting Rabbi Kron and the work he does?
I think, I must tell you, I know I'm in public now, but I'll tell you, I must tell you that the first few weeks of Corona, after Shalosh Shudas, and I was only my wife and I told her I must go to sleep. I must go to sleep because I was terrified every Shabbos. What am I going to read, and what am I going to see on Yeshiva World, or what newspaper is going to come in and say who passed away on Motzei Shabbos? It was so scary in the beginning when so many people were dying, and great people, and people that we knew. I had to sleep before I made Havdalah because I was just beyond myself. And that word that you use, Rabbi Marks, is exactly the word scary. So there's no question that my wife and we were home for the Siddharim. And I tell you the truth, you ask about something funny. There's not too much funny, that happens during Corona. But we and my wife singing Zmiris, that was funny. I mean, never heard her sing before. When all the kids in the house, we sang every song together every Friday night. And I'll tell you, I'm about tefillah. So I would daven, Kabbalah Shabbos, and I was a chazan, she was a tzibur. And so, and we said a lot of divrei Torah. She's a brilliant woman. And so we were able to share a lot of divrei Torah that I printed out that people sent me. And, that was wonderful, but it was scary. But as far as brisson, what I've tried to do and is to have all the brisson in the home, not in the shuls. Now we're beginning tomorrow, Mitzvah Hashem in Mount Vernon. I have the rabbi's son, Rabbi Rosenfeld. He had a little boy. So that's going to be one of the first brisson that I'm doing in a shul. But even then, we're going to keep the people far away. But otherwise, I have the father be the sandik. And he holds the baby in the room, in the house. And we try to do it near a window so that other people could see from the outside. And of course, everybody's zooming. And by the way, that's how Eliyahu Hanavi gets to all the brisson around the world. I always wondered how he did that. And he did it on Zoom. That's how he does it. So he's all over the same place.
That's that mystery resolved.
What?
That's that mystery resolved.
Yeah, that's right. So I usually do it that only the father is in the room, maybe the mother, maybe a grandfather if he's the sandik, but everybody else is out. And of course, the sandik is wearing gloves and a mask and myself. But so that has affected bris milah. And tragically, a lot of non-frum people are not doing brisson on the 8th day. They're doing it in the hospital. They're just afraid. They're absolutely afraid to have anybody come to the house or anybody touch their babies outside a hospital setting. And of course, today the mothers go home before the 3rd, 4th day. So, it's very hard. You have to convince them. And, people are frightened. Like you say, the word is scary. That's the pivotal word. So that has affected bris milah, no question about it. And as far as speeches, oh my gosh, I'm not traveling anyplace. There were times when every week there were 9 out of 10 weeks I was away for Shabbos. And now 10 weeks in a row, I've been home for Shabbos. I used to travel all over. But now, of course, I'm giving 40 Zoom shiur a month. And that was in May and in June, and we'll see what happens in July. Now some people are in certain camps in New York. You can't have a day overnight camp, but in Pennsylvania you can. So I was calling some camps today. Maybe I'll go to some camps where they allow people to sleep there overnight. But it has affected terribly the amount of speech. Although I will tell you this, there are now times when I can speak in 3 countries in one day, because of the time zone. So 2 weeks ago, I spoke in Los Angeles and Panama and West Orange, New Jersey on the same day. And I'm sitting right here where I'm sitting right now. That's how I address these people. So on one hand, you don't have to travel, but it's you got a great smile, so we're connecting. But when you see all these people, on Zoom, you don't really connect. One guy's eating potato chips. One lady's on a treadmill. She doesn't realize I'm watching her. So the speeches are just not the same. I mean, I hope I give over, what I feel very strongly about. But when you see the audience and they're laughing or crying or whatever, it's a totally different ballgame. I will tell you this though, that what I found, I have children and grandchildren, Baruch Hashem, Rebbeim and teachers, that many parents were listening in on the classes. And it reminds me of Sarah Schneer. When she first began teaching the girls, the parents were so starved for education, for Torah education, that they would come and listen. And on Zoom, many times, like you said, if you zoom back, and you see that the father or the mother is sitting right there and enjoying the Rebbe. And
we actually did that in yeshiva. We've been doing teaching for 3 months in yeshiva, and we had Sunday. It was called SON, Sunday, and mothers and fathers would join their boys in share for the first part of share every week. It was very nice.
That is fabulous. Sunday, we got to bring that to America. Sunday, that's great.
It was in America. It was brought to. These are boys to America, so it's already been bought.
Sunday, that's fabulous. That's great. That's great. You know what? There was 2 schools that I saw that they had Grandparents' Day. And I spoke for Rabbi Charner in Silver Springs, Maryland. They have Grandparent Day where they bring the grandparents in every year, let's say on a Sunday, and they sit on the class and they have lunch with the grandchildren or whatever. But now everybody was home. So I spoke about grandparents. So I want to give you a bracha because you're such a sweet guy. And I want to give you a bracha that you should be zeicha to do what I do, which I'm going to do tonight because it's Thursday. Now, by you, it's already night, but here it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Every Thursday night, 11 o'clock, I have what's called a Zaidi conference call. That means that 11 o'clock, all my grandchildren over the age of 12 and 13, boys and girls, and all my children, they all get on the conference call, and I speak for about 15, 20 minutes. And I usually tell them a dvar Torah that I learned or a story that I heard or something that I learned from David Cohen. And this week I'm going to tell them a great story, a joke. Can I tell it to you?
Please.
Oh, and this is amazing.
You've come to the right place, Rabbi.
Yeah, okay, great. Listen to this. This is amazing. I had to speak for a virtual dinner in Seattle, Washington. So Seattle's the opposite end of America, and that dinner is July 7th, so I had to record it. So I've been to Seattle twice, but, I wanted to interview various people about the effect of the kollel. That's what they wanted. And so I spoke to this guy, Rabbi David Twersky, who's now lives, I think maybe he lives in Ramat Beit Shemesh. I don't know where he lives. He lives in Eretz Yisrael. But so he tells me that he worked for Boeing Airlines for 30 years. And one time they sent him to Las Vegas on a conference. So what's a Jewish boy doing in Las Vegas? So he wanted to know if there was any shuls. He looks up in the yellow pages and he sees there's an Orthodox shul. So he calls him up. He says, do you have minyanim? So the guy says, well, Shachris is 10 to 7 and Mincha is 25 to 1. He says, 25 to 1, isn't that early? He says, no, those are not the Smanim. Those are the odds whether we'll have a minyan. 25 to 1.
Oh, it's in Vegas.
Yeah, that's Vegas. That's right. That's right. So I do want to tell you a vort that I think that really shows what Hakshiva is all about. Two things. When Moshe Rabbeinu realized that he was going to pass away, the pasuk tells us in Bamidbar Chav Zayin, pasuk Tez Zayin, in Parshas Pinchas. Hashem says, Moshe Rabbeinu says to Hashem, Yifkoid Hashem Elokei HaRuchos L'chol Basar. Hashem, you who are the master of all spirits, appoint somebody on the community. Isha La'eda. Why does it say Yifkod Hashem Elokei HaRuchos? You, God, who knows the spirit of every person. Just say Yifkod Hashem Isha La'eda. Just appoint somebody on the community. Why is this so important? Elokei HaRuchos. And Rashi says a fabulous thing. What Moshe was saying was, Rabbeinu Shalom, Gol v'yodu lafnecha. You know, Data shel kol echad ve'echad ve'ein doim zelazeh. You know every person. No two people are alike. Man aleim manig, appoint a leader, she hay sevel kol echad ve'echad lefi datay, that can tolerate every person according to his mindset. That's why Moshe Rabbeinu added those words, Elokei HaRuchos L'chol Basar, because God, you understand that every person is different. And that's what leadership is all about. And that's why he wanted that Hashem should appoint somebody that has that sensitivity. And as I read the material that you sent me from Hakshiva, I see that's exactly what they're doing. Not everybody's the same. Not everybody can be the biggest Talmud Chacham, and not every boy can be the biggest Baal Chesed. Everybody's got different kishrainos. But as we said before, if you take the child and you make the child feel important, and man aleim manikshi a sovel kol echad ve'echad lefi datay, that everybody's got his own mindset, and everybody can be a productive Jew. That's what's important. Every Jew is important. God doesn't need two of anybody. Even identical twins are not really identical in their tnuas hanefesh and tchunas hanefesh. So everybody is needed. Everybody is important. And that's why I just can't get over Hakshiva, and I feel that everybody should support it, because, that kid could be yours. Yehuda is standing in front of his brother Yosef. And we all know the story that they had a deal that whoever knapsack is going to be found, that little Gavia, that Becher, he's going to remain a prisoner. So Yosef says, listen, I want Binyamin. That's what we agreed. So listen to this statement, and we will see now how certain Rebbeim understood the pasuk in a drash way, homiletical way, and how I understand it. And we'll see what Hakshiva is all about. He said like this, Eich ela el ovi. That's what he said to his father. That's what he said to Yosef. How am I going to go to my father? Vahanar einenu iti, and the child is not with me. That's in the beginning of Vayigash. Eich Ela Elovi, how am I going to go to my father and the child is not with me? I promised him I was going to bring him back. So I once heard that a Rav said, none of us are going to live forever. Eich Ela Elovi, how are we going to go to our Father in heaven? Vahanar, and our youth, we wasted our youth. The young years of our lives, which we could have accomplished so much, we wasted that. Eich Ela Elovi vahanar nenuiti. Our youth is not there. And somebody said, there's another shot. The word nar also means vibrancy. You find it by Yeshua. It says, Yeshua benu nar lo yomish mitoicha oyel. That's in Shema Yisrael and Gimel Yud Aleph. And the Ebenezer asked a question, what do you mean nar? He was 56 years old. No, so the Ebenezer says, no, it means the vibrancy of naros. That's what it means. So now we could ask the question, Eich El Elovi, how are you going to go to your father on nar? In Enuiti, you lost your vibrancy? What do you mean? A Jew can't be burned down. You always got to accomplish, no matter what. And a third shot is, what about your own children? Eich El Elovi, how are you going to go to your father in heaven? Vahanar, your children are not the way as from as you wanted them to be, or as you are. What happened? And I add what Akshiva is doing. Eich El Elovi, how are we going to go to our Father in heaven? Vahanar, and the children, the Heilige children of Klal Yisrael are not with us. What are we going to do about that? What are we going to answer? Tonight we can answer. We supported Akshiva. And if we support Akshiva, then all these children that may have gone off the derech, they're going to be right there with us. Because that's the therapists and the counselors and those people that are so supportive of these children, each in their own way. They're making them feel special. And that's what's going to save them. And we'll be able to bring every child that'll be a productive Jew. And that's why I'm, like, again, I can't say enough that how much everybody should support Akshiva.
Rabbi, thank you so much for those divrei bracha and for your support of this amazing evening, and to have the chance to hear from such a unique person on this time is really, really, really special for me personally.
This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubenstein, Rabbi Asher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn. We have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Tatz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents, and more importantly, the kids. Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
This is Zezi. We're in the midst of stardom here. He has made aliyah within the last year or so. He's a magician, he's an entertainer, and he's an important part of the Rambam Chemish community. And he's been in the middle of telling me about himself, and I was like, we have to record this, we have to get this down. I interrupted you. You were telling me about Hakshiva and your own personal encounter with him.
Yes, I just started telling you, I feel very close to Hakshiva. Actually, when I was asked to help out, I immediately said, yes, no problem. you know, when I meant no problem, I said no matter what. And right now it's 12 o'clock at night and I'm in America and I'm recording this for you guys because you know what? I just wanted to make sure I could help out any way I can, even though I'm not in Israel right now. I own a day camp back in America and I'm at the day camp right now. But Akshiva has been really helpful for us. My daughters are in Beit Yaakov Ramah, and they've been truly so helpful, helping my kids get acclimated and help them learn the language. And they've been so helpful. So I as soon as I heard Akshiva, I was like, sure, no problem, whatever they need, I'll be there for them. So a huge thank you to you guys, and a huge thank you. And I hope people are watching, and I hope people are donating, because that's really what this is about. Help them out. They really need your help at this time. You know, you look at them and you're like, you know what, maybe I'll give 5 shekel, 10 shekel. You know what, open the wallets to them. I know we're all going through hard times, and that's what this is about. It's about getting us out and about, but open your wallets to them. You know, Akshiva is really there for you, and it's time for you to be there for them as well. So, you know, I was telling you over Corona, one of the things I was doing Zoom shows for kids. And I wasn't doing what I usually do, which is a show, you sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. This is a little different. When I did this time, and I created a show where I was teaching magic. And the goal was for kids to not only enjoy the show, but have what homework to do. You know, they're home, they're not doing anything. And you'll see from the stuff that I'm doing today, it's stuff that you can do with your home, your household objects. And it's really simple stuff. I have empty cans of soda. I have beer bottles. I have cups. I have straws. That's what I use. And you all can use them at home as well. And that's the goal here, to show you some really cool, fantastic, awesome tricks that you can do at home. Some of the stuff I do are what we call betchias, where you bet somebody, hey, I bet you can't figure out how to do this. One of my favorite things, and they almost always work. So if you're watching right now, you should share with your friends. Tell them to join the Akshiva 24-hour telethon. Join them, help them out. But during this time, if your kids are watching, don't tell your parents what you're about to do, because then they're going to know the secret. You don't want your parents to know the secrets, okay? So we're going to learn right now some really cool tricks. But again, thank you for letting me join you guys tonight. And I'm pumped. I'm pumped to help you guys out.
How did you end up getting involved in like magic and entertainment? Has it always been part of your life, or?
So I've always been an entertainer, just purely an entertainer. Loved working with kids. I've been a counselor in camps for years since I was 15. Became a division head. Ended up buying my own camp. I have a camp in the 5 towns in New York called Machane Yisrael. That's where I am now. Today was actually our first day of camp, so it's a little bit hectic. But and I was like, you know what? I got to make sure I'm there for them. So I am.
Wow! Today was your first day of camp, and you're doing this. This is amazing.
Yeah, today was literally my first day of camp, and that's what it's about. You know, when the community needs your help, you help them out. And today was literally my first day of camp, and I came home and I was exhausted. But I was like, you know what? I'm not going to sleep. I got work to do. After I finish this, I have a couple more hours of work to do. But I really wanted to help out any way I could. So yeah, so I own a day camp in the 5 towns. I'm the head counselor as well. In the 5 towns, there's a company called the Schnitzel Guys. Anybody who's lived in New York knows who they are. The Schnitzel Guys have nothing to do with schnitzel, but everything to do with fun.
I was going to say, some people might say I'm quite parra about them, so that's okay. They're nothing to do with schnitzel.
I see what you did there. That's awesome. Yeah, they're not parra at all. They're really fun. They're an entertaining group. They do bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs and weddings. We entertain, and the goal is in our business is to make sure the bar mitzvah boy or the chassan, the kala, they're the focal point of the simcha, and that's our goal. Our goal is always make sure that we don't want people to look at us. Obviously, we look like a bunch of crazy people, but we don't want people to look at us. We want people to look at the bar mitzvah boy, look at the chassan, look at them, let them be the focus. And we, Baruch Hashem, we do about 200 to 240 bar mitzvahs a year.
Wow!
A year.
Are there that many days in the year to do bar mitzvahs? That's amazing.
So actually, there are not that many days, but obviously there are crazy weekends where we're doing 6 at a time. We're also flying around the country, Florida. We fly international, Toronto, and so on. We're quite busy, Baruch Hashem. And now when I made Aliyah, my wife and I, with our beautiful 5 children. We made Aliyah this past August, end of August. It was a little bit hectic. August 29th, we got off the plane. August 30th was the first day of school. So
wow.
It was a bit hectic. Baruch Hashem, my kids, as I said before, I'll say it again. were really helped by Shiva. They really acclimated well, and they learned the language quite well so far. And Baruch Hashem, I give them a huge bracha. They should continue with much hatzlacha, and that's really been it. So we made Aliyah, and I started my business here. And Baruch Hashem, it's been booming. Some people have been calling me for Hanukkah shows, to do shows in schools and shuls, and some people have been calling me for anything in between, bar mitzvahs. And you know what? During Corona, I did so many bar mitzvahs on Zoom. I actually didn't take a single penny for any of it. I just wanted to help these kids out who are stuck at home. And I literally just did bar mitzvah after bar mitzvah after bar mitzvah, just helping people out. You know, people are stuck in this crazy situation. One of the coolest things that I did, and it really made my day, it wasn't so much for making the kids' day, but it made my day. At the end of my show, they said, if you could show me the tricks that I did and send me a video, I'm going to go bring you a prize to your house. And I thought it was a really cool marketing idea, but it ended up being a really bad idea because about 200 kids answered, and I didn't say like first 10, first 20. I didn't say any of that. It was kind of ridiculous. But Baruch Hashem, I spent over a week driving around all of Eretz Yisrael from Chashmonaim to Efrat to Karmei Tzur to Shomron to all the different neighborhoods of Yerushalayim, and I went door by door by door, dropping off these pekalach of awesome prizes and magic tricks and awesome fun things and swag for these kids. And the parents were like, "Who's at the door? Why are you here?" Like, they were so amazed, and I was just happy to help their kids get out of their box, just smile a little bit. My wife is having an issue because I'm in America, she's in Israel, but she's driving around my car, and my car has a mustache on the front of it. I got bumper stickers all over. It says, "Honk if you love Zezi." Zezi is the name of my company and my name also. And she's like, could I take this stuff off? You're not in the car. And people are like staring at me all day long. But
they might have thought that Zezi's undergone some changes. They just drive past the wife. They're like, oh, okay, that's not how I imagined him, but okay.
Listen, no one's judging. You know.
I don't know if I saw your car. I was driving behind the car and it said, "Honk if you love Zezi." I'm like, is that someone like staged this because they know I'm meeting him shortly? How does that work?
It's actually Baruch Hashem, because I was giving out those things. One of the things I gave out was magnets. So a lot of people are driving around with them on their cars. And it's just a fun thing. Here in America, we have honk if you love schnitzel. And the people will honk all the time. And we don't know if they're crazy, angry New Yorkers or they're actually just love schnitzel. You never know. But who cares? That's the fun part.
But before I've ever met you, I've often honked because I love schnitzel. That's funny that you should mention that. But it's good that you mentioned Corona, because I'm just like, I've actually been invited to a few bar mitzvahs, and it must be very difficult. You're a 12 to 13-year-old guy, girl, whatever it is, and I guess all your friends had their party, and suddenly your party happens to fall in the middle of this, whatever it is, and it's quite a knockout punch for some people. So I guess to have, instead of just a party or whatever it is, some entertainment or something from someone who can really lift someone's spirits, I guess now more than ever is the most important time for that.
Yeah, no, 100%. Seeing somebody who's going through a hardship always is like, I get nothing better than that. No better sipuk to watch a kid who's like going through a hardship in life, and I'm like, I'll be there for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, to make them on their most important day feel like $1 million, that's what it's about. I mean, you know, we take bar mitzvahs sometimes for pro bono. We take them for free sometimes because we're like, someone will call us up and say, you know what, the dad, Lil Elenu, passed away recently. Can you help us out? I'm like, we're there. Tell us where it is. We'll be there. And that's what it's about. Klal Yisrael is all about, like, just taking care of each other. And we love that. We love that kind of stuff, helping out whenever we can. My company in America I'm not really so much a part of anymore, but my company here in Israel is booming, Baruch Hashem, and Siyata Shmaya should continue growing and growing. But again, please, I hope this video was what you guys were looking for. If you're out there and you're watching tonight's video, guys, and you enjoyed tonight's video, and Akshiva is spending a lot of money and doing a lot of effort to share the fun and the goodness in this time of craziness with Corona and all the other situations in the world. My kids have been helped. I know a lot of other people's kids and teenagers have been helped. Help out Akshiva any way that you can. They really, really need your help. Again, as I said, this is a good start, but my suit is even better. Give what you can, guys, and help Akshiva out.
Thank you, Ezi, so much. And I think there's a beautiful metaphor in what you showed us just now and maybe throughout the thing, which is that sometimes things look impossible and actually the solution can be very, very, very achievable. And it's just about being shown by the right person. So maybe that's
Yeah, 100%. I talk about it all the time. I lost, between me and you can use this if you want, but I lost my father when I was 7 years old. And I've used that throughout my life to keep people happy. I've used it because after I lost my father, at Shiva, I was a student in South Shore Elementary in New York. And Rabbi Binyamin Kamenetsky, Zecher Tzaddik Livracha, was my Rosh Hashiva. And Rabbi Hertzberg, Zecher Tzaddik Livracha, was my principal. And it was one day of the Shiva. I was 7 years old, and I remember they called me in and said, you know what, they're here, they want to see you. But I said, you know what, my mom told me that I'm not supposed to Shiva. They said, no, but the Rosh Hashiva is here. And I didn't understand. I was 7 years old. I didn't really understand what they were talking about. I went inside and I see these two giants of people, Rabbi Hertzberg, Zecher Tzaddik Livracha, and Rabbi Binyamin Kamenetsky, Zecher Tzaddik Livracha, in their own right are two huge people in the Torah world in America. And I remember they sat with me for almost an hour and a half. And I also remember for the next year, Rabbi Binyamin Kamenetsky, when it came to Mincha time, would come to my classroom, take me out, walk me to the high school, and daven Mincha with me every single day so I could say Kaddish for my father that I just lost.
Wow.
And when I was 12 or 13 years old, it dawned on me what they did for me. How they made a kid who was 6 or 7 years old feel like a person. And I took that when I was 12 or 13 years old and I said, you know what? If they could do that for me, there's no reason I can't do that for someone else. Make them feel like $100. Just today, this is actually just a cool story I just found out about 20 minutes ago. Not 20 minutes ago, 20 minutes before this show started. This new kid was in camp and they called the director, the mom called the director, said, I want to hear who is this counselor named Zezi? And the director's like, what do you mean? The head counselor's name is Zezi. He's the head counselor. And the mom's like, no, it's my son's counselor. And the head director's like, what are you talking about? He said, my son came home and he said, Zezi said he's taking care of me and he's my counselor. And this was a 6-year-old. And apparently throughout the day, he saw me and he knew that I was somebody who could take care of him and was going to take care of him. It was such a moving moment that that's what he heard out of the whole day. He doesn't even remember who his counselor is. Don't let my counselors know that. but he didn't remember who his counselor was. But he remembered that Zezi was his counselor. Zezi was the one that he could trust, and Zezi was the one he could take care of him. And I've used that as my goal in life. I mentor kids who have lost parents, and I really just try to make people smile and bring the joy into the world and make people happy. And I really do hope people see my car around, they honk at me. It's not obnoxious, it makes me happy. And I'll give you a magnet if you want. You could take one off my car, I'll put a new one up. This stuff makes me happy. I wear different yarmulkes every day just to make people smile. They all have funny sayings on them. My yarmulke today was, I just realized yesterday that I have some growing up to do. I realized this yesterday inside my fort. All of my yarmulkes have something else. They're a little bit kooky, a little bit fun. I'm actually not so much of I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little stitious. I have quite a lot.
You figured that's my kind of line. I like that line.
Yeah, I have quite a lot of them. They're pretty funny. I actually don't like kleptomaniacs. They take everything literally.
Very good.
Yeah, but a lot of them,
I like what mechanics wear overall. Yeah.
I like that one. I have this one's probably not for Akshiva, but I still like it anyways. What is it? If life gives you melons, maybe dyslexic. But yeah, I like to make people happy and smile, and that's my goal.
You certainly achieved tonight. This was absolutely amazing, and it's very insightful, and it was brilliant to hear from you. And I don't want to take you away from your show, but if you feel a lot of people are honking at you in Israel, it doesn't necessarily mean that they've read your sticker.
Right. It just means I'm a terrible driver. Listen.
Well, I'm saying I get honked at a lot, and I didn't even invest in the magnets.
That was actually another thing your wife wanted me to speak to you about. With driving. She seemed to think that 28 classes was not appropriate number for you. She seemed to think that you needed some more.
Yeah, she was right.
Thank you so much for having me, Marcus. This is a lot of fun.
Ezzy, it's been a real pleasure. Thank you very, very much for your time.
Be well.
Koltov.
This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubenstein, we have Usher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn, we have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Tatz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents and more importantly, the kids.
Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubenstein, we have Usher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn, we have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Tatz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents and more importantly, the kids.
Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubenstein, we have Usher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn, we have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Tatz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents and more importantly the kids. Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
We are live back in the Hakshiva studio, the Hakshiva building. This is where the magic happens all year round, and for tonight, this is where the magic happens in terms of our goal as well. We are back for the second part of the live broadcast for Hakshiva, for their Refocus campaign. The Refocus campaign, of course, refocusing on our lives and trying to make sure that we're not just going back to normal where possible, but to try to get into a routine that incorporates many things we've been through and we come out different at the other end. We had a chance to hear yesterday from a range of world-renowned speakers that we had a chance to catch up with and interview some people live in the studio as well. And all of this was part of the umbrella of what we're really trying to do, which is to try to raise not just the awareness, but also to try to help raise funds to allow Hakshiva to continue the fantastic work that they do here in the Ramat Shemesh community, and the ripple effect felt far further afield than that. Our goal is $400,000. Sounds big, is big. But I'm pleased to tell you that we are well on the way. When we left you yesterday, we were around $124,000, something like that. We have since basically almost doubled that. We're now past $240,000 and on our way to $250,000. Please God, when that happens, we'll bring it to you. And music has just happened. You see, that's just the kind of stuff. I told you this is where the magic happens. No one knows where it came from. There isn't even a sound system in here. No one in here even knows music, plays music, and knows how to hear music, and it still came. Special things are happening tonight, indeed. So yes, our goal is fantastic at $400,000. We've done well so far, almost $250,000, but that will still leave us with a gap of $150,000. Well, what can we do about this? I'm sure you're wondering at home. Well, the answer is simple. Donate now, donate now, donate now. You also have the magic that happens here when I say things. They kind of appear on the screen for some reason. So yes, I have to be careful what I say, I guess. But yes, donate now. How does the donation work? Well, if you're watching this, then you're either on Facebook. A big welcome to our Facebook viewers. Some of you viewing us on our Facebook page, on Jamie Geller's Facebook page. And if you're there, fantastic and enjoy. But don't forget, next to it, you'll see, probably somewhere around here, a link. Click on that link just for a moment. You'll be able to see this live thing there as well if you want to. You don't want to miss a second. And you also get a chance to donate. Every donation that you make is doubled by our generous matching donors that have come forward to help Hakshiva in the work they do and to help the donations go much further. And as it says here, help us help the next generation. It really is true. The investment in our young people and kids, teenagers and young adults really is going to build the future of this community and maybe, as we said before, have an effect further field than we could maybe possibly give credit to and imagine at this point in time. On the lineup tonight, we have some fantastic things for you. Some people you may or may not have heard of. They are certainly renowned in this world and in the next. First up tonight, we have a chance to hear from Yitzchak and Efrat Khoury, the Khoury family, who really have a magical and spellbinding journey. And they tell the story of a childless couple for 22 years. They live here in our midst in the community, and it was a supreme privilege to catch up with them, have a chance to meet with them. That's going to take place shortly. If, as I told you yesterday, that was your chance to learn fluent Hebrew. If you don't know fluent Hebrew or any Hebrew, it's probably worth watching anyway. If for some reason you're saying, I'm not doing that, you'll get someone to translate it for you later. That's fantastic. But don't forget to rejoin us in about an hour from now when our next speaker is on. We're going to have a chance to hear from the world-renowned international rabbi, broadcaster, teacher, author, Rabbi Y.Y. Rubenstein, who will be with us. After that, we'll have a chance to hear a very, very special message that we were able to listen to. I was able to listen to it live when we went to meet Rav Osher Weiss. What an amazing privilege it was. So stay tuned for that. And then later on in the evening, we have a chance to hear from an interview with Rav Eli Stefanski, founder of 8minuteduff.com. And we still have 2 segments in our 3-part series with Jamie Geller. Yesterday you would have seen us preparing some Moroccan fish, and let's just say that was just an appetizer. You see what I did there? An appetizer. Like an appetizer. Okay. So yes. So what can I tell you? Yes. Have you donated? If the answer is no, what are you looking at me for? Go and donate. Now, if you don't like the sound of my voice, even better. I'm willing to stop talking the minute someone makes a $200,000 donation. I'm out of here. No percentages, that's it. I can spare you a migraine. I can spare you insanity. So yes, if you'd like to do that, that's the quick way to shut me up. You have my pledge, Blineder, that I will do that. So yes, but if you're not doing that, you think, I'm not a big fish. See what I did there? Big fish. Back to the Moroccan. Okay, so you might think, I'm not a big fish, I don't have much by way of funds. It's okay, everything you have will be doubled. Not everything in your life will be doubled, but you know what? Maybe it will. Maybe if you give to Hakshiva, everything will be doubled. Not just the donation you give here, maybe everything in your life will be doubled. Your happiness, your misery, forget it. Just do the donation and get that doubled. A friend of mine actually told me yesterday, he made a donation to Hakshiva, and I said, good for you, mate. I didn't say that, but that's what I was thinking. And then he told me that he came home and his daughter, who's also collecting for Hakshiva, said, you didn't donate for my team. So he had to go back and donate again for his daughter's team. So I said to him, that's one of the explanations of what it means. Every donation that you give to Hakshiva is doubled. But the normal, conventional meaning is that any donation you give tonight will be doubled by our matching donors. So please help us to reach our goal of $400,000. We are approaching $250,000, but we will be with you shortly. Now, I'm about to introduce you to our first thing for the lineup time, which I believe is in 30 seconds or so. They made a mistake. 3 minutes. You want me to speak for 3 minutes? Is that even possible? Yes. Will I say anything? Probably not. But speaking has always come naturally. Let me tell you a small anecdote. When I was a child, I told you this yesterday. Okay. So anyway, just to remind you, if you're not here, I have to remind you that you're not here. You're not here. I'm reminding you that you're not here. If you have missed it, or you just tuned in now, or you just landed on planet Earth for the first time ever, I'm not sure how you understand what I'm saying, but in case you do, let me just explain to you. I'm sitting here in the offices of Hakshiva, where much of the magic of this fantastical, magical organization takes place. Hakshiva was founded years ago, initially to help some teens at risk, and it expanded much broadly to a cohesive level of community provision for all sorts of young people, for a range of needs, be it social education, whatever it might be. It's in all the mainstream schools do programming through Hakshiva. They have unbelievable resources. They have a teen center. They have a therapeutic center. Really unbelievable things they have over here, and it's kind of expanded. Yesterday we had a chance to hear from Mr. Heyman and Dr. and Mrs. Nader, some big long-term backers of Hakshiva because of their belief in what Hakshiva does and how it embodies many of their own family ideals. And they invested in it for this reason, because they understand that this is the future for certainly the community over here and the many cities that are looking to emulate the model that we have actually trailblazed over here for you here in Little Bet Shemesh, which is actually pretty big nowadays. So if you haven't heard of it, you can check out the Hakshiva website on a normal day. Today you can't, because it's fixated and focused on this support campaign. The campaign, as I remind you from a few moments ago, is designed to help Hakshiva to continue the wonderful work that they do. The target is $400,000. We're quite a lot of the way there. We're around 60% of the way there. If you're not good at mathematics, that means we're about 40% off. Best part of 250,000 raised, not quite there yet, which means that we have a little bit over 150,000 to go to meet our target. I'd like us to get past that, of course, but if you can help us, please do.
I just do a quick plug, by the way, here now. You'll see a lot of teams on the page. There is a team Maze, M-A-Y-S. Check it out. Help us, because someone added a 0 inconveniently onto our 1,700 target to make it 17,000. We've done very well. We're over 7,000. Thank you, everyone, for your support. But keep those donations coming. They're not, of course, for any of the teams. The real big picture is Hakshiva, and that's really the focus of tonight. So just to introduce you one more time to the first thing on the lineup today, we're going to be hearing from the Khoury family, a really special journey that a very special couple that I had a chance to catch up with a short while ago, who were childless for 22 years. I don't want to spoil too much of the story. If you can try and battle through the Hebrew, if you're not good at Hebrew, I'm telling you it's worth it. And if not, we look forward to seeing you back here in 1 hour for our second part of the program with Rav YY Rubinstein. But for now, check it out, the Khoury family. Every child is a miracle, as we know. Today we're with Mishpachat Khoury for a remarkably special story that they have been through for many years, and we're going to hear much more from them right now. שלום, משפחת חורי, תודה רבה רבה שאתם מארחים אותנו בבית שלכם ושאתם משתפים אותנו בסיפור שלכם. יכול להיות שזה מאוד מפורסם, אבל יכול להיות גם כן שיש הרבה אנשים שאולי לא שמעו, לא מכירים את כל הפרטים, אז אם תוכלו לספר לנו קצת מה היה.
בשמחה. אנחנו התחתנו בג' טבת הש"ס, 12/12/99, זה לפני 21 שנה. כמעט 22 שנה. כמו כל זוג צעיר. מחכים לילדים, עובר שנה, עובר שנתיים. הבנו שצריך להתקדם והתחלנו לדרוש ברופאים, מה שנקרא. בזמנו הארגונים פה בארץ לא היו משהו, ארגון בוני עולם לא היה קיים, היה ציר חמד, פועה, והתחלנו, היה גם את הרב שלזינגר, אז לא היה לו ארגון, זאת אומרת הוא היה באופן פרטי. התחלנו מה שנקרא את התהליך, ייעוץ בבתי חולים, התחלנו בבית חולים אחד, עברנו בית חולים שני, מתקדמים ועוברים השנים, ואין בשורות טובות, כן. אין, לא זז שום דבר. במשך השנים, זאת אומרת מיד בשנתיים הראשונות, אמרתי לאפרת, אנחנו בוא נעשה טוב בעולם, או טוב גם לעצמנו בסופו של דבר. פתחנו גן פרטי של ילדים בני 2-3. זה גם נתן לנו מרפא בשבילנו, ההתעסקות עם ילדים. גם לחנך ילדים, אתה מחנך אותם, זה ילדים בני 2 שמתחילים לדבר, מתחילים את ה...
יצא פה עם המון ידע, המון...
בדיוק, ואז הם יצאו פה עם תפילות, עם דיבור, עם...
ודווקא התפרצת להתמקד בתחום של ילדים, כאילו בגלל זה...
כן, זה היה בנשמה שלנו, ממש.
אנחנו שנינו בכורים. אני בכור, היא בכורה,
שתינו גידלנו את האחים שלנו, כאילו אני באתי עם בית מלא ילדים. הייתי רגילה לילדים, זה לא היה לי משהו חדש.
כמה ילדים הייתם בבית?
אנחנו 9.
אנחנו 6.
אוקיי,
אז היינו בתוך העניין, מה שנקרא. ובאמת במשך כל השנים מתחתנים, כל האחים, לאט לאט. אנחנו בתמונות המשפחתיות של החתונה, זוג, עדיין זוג צעיר. עברו הרבה שנים, עשינו את כל ההשתדלויות מבחינת סגולות, המון דברים.
אצל המון רבנים גם.
אצל כל גדולי ישראל שקיימים שנפטרו ולא קיימים, היינו, באמת, אצל כולם.
הרב כדורי,
הרב עובדיה, הרב אליושיב, הרב שטיינמן, הרב סריה, הרב אידלשטיין, הרב אקו אידלשטיין. ממש, אצל כולם. קיבלנו ברכות, קיבלנו סגולות, עדיין זה לא זז. לפני 4 שנים, יש לי גיס שהוא אחראי בקבר רחל, הוא פתח את מה שנקרא הכנסת אורחים. את הפינת קפה, תה ועוגות. הוא אומר לי, איציק, תקשיב, קבר רחל זה מקום מאוד מיוחד. זה מקום של אימא. זה מקום שכתוב בתורה שזה מקום תפילה. זה מקום שאימא בוכה על הילדים שלה, תבוא, תתפלל פה, זה משהו אחר לגמרי. ובאמת, נסעתי בוקר אחד, ואני והחברותה שלי נסענו, התחברנו. היינו נוסעים כל בוקר, במשך 2.5 שנים. אני בא לשם, קורא את כל ספר תהילים על הרגליים, לאחר מכן אנחנו לומדים דף היומי, את השיעור דף היומי, ומתפללים מנחה וחוזרים הביתה. או 2.5 ככה. זה באמת מקום מיוחד, 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 מיוחד.
גם יושבים שם ימים שלמים, וזאת חנוכה שזה יום מסוגל לילדים, אז ישבנו שם ימים שלמים. הרבה פעמים ל"ג בעומר, במקום לנסוע למירון, היינו הולכים לשם. כאילו היינו ממש...
מחוברים.
כן, אני בימים שהיה חופש, זאת חנוכה או ל"ג בעומר, בימים שהיה חופש, אז...
הרבה פעמים בדרך לירושלים לשבתות, אז פשוט עוברים לשם, נכנסים, אומרים שלום לאמא, תמשיך אמא.
כן, כן, היינו מחוברים מאוד לשם.
זה באמת מקום מיוחד, באמת באמת מקום מיוחד. וככה עשיתי 2.5.
כל שעות היום יש משהו שם.
איך?
כל שעות היום יש משהו שם, כי אנחנו נסענו, בבית של הבת שלי, רצינו להתפלל שם בניץ. לא יודעת מה לצפות, היה מפוצץ.
אז היום, מלא, שם עד הוא אומר עד הלילה, גם בלילה.
הוא אמר לגיסי, תשמע, זה גם מקום של ישועות, ניסים ונפלאות, אנשים תורמים אוכל ושתייה לאמא, לבית של אמא. זאת אומרת, תחשוב, אתה בא לבית של אמא, הדבר הראשון שהילדים עושים, הם הולכים לאכול את המטעמים של האמא, כאילו, זה החיבור. אתם מגיעים פה לאמא, וכאילו, באים מרחוק, יש מים קרים, יש מים, יש כוס קפה, יש עוגות, יש, באמת, זה... ומה שקרה הוא זה שאחרי 2.5 האלה, בראש השנה, אני מתפלל בבית כנסת, ומחכים בחזרה את השץ, ואני מחכה, היה ספרייה לידי, אני מסתכל, אני רואה ספר, אהבת חסד של החפץ חיים. אני פותח אותו, להפתעתי, הוא כותב שם ככה, וזה מול העיניים שלי. מה אנשים מוצאים אלפי רובלים? לעשרות לאלפים עושים סגולות ומוצאים אלפי רובלים לסגולות לילדים. סגולה שכתובה בחז"ל, הסגולה היא לתמוך בעניים תלמידי חכמים. מול העיניים שלי ככה. עד נפל לי האסימון. יש לנו שיעור של דף היומי, כבר 14 שנה. עשה אותו הרב מאיר חן. התחלנו אותו 4 אנשים, היום זה פסיפס אנושי של 50 אנשים כבר. 50. בא מכל הסוגים, מכל המינים. איך אמר מישהו שם צחק? חוץ מהערבים יש פה הכל. באמת, הכל, הכל, מכל הסוגים. ואנחנו לומדים את זה, התחלנו, כמו שאמרתי, 4, ברוך השם, זה שיעור מדהים, 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 מדהים. שיעור דף היומי, דרך אגב, הלימוד הזה מאוד החיה אותי. זה כמו, כאילו, כמו קבוצה, כמו מועדון כזה, כאילו, של חברים בלב ובנפש, אבל גם הלימוד התורה זה בשמחה. וההתחדשות הזאת היא כל דף, זה...
גם קצב.
הקצב ודף, המחויבות, זה היה משהו.
הסיפוק שאתה גומר.
לגמרי, כן. כל פעם, כל סיום זה היה תוצח שלם, זה היה וואו, עושים את זה במלונות, עושים את זה במסעדות, עושים את זה ממש, עושים את זה טרנס גדול, כאילו, ממש. ואחד הדברים שהיה בשיעור המיוחד, שבחגים, במקום שאיפה שזה נמצא בבית כנסת, איפה שזה נמצא בעזרת נשים שם, זה עובר לבתים של האנשים. אצלי, באופן קבוע, ערב יום כיפור אצלי בבית. ערב יום כיפור קבוע אצלי פה בבית, זה גם סעודה, סעודת מצווה, ערב כיפור מצווה לאכול, גם אתה מאכיל תלמידי חכמים, כמו שכתוב בגמרא, מי שמאכיל אותם זה כמו להקריב על המזבח, מסך על המזבח. זה גם שיעור תורה. בקיצור, כל הסגולות, הדברים הטובים, בחרתי את היום הכי טוב. ובאותו ערב יום כיפור, נעמדתי פה בבית, ואמרתי, רבותיי, אני פותח כולל. זמן הבא, זמן חוב, אני פותח כולל. אז מסתכלים עליי, מסתכל על הרב מאיר חן, אומר לי, נו באמת, נו, ואיך קוראים לכולל? אמרתי לו, קוראים לו זרע יצחק. אז הוא נבעט כזה ואומר, קלט שזה רציני, שאני רציני. ואז כמה חבר'ה בשיעור שקוראים לו הרב מאיר קניג, הוא אומר, אוקיי, מי מתחיל הוראות קבע? כמה אתה נותן, כמה אתה נותן, כמה אתה נותן?
על המקום.
על המקום. אתה מחזיק אברך, אתה מחזיק אברך, ככה התחלנו, אוקיי, ואיפה אתה עושה את זה? אמרתי לו, תקשיב, אני בראש השנה ביום השני, הלכתי להתפלל בבית כנסת אחר, קוראים לו מעם לועז. וראיתי בית כנסת מאוד יפה והכל, ניגשתי כבר לגבאי, ואמרתי לו, תגיד לי, אם אני בא לפה לכולל, אתה מסכים? הוא אמר לי, כן, בשמחה, למה לא? יש פה פינת קפה, על חשבוננו, על חשבון הבית, מה שנקרא. אז אמרתי לו, אוקיי. ואז באמת, בראש חודש חשוון, באנו עם 8 אברכים. 8 8 אברכים, עלינו לשם, הגענו, אני זוכר שנכנסנו, הוא מסתכל, אתה רציני? אמרתי לו, מה, אני צוחק איתך? אני רציני. אז טוב, תקשיב. אז התחלת לא טוב, אמרתי לו, מה קרה? אומר לו, לא. תשמע, בצד הזה יש פה את הכולל של פה, של הקהילה האנגלית, אנחנו יושבים פה, אתה יודע, הם מסודרים.
זה רב בסוס שם?
כן, זה בחוץ לארץ, והחתן
אני למדתי בכולל בחוץ לארץ, וזה רב בסוס.
אז החתן שלו, קוראים לו הרב יעקב אבוחצירא, הוא פה פתח את הבית כנסת הזה. אז הוא אמר לי, לא פה, תעברו לצד השני. שמחה, אין בעיה, אתה בא לבית, שמחה רבה.
מי היה יותר קרוב לפינת קפה?
אנחנו. וזהו, וככה התחלנו 8 אברכים, מחשוון, זמן חורף לפני 3 שנים. עוד מעט זה 4 שנים כבר.
כאילו חשוון שיבוא זה תחילת שנה רביעית.
והיום אנחנו מונים כבר 40 אברכים בלי עין הרע.
40?
40 אברכים. זה סדר א', לומדים דף היומי, חוזרים פשוט על השיעור של הדף היומי של מאיר חן, של הרב מאיר חן. וזה עשינו בתור סגולה לילדים, לי ולאחי. אנחנו חיכינו 21 שנה, אחי מחיקה 12 שנה.
גם הוא היה באותו מצב.
אז אני קראתי לו לכל עזרה יצחוק, אבל כתבנו שהלימוד הוא לזכות, עשינו סימניה לכל אברך, שכל יום בבוקר הוא אומר את זה, הלימוד הוא לזכות, יצחק ניסים חיים בן רות, ואפרת בת רוחמה, וברוך נריה בן רות, ואשתו מרים בת חיה ציפורה. ככה זה היה. וטוב, ככה הכל התנהל והתפתח, באמת, אנשים מאוד מאוד שמחים לבוא. זה היה, וואו, זה היה סייעתא דשמיא, שאתה רואה את הקדוש ברוך הוא איתך כל חודש, איך הוא מסדר לך את הפאזל הזה של המלגות, למסור את המלגות בזמן. לא פספסתי ברוך השם אף פעם קיבלו את המלגות, חבר'ה מאוד מאוד נהנים. טוב, וזה היה, כמו שאמרתי, אז פתחנו, השתדלות עוד סגולה שכתובה שעשינו אותה לפני 2 שנים, נכון? 2 שנים? בין ראש השנה לכיפור, נפטר יהודי בשכונה שקוראים לו יגאל ברזמן, יהודי שהיה בעל חסד אדיר בקנה מידה שאם אדם נותן חומש, אז הוא חומש השאיר לעצמו ואת הכל הוא חילק לצדקה. הוא היה אחד המתווכים הכי גדולים פה באזור, והוא עזר לי המון במשך השנים למה שהיינו צריכים, למה שנקרא ביקורי רופאים וכל השאר. ואז הוא נפטר ועשו קמפיין שלם לעזור למשפחה שלו. שיהיה להם לפחות קורת גג, שתבינו, קורת גג לא היה לו, זאת אומרת דירה משלו לא היה לו. ושאלו אותי אם אני מוכן לדבר, אמרתי בשמחה, העמידו מצלמה מולי, והתחלתי לדבר. ואז שמה התחלתי לומר ש20 שנה אני בלי ילדים, בניסיון, ויגאל עזר לי. ושם קרה מה שקרה עכשיו. פשוט בכיתי מול המצלמה, בכיתי ככה מול המצלמה שזה לא קרה אף פעם. 20 שנה לחמתי כמו אריה, אתה יודע, בשבילי, בשביל אשתי, ושם זה קרס משום מה. והסרטון הזה הופץ, והרבה אנשים ראו אותו, ותרמו להם הרבה כסף. באמת זה הקפיץ את ההתרמות, תרמו להם הרבה כסף. למחרת הגיע אליי אברך מהכולל, שוב שמו מאיר קניג, החברמן שבחבורה, והוא אומר לי שהוא יראה את הסרטון הזה למנכ"ל מרכז תארת המשפחה, קוראים לו עקיבא ויינר, שיתרום למשפחה הזאת ליגאל. ואז הוא הציע לו סרטון אחר, שרואים שם זוג שתרם בור של מקווה, שיפוץ של בור של מקווה, ונשו בתאומות, רואים את התאומות. הוא אומר לי, תקשיב, אני לוקח אותך לרב חיים קניבסקי, ואם הוא אומר שזה מה שצריך לעשות, אנחנו נעשה מקווה בשבילכם, זה לא משנה כמה העלות, אנחנו יוצאים לזה. תראו, אוקיי. בהחלט חשבן תש"פ, היינו אצל רב חיים קניבסקי, מרן שר התורה, והנכד אומר, סבא, היהודי הזה אין לו 20 שנה ילדים, החברים שלו פה נרתמו כדי לעזור לו, והם רוצים לעשות מקווה לזכותו. מה הרב אומר? זה יעזור שיהיה להם ילדים? רב חיים חושב ככה ואומר, זו העצה. אז חבר שלי, מאיר קניג, ביידיש אומר לו, הרב, הם עשו המון סגולות. הוא פתח כולל. מה הרב אומר? זה יעזור? אז הוא אומר לו, מרים את העיניים, הוא אומר לו, אני לא נובי, אבל ברוך אני יכול לתת. וזה יהיה בקרוב. אני זוכר שירדנו שם, יצאנו מהבית, ואני אמרתי, זהו. מבחינתי, זהו. באתי לעקיבא, אמרתי לו, עקיבא, מה אתה נותן לנו מקווה? איזה מקווה אתה נותן לנו לשפץ? יאללה, נכנסים לדרך.
אתה הרגשת מיד
שזה
כאילו משהו,
זה משהו אחר.
לא יצא כאילו קצת מפחד אבל זהו.
לא, אני הייתי בטוח.
אני נסחפתי אחריו.
כאילו כל פעם שהיה, כן.
באמונה אחרי זה קשה.
אני האמנתי באמונה שלמה, אני הייתי אצל רב חיים כמעט כל שנה. פעם אחד הוא אמר לי, תעשה הבדלה ליין. הוא אומר לי, זה לסגולה, זה כתוב בגמורה. מדאבי לבנין זכרין, יבדיל על היין בהבדלה. עשיתי, אחרי שנה באתי לה. אמרתי לו, הרב, עשינו, מה עכשיו? הוא אומר, תלמד הלכות אבדולם. למדתי, דרך אגב, למדנו את זה בקבר רחל, אני והחברוסה שלי, ולמדנו את זה עם כל הראשונים, עם כל האחרונים, עם כל הפוסקים. באתי אליו אחרי שנה, הרב יכול לבחון אותי. למדתי מכל הכיוונים, טור, בית יוסף, ראשונים, אחרונים, כל מה שאפשר. אז הוא אומר לי, באתי אז, קוראים לו הרב פסין, שכן שלי מאוד מאוד יקר, שהוא לקח אותי כל פעם. אז הוא מחייך, הוא אומר, תלמד עושים פסין. זה פרק בעירובין. למדתי, הרב אמר, עשינו, למדתי עושים פסין. באנו אליו אחרי שנה. אמרתי לו, למדתי, פתחתי כהל, מה הרב אומר? אז הוא אומר, יספלל ויחזור ויספלל וקו אל השם. תפילות. ואז בפעם הזאת, שבאנו עם המקווה, עם העיצה הזאת של המקווה, א' כל הוא אמר, זו העיצה. ב' כל הוא אמר, בקורב, הוא בירך, זה בקורב. זה היה ברור לי.
הרגשת שכאילו...
הרגשתי שזהו, זה נפל הפור, מה שנקרא.
ואם אפשר, לא כל פעם שהיה סגולה, כאילו, תמיד, כאילו, זה ככה, או לא היה לכם קצת, כאילו, זה קשה להחזיק מעמד שבוע, שבועיים, אבל זה שנים.
אני עד היום מבדיל על יין.
מה? כן.
אני עד היום מבדיל על יין, וקשה לי יין, ואני שומר להבדלה. הבדלה על יין, זה אני עושה.
הרבה פעמים אתה עושה סגולות, כי זה טוב, אתה חושב אבל אף פעם, פה הרגשת, זה אחר, זה משהו אחר.
ההרגשה שלי הייתה...
עשינו מלא סגולות.
ובמיוחד שעשיתם כל שנה אצל הרב חיים, שמעתם את ההבדל.
כן. יכול להיות שזה וזה חזה להצטרוף עם השני.
בדיוק, זה לא כאילו, הוא לא ידע עד אז, הוא כאילו אחרי שעברתם את זה.
זה יכול להיות שזה זה, והכולל, והיין,
והעוגמת נפש.
כן, מתי שהגיעה השעה. בסופו של דבר ירדנו, אז הוא אמר, אוקיי, תקשיבו, יש מושב זוהר, יש להם מקווה במצב מאוד מאוד ירוד, עלות שיפוט 650,000 שקל. אמרתי לו, לקחנו. אומר, כי אני אומר לו, תתחיל לשפץ עכשיו, הכסף יגיע. הוא אומר, עכשיו, תכניס את הזה, תתחילו לעבוד, ואז פתחנו, דרך המרכז אתרת המשפחה, פתחנו מה שנקרא אתר למייצ'ין כזה, שלשם מעבירים את כל התרומות. הגיעה לכאן מישהי מצלמת מטעם מרכז אתרת המשפחה, היא מאוד מעניין, היא חב"דניקית, והיא באה בי"ט כסלו. בשבילהם, בשביל החב"דניקים, זה חג. היא אומרת, אני מרגישה שאני מקריבה בחג, יש ביום הזה מסוגל.
היא הייתה אמורה, הם הולכים לאיזה מקום.
יש התוועדות, אני באתי לכאן. והיא עשתה פה את הצילומים, ודיברנו.
מעניין שכבר אז זה תפס נשים, לפני ששום...
כן.
ישבנו כאן ודיברנו, והיא הסריטה, והיא תרגום לאנגלית, ודיברנו על זה שיש לנו תקווה מסוימת, ואנחנו רוצים להירתם לעניין, ומי שיכול להירתם לעניין. ועם זה יצאנו לדרך. הסרטון הזה לקח אותו מאיר קניג וגיסו, הם שניהם לומדים אצלי בכולל לאיזה שעתיים. פשוט עזבו את הכל וטסו לארצות הברית עם הסרטון לשבועיים, חזרו עם $30,000.
וואו.
כן. הוא גם הלך, הסתובבנו ביחד אצל כל הרבנים לקבל הסכמות, המלצות. היינו פה אצל רב, שהם גם עצמם חיכו 4 שנים, אשתו ראתה את זה, התרגשה. הרב, התורם הראשון, הוא היה הרב של השכונה פה. לא אגיד את השם, אני לא יודע אם זה, הביא $30,000. זו התרומה הראשונה שהוא נתן. כן, וכל הרבנים נרתמו, זה מאוד מעניין מכל המגזרים. זה לא משנה, ירושלמים וחסידים, הרב פה, זה אפשר להגיד, הרב דוידוביץ' פה, מומחה מאוד למקוואות.
כן, זה המומחה.
והוא התרגש מאוד, והוא כתב המלצה מאוד חמה, כולם, באמת, כולם, הרב זפרני, הרב, כולם נרתמו. אברהם סופר, שבירושלים. בסופו של דבר יצאנו עם חוברת עם ההמלצות, עם זה הוא יצא לחוץ לארץ, הביאו $30,000, ואז פרסמנו, פורסם זה פה בארץ גם. הסרטון פורסם, חברים, משפחה, אנשים מאוד התרגשו, והתחילו לזרום תרומות מכל הכיוונים.
הרגשתם שיש אנשים שאולי היה באותו מצב שלכם, שגם זה הדליק אותם קצת וגם הצטרפו לזה, או זה לא כל כך היה
זה לא היה כל כך אתה יודע.
כי המושג של סגולה, שאנשים יכולים להיות קשור לזה, וזה גם כאילו רלוונטי גם למצב שלהם, הייתי מדמיין שזה גם היה תופס אותם.
זה לא פורסם, בדיוק, זה לא פורסם שזו סגולה שתעבוד, כאילו, עוד סגולה. אוקיי, בסדר.
אבל מה שכן, חברים שלנו שראו את הסרטון הזה, אז נורא התרגשו ותרמו.
חברים, משפחה.
כולם מאוד רצו, מאוד השתתפו, מאוד יפה, כאילו...
הם ראו אצלכם כמה זה אחרת הפעם, כאילו הם הרגישו?
לא יודעת, יכול להיות. אבל היום אנשים אומרים לי שתרמנו, כאילו אני שומעת מכל השכונה, אנשים
שכונה והעולם, יש לנו חברים משיקגו. אז הם, ברגע שנולד, אני מקדים את המאוחר, אבל לא משנה, ברגע ש...
לא, אבל גם לפני כן.
כן, אנשים כאילו, הם התפעלו מזה שרב חיים אמר, עשו את הסגולה, תרמנו לסגולה, והנה הישועה. יש אנשים שלא הספיקו לתרום, או שלא רצו, או שזה לא עניין אותם, והצטערו מאוד שלא תרמו, כי הנה, זו סגולה שעבדה. אנשים בדיוק, אנשים רוצים לתרום, באמת, אנשים, אני ראיתי גם בכהן.
יש עוד מגבעות שצריכים...
לא, אנשים רוצים לתרום למקום שהם בטוחים שזה יעבוד, או שאנשים רוצים, אני רואה את זה גם בכהן, אנשים רוצים לתרום.
לתפוס אתכם ועל הברכה.
כן. וזהו, אז יצאנו לדרך, ושיפצו. הכספים הגיעו, והיה ניסים ונפלאות איך הגיעו כספים. אני יכול לספר 2 דברים מדהימים על תרומות שהגיעו. סיפור אחד זה...
חוץ מזה שרב תרם והכאב שלו, זה כבר נס.
לגמרי. יש הרבה חצי בכולל, שומע שיעורים באנגלית של רב בארצות הברית, לא מכיר אותו, והוא שומע את השיעור, הוא שומע הרבה זמן, הם מכירים דרך הזום, מה שנקרא. הוא שלח לו את הסרטון הזה, הרב הזה מאוד התרגש, דיבר איתי, קיצר השיג תורם שם של איזה $10,000. זה היה תרומה אחת שהגיעה פתאום מאיזשהו מקום.
לא מכיר אותך, לא מכיר אותך דבר.
לא מכיר אותי בכלל ולא כלום.
הוא דיבר איתך בטלפון.
הוא דיבר איתי בטלפון ווידא שבאמת הסיפור, וידא שהסיפור באמת אמיתי. מאוד מאוד התרגש והשיג את התרומה הזאת. יש משהו מאוד מאוד מעניין שקרה. זה מאיר קניג, הבן שלו, מוישי, נמצא בקהילה ברעננה. קהילה מאוד קטנה ברעננה. ותראו מה זה, מגלגלים זכות על ידי זכאי. מאיר נרתם לזה בכל רמ"ח איבריו. הבן שלו שלומד, הוא לימד ילד נביא. ילד מהקהילה הרחוקה יותר. והאמא שם, אחרי שהוא סיים ללמוד, היא אומרת לו יום אחד, אני רוצה לדבר איתך. אמר לה, כן, מה? אמר, תקשיב, יש לנו ביזנס פה בארץ, אנחנו זכיינים פה, של אחת החברות הגדולות מאוד בכל הקניונים, שמוכרים ביגוד. ואנחנו רוצים לתרום לעמותות, אבל אנחנו לא מכירים, לא... אתה מכיר משהו? הוא אמר, בטח. הוא שלח פשוט את הסרטון אבא שלו שלח את הסרטון, היא העבירה למחרת 75,000 שקל, שזה סיים את הקמפיין של ההקרבה.
זה בדיוק מה יש.
זה מה שהיה חסר, היה חסר עוד 5,000 שקל, שמישהו ביקש ממני להשאיר את זה בסוף, כי הוא רוצה להיות הסופי. כן, כן, הם השאירו את 5,000 שקל האחרונים.
תמיד יש אחד
שהוא רוצה את הסיום, אז הוא ביקש מראש שהוא רוצה להיות הסיום, אז זה נשאר בשבילו. אבל כאילו, על גמר המלאכה, מה שנקרא, על גמר המלאכה. אבל היא סיימה את עכשיו, ההתרמה על ידי מי הגיעה? על ידי הבן של מאיר. מגלגלים זכות על ידי זכאי, זה פשוט מדהים. זה היה עוד המון ניסים, בסופו של דבר הגענו ליעד, 650,000 שקל, שופץ המקווה. מתי נכנס המקווה? י"ד תמוז, תשפ"א.
כאילו, הכסף היה מוכן כבר בערב פסח. ורצינו
כסף של המקווה?
כן.
אוקיי.
ואז רצינו לעשות את החלוקת מקווה, אבל לא היה אפשר לעשות, לא היה להתאסף, היה אסור התאספות של אנשים.
אוקיי.
אז חיכינו עד שיהיה מותר. וזה הגיע אחרי שבוע.
בדיוק, מתי זה שהותר, זה הותר בתמוז.
20 אנשים במקום פתוח. אז
עשו משהו כאילו מצומצם.
מצומצם 20 אנשים.
היינו 20 אנשים, משפחה ממש מצומצמת, וחברים ממש.
זה חייב להיות מצומצמת, כי אתם, יש לכם שניכם כבר משפחה, 20 אנשים זה כלום.
כלום.
זה חצי משפחה. זה בלי בני זוג.
כן.
זה נהיה זה. ומעניין באמת הרב דוידוביץ', הוא בא. הוא נסע את כל הנסיעה, הגיע לשם, בדק את המקווה, ירד, לראות וזה.
מעניין, אבל רציתי לשאול אותך אם הוא היה בכלל קשור לסיפור של המקווה עצמה, כאילו,
כזה. הוא בא לבדוק.
הוא לא רצה להתערב בזה.
לא רצה להתערב, אבל הוא בא אחרי, ובא לחנוכת מקווה, והרב פסין היה, וקבוצה מצומצמת, באמת שהיינו קבוצה מצומצמת, היה חנוכת מקווה, זה היה בי"ד תמוז תש"פ. עכשיו, מה שהיה, קבענו את התאריך, הכל היה מוכן, ואז יום חמישי לפני, איזה יום זה היה חנוכת מקווה? יום שני. יום חמישי לפני, מתקשר החברותה שלי. הוא אומר לי שהוא היה בשבת לפני, הוא היה בטבריה אצל ההורים שלו, ואז היה התפרצות בטבריה, ואמא שלו נדבקה, והיא הדביקה אותו. רצתי מהר לעשות בדיקת SOS, מה שנקרא, שילמתי וזה, לעשות בדיקת קורונה, יצאתי שלילי, ברוך השם. אז היה חנוכת מקווה,
בסוף זה היה, זה גם היה לחץ.
כן, היה מאוד זה, ובסוף זה היה.
באותו יום הוא קיבל את התשובה.
ובסוף באמת הייתה החנוכה. וכאן מגיע הנס. 9 חודשים.
כבר היו ניסים עכשיו, אבל אני עכשיו ניסה את ה...
שבוע אחרי זה נודע לנו שנושענו. שבוע אחר כך.
9 חודשים בדיוק אחרי ז' ניסן תש"פ. נולדה איתי הבכורה. נכון. נכון. שנה, 9 חודשים, נכון. נולדה ביתי הבכורה. זה היה בשעה לפני שבת.
לפני צאת שבת.
שעה לפני צאת שבת, ז' ניסן, נולדה ביתי הבכורה. לא יאמן. פשוט לא יאמן. פשוט לא יאמן.
נס.
נס אדיר, אדיר, אדיר. יש לי הרבה תובנות. א' כל, זה הכוח התורה של רב חיים קניבסקי. יושב יהודי, מגיל 93. יושב לומד, כמו שהקדוש ברוך הוא רוצה. מה שהוא רוצה מהפה שלו, מתקיים. מה זה צדיק? גוזר והקדוש ברוך הוא מקיים. אל ייאוש. יהודים, אל ייאוש. אל ייאוש, באמת. במשך השנים היה אפשר להתייאש מלא פעמים.
זה קשה, זה גם קשה.
זה
כל פעם
ניסיון.
להבין את עצמך מחדש.
ניסיון מאוד מאוד קשה. זה כל פעם התקווה, האכזבה, תקווה, אכזבה, ולנסות את זה, וכל פעם הייסורי מצפון, אולי עשיתי משהו לא טוב שלא מגיע לי, ואתה לנסות כמה שיותר שיגיע לי, כאילו לשכנע את הקדוש ברוך הוא, שגם אני ראוי. אבל מה, מצד שני, יש פה אנשים, יש פה גויים, יש ערבים, יש אני לא יודע מה שיש להם, מה הם יותר טובים ממני? וכל פעם האיסורי מצפון הזה, זה שאתה גר בסביבה, שהסביבה היא סביבה עם ילדים.
כן.
זה סביבה עם ילדים. והשאלה הראשונה ששואלים אותך במפגש זה, כמה ילדים יש לך? זו השאלה. ואיך אתה מתחמק מזה? לא, אני לא התחמקתי. אין לי. איך אתה אומרת? צריך
יהיה לי.
בעזרת השם יהיה לי. אנחנו לא בלא, אנחנו בחיובי.
אבל זה ממש מאפיין איך שאתם עושים לי רושם, שכאילו יהיה לי, זה יהיה. אנחנו, וזה המון זמן. ויש אנשים אחרים שאולי לא היו יכולים להתמודד עם זה ככה. כן. ואתם, כאילו, אני לא הכרתי אתכם לפני, ואני יכול להאמין באמת שאמרתם שניכם, כאילו, יהיה לי, כאילו, זה...
גם ששאלו אותי כל פעם, בכל מיני מפגשים. זה היה מאוד מביך, אבל כל פעם ששאלו אותי, אז לא הייתי אומרת, אף פעם אין לי, אלא יהיה לי בעזרת השם. הבן אדם השני היה מובך, והיה להצטער והתנצל, אבל...
לא, זה גם...
אבל כן.
אבל גם אתם נכנסתם לקטע כבר מאוד מוקדם של לעשות גן.
כן.
זה היה בתוך הבית שלכם.
כן.
אז זה גם עוד דבר שמצד אחד אתם עושים משהו שזה מתחת לאף שלכם ממש, כאילו, הנה ה...
כן, אתה מתחכך עם זה כל הזמן. מצד אחד זה היה מאוד טוב לנו, לנפש. זה היה מאוד מרפא לנפש. כשאת מתעסקת עם ילדים, יש לך את האהבה שהם נותנים, זה היה וואו, ואת נותנת להם.
הם הכי אמיתיים בעולם.
כן.
הם לא משקרים.
כן, אהבה.
אם הוא אוהב אותך, הוא אוהב אותך.
כן, זה מדהים, והקשר שהיה לי עם הילדים, ואת נותנת להם המון ידע, והמון ידע לחיים, זה מדהים.
במצב שני, דיברתם על כאילו, התחושות, אכזבה, שאתם חוזרים איזשהו...
אני חוזרת הביתה.
פתאום יש רעש, אתם שומעים את ה...
בדיוק. וכשחוזרים הביתה, הבית ריק. כאילו, אז נכון, זה היה לי טוב, אבל זה היה קשה. זה שתי כיוונים, אבל תמיד הוא אמר לי, תמיד, בואי נעשה טוב, נעשה משהו טוב, לא לעשות כלום. לעשות משהו שיהיה לנו טוב. אז בסדר, אז הקדוש ברוך הוא לא רוצה עכשיו, אז לא עכשיו, אבל לעשות דברים אחרים שכן יהיה לנו טוב.
יהיה לנו טוב ויהיה טוב לעולם. זאת אומרת, בוא נשאיר רושם פה. זאת אומרת, אוקיי, באנו פה לעשות, אחרי 120 יש המון זמן לישון. עכשיו זה זמן לפעול. מה שאתה יכול ואת היכולות שאתה יכול לעשות, זה פשוט לפעול ולעשות ולעשות ולעשות. א' כל להשאיר רושם בעולם, באמת. אני כל הזמן חשבתי על זה, אולי, אני יודע, בית כנסת יהיה על שמנו, כל פעם אתה חושב גם...
מה בעצם אנחנו הולכים להשאיר?
מי ידע שהיינו פה בכלל, כאילו...
כי
אתה לא משאיר פה אף אחד.
הדבר הכי טבעי שאנשים חושבים זה כאילו, ילדים נשארים בעולם.
זה המשך, למה אני עובד? למה אני קניתי בית? למה אני משפץ את הבית ומטפח אותו? מה העניין? למי אני אוריש את זה? היה מחשבות כאלה, זה לא שלא היה. הגענו פעם אפילו לאימוץ, כאילו, לבדיקת אימוץ, כאילו. בסופו של דבר אמרנו, לא רוצים. א' כל אימוץ פה בארץ כמעט ואין משהו נורמטיבי שאתה יכול לקחת. וגם בסיפור של אומנה, אפרת אמרה, רגע, ישבנו בפגישה עם עובדת סוציאלית, אז היא אומרת, תשמעו, אומנה, אם האמא תסתדר, או האבא יסתדר, או יסתדר שם בבית, יכולים לבוא לקחת את הילד, אחרי 2-3 שגידלת אותו. היא אמרה, עד כאן. עד כאן.
כן, זה כבר לא יכול.
עד כאן, זה מספיק כל סוף שנה של גן, הרגשות האלה, כולם יוצאים לחופש, ולנו היה מעוקר, כי לא רק הזה, כאילו הילדים שגידלנו אותם ורוב היום היו איתנו, הולכים, יש להם אבא ואמא.
שוב יש את הבית שקט.
שוב הבית השקט
אבל זה גם נכון שכל מה שנכנסתם לשם, גן וכוילה, זה כן דברים שמשאירים רושם.
זהו, זה היה חלק מהעניין. זה היה חלק מהעניין. ובאמת אני אומר גם, מבחינת הניסיון, באמת אפרת עברה, עשתה המון קידוש השם. באמת, המון קידוש השם בכל המקומות שהיינו, כי בהתנהגות, באצילות, היינו פעם בתל אביב בבית חולים, ושם זה אוכלוסייה, כמו שאתם יודעים, זה לא... אוכלוסייה רחוקה מאוד, אוקיי? רחוקה... הייתה שם איזה מישהי שהיא אומרת, והיא שמעה, וואו, יש לכם גן, ודיברנו כאילו, יש לכם גן, אז היא עושה, אני לא מאמינה באלוקים, אבל אם יש אלוקים, הוא חייב להביא לכם ילדים. הוא חייב. ככה היא, אפילו הכופרת הגדולה, זה באמת עשתה קידוש השם, עד כדי כך ששם באמת האחות הראשית בה אומרת לי, תקשיב, הנשים הדתיות מתנהגות אחרת. אבל אשתך היא פשוט אצילית, זה לא ראיתי כזה דבר. היא פשוט עזרה להם שם, לעזור לאנשים שם ולהרגיע, וזה מאוד מאוד קשה.
ודווקא במצב שבן אדם יכול, זה כל כך מובן שיכול להיכנס לתוך עצמו, ורק להסתכל עליו, כאילו, אני עוזר לאנשים אחרים, אני פה לעצמי, כאילו, זה עוד יותר מקדש שירים שמיים, וזה עוד יותר עושה רושם.
בקושי מחזיק את עצמי, אבל לא, העשייה היה מאוד, היה לי מאוד טוב, זה היה מאוד עוזר לי להרגיש טוב עם עצמי, שאני עושה משהו ולא כאילו...
כן, אבל זה לא, אני אומר שזה לא מובן מאליו, יש המון אנשים, אני בטוח שהם לא היו מגיבים ככה.
ייתכן, אני נתקלתי בניסיונות, באמת, נתקלתי בניסיונות, סתם הצעתי למישהו שיש לו ניסיון משהו, אז הוא הגיב לי בצורה, התפלאתי, כאילו, מאוד מאוד חריפה, אני באתי להציע לך משהו טוב, כאילו, למה? ואז באתי הביתה, אז אמרתי לאפרת, לא הבנתי, אני באתי, ולמה הוא הגיב לי כך? אני לא הייתי מגיב בחיים, שהיה לי את הניסיון שלי, ומישהו מציע לי איזושהי סגולה, אף פעם לא הייתי מגיב בצורה כזאת. אז היא אומרת לי, אוקיי, אתה כאילו...
נמאס להם.
אתה משהו אחר יכול להיות, אבל יש אנשים אחרים שבאמת מגיעים לסף, שהם לא מעניין אותם כבר.
לי זה נראה יותר נורמלי ממה שאתם, כן, באמת.
אבל אני אז באמת לא הבנתי, באמת. לא הבנתי למה הוא מגיב לי בצורה, אז היא הרגיעה אותי, כאילו... תבין, זה טבעי.
יש אנשים נורמליים בעולם.
כל אחד מגיב בצורה, באמת, כל אחד מגיב בצורה שלו. באמת מה שהיא, באמת, היא הרבה קידוש השם, המון קידוש השם בהתנהגות, באמת. אז זה באמת תובנה אחת. התובנה השנייה שלי, זה, אני חשבתי שאני עזרתי ליגאל. חשבתי שעזרתי לו בזה ש...
ברוכה הבאה.
דיברתי.
אני יכולה לקום? אני אביא לך? רגע.
אנחנו תכננו את זה ככה, כן? זה חלק במהות פה, זה כאילו, איך לדעת...
שיהיה...
כן.
מסקנה שנייה שלי, זה אני חשבתי שאני עזרתי לחבר. אני בכיתי בשידור חי, מה שנקרא, לכל העולם, התבזיתי כאילו. ועשיתי במטרה לעזור לחבר. בסופו של דבר התברר שעזרתי לעצמי. כי הסרט ככה התגלגל לעקיבא ויינר שהראה את הסרט השני, וככה הגיעה העצה הזאת של המקרה. זו תובנה שנייה. מה קרה? תובנה שלישית שאני חושב מהסיפור זה מה זה עם ישראל. זה פשוט מדהים. בכל העולם, ארצות הברית, בארץ כמובן, אבל אנחנו באנו לכאן. כל החוגים, כל המינים, איזה שמחה, איזה התרגשות, חילונים, דתיים, ערוצי טלוויזיה, כל העולם היהודי על הרגליים. זה פשוט לא יאמן. מה זה עם ישראל?
You may have noticed that we have graduated to the couch. This is not because I've been rewarded for good behavior, but because baby Rivka joined us a few minutes ago and wanted in on the act, and she wanted her own voice to be heard, and it was heard so well that we decided to give her her own show next door. So she's now doing her own show right now, and we are going to continue our interview over here. אמרתי שיש המשך לסיפור.
כן, יש המשך לסיפור, הסיפור לא נגמר, מה שנקרא. יש לי אח שלא היה לו 12 שנים ילדים, 12 וחצי, ואני אמרתי לאותו חבר שלקח אותי לרב חיים קניבסקי, תקשיב, בוא תיקח גם אותו. אם רב חיים אומר שצריך לעשות לו מקווה, נעשה גם לו מקווה. אני קשור אליו בלב ובנפש, אני לא יכול שיהיה מצב כזה שאני נושע והוא עדיין נשאר באותו מצב. הוא אומר לי, אוקיי, חודש אחרי שאנחנו היינו, הוא לקח אותו, והוא אומר לרב, היהודי הזה, 12 שנים מן הילדים, הרב אמרת, עצה לאח שלו, לעשות מקווה. אולי גם לא נעשה מקווה. רב חיים מסתכל עליו, אומר לו, לא מקווה. אתה תקפיד על מעשר שני, הוא תקפיד על מעשרות. אז הנכד שאל, מה מעשרות? הוא נותן מעשרות. מעשרות כספים? הוא אומר, לא. מעשר שני על פרוטה חמורה. הם יצאו משם מאוכזבים קצת, הם חשבו שיהיה קמפיין פה עכשיו, איזה מקווה, איזה משהו. אבל עכשיו בלי לשאול שאלות, ירים טלפון לקרן המעשרות, עשה מנוי לקרן המעשרות לפרוטה חמורה, יש כמו שאתם יודעים, זה עושים מנוי, הם כאילו מעשרים, כל דבר אתה מעשר על שמם, ועל היומן קרה. חודש אחרי שנולדה רבקה, פרשת תזריע מצורע, ערב שבת, נולד לאח שלי בן.
חודש ממש.
חודש, פרשת תזריע מצורע. נולד, אותו בית חולים גם.
הם לא יודעים מה לעשות איתכם.
הם בשוק. זה היה, באמת, נשמע סיפורי הבעל שם טוב.
כן.
פשוט נשמע סיפורי הבעל שם טוב. וזה עוד פעם אני חוזר לתובנה שדיברתי. זה לא, יש איזשהו מתכון, משם לילדים תעשה מקווה, וזה לא עובד ככה. זה עובד מה שהקדוש ברוך הוא מוריד לצדיק, והוא רואה כל אחד לפי עניינו. לי זה מקווה, לאחי כאילו הוא יצא בזול, תרומת מעשרות. יש סיפור, עוד משהו, אני סיפרתי את הסיפור שלי באיזשהו מקום, קמה שם אחת מסורתית, זה היה מקום כדי לחזק, היא מספרת שאח שלה, 7 שנים לא היה לו ילדים, הוא הלך לרב קניבסקי, הוא נתן להם סוכריה, חילקו את הסוכריה ל2, הוא ואשתו, בירכו שהכל, 9 חודשים לאחר מכן, נולד להם בן. ואז שם בדיוק מה שאמרתי, הקדוש ברוך הוא מוריד לצדיק כל אחד לפי עניינו, וזה ממה? מכוח התורה, מזהו, זה כוח התורה, אין משהו אחר. אני לא יכול לתאר את האושר שכשאבא שלי ישב סנדק על הנכד, התמונה הזאת זה וואו.
כן.
זה היה שבוע אחרי, כן, 8 ימים אחרי. זה היה מרפא לכל המשפחה. זה היה לו גם ברית. אנחנו עשינו קידוש שהיה מעל 2,000 אנשים באותה שבת. שמענו את רב חיים קניבסקי, מי שאני נראה, אומר, אין מה פתאום, זה קידוש השם, לפרסם. זה גם כל העניין שאנחנו מספרים, זה קידוש השם, מה זה הקדוש ברוך הוא, מה זה כוח התורה, מה זה צדיקים. וגם אצלו בברית היה ברית, גם איזה מעל 1,000 איש. הוא עשה את הברית מאוד מעניין, הוא עשה את זה בבית כנסת, איפה שאבא שלי מתפלל, שיש שם אולם מתחת, שבאולם הזה הוא עשה את הבר מצווה שלו, שהוא פתח את האולם אז. האולם נפתח בבר מצווה של אחי הזה, עכשיו זה היה סיימת מעניינת, אז עשינו סגירת מעגל, נפתח קורונה, הותר לעשות באולמות. עכשיו באמת היה ברית בבית כנסת שם, היה פשוט מרגש, אין לתאר את זה. אין לתאר, זה היה מרפא, אין לתאר. פשוט אין לתאר את זה.
אז אנחנו, השידור שלנו, זה הנושא שלו, זה קוראים לזה refocus. כאילו להתרכז מחדש. ואחרי כל מה שהיה, קורונה ומירון וקרלין, עכשיו מיאמי, המלחמה, כאילו, מה לא היה בזמן האחרון, האנשים רצו לחזור לשגרה. והנקודה פה שאנחנו רוצים להדגיש זה לא תמיד לחזור לשגרה, זה תמיד הכי טוב. זה לקחת, כמו שאמרת, תובנות, לקחת דברים איתך. אתם עושים עליי רושם כל כך שאתם לא נכנסתם לכאילו שגרה. כל פעם משהו חדש, הלכתם עם זה, יצאתם עם זה. יש לך אולי עצה או משפט, משהו, דברי חיזוק, שמישהו שהוא מרגיש קצת, כאילו, הכל לא הולך טוב, עם ישראל הם במצב לא טוב, עברנו את הקורונה ולא יודע מה, כאילו, ברור, בסדר, יש את התרופות וזה, אבל יש משהו לחיים, לעבודת השם, שזה כל כך מרכזי לחיים שלכם.
אני אומר, מי שיש לו אמונה, והוא מאמין שהכל בהשגחה פרטית, ורואים את זה, שברגע שמגיע הזמן, ויריצו מן הבור, מה שאומרים על יוסף, הגיע הזמן, זה הכל בהערצה. הגיע הזמן לישועה אצלנו במשפחה, אז אני ואחי חודש אחרי חודש, כי הגיע הזמן. הקדוש ברוך הוא מנהל את העולם, והכל מדויק לפרטי פרטים. ברגע שהיה צריך, זה נושן. וזה, אני אומר בכל דבר, יש מנהיג לבירה, הקדוש ברוך הוא מנהל את העולם, יותר קל גם, יותר קל. אתה לא לוקח את כל העול של העולם עליך. וואו, יש קורונה, יש מיאמי, יש זה, מישהו רודף אחריי פה. לא מישהו רודף אחריך. יש מישהו שמנהל ורוצה לעורר בכמה דברים. כל אחד יכול לעורר אצל עצמו מה הוא חושב לעצמו. אני גם חשבתי כל החיים מה אני לא טוב ומה אני צריך לעשות כדי לשכנע שמגיע גם לי. אז אוקיי, כל אחד יודע בתוך עצמו מה הוא צריך לעזור. עכשיו, לא ברגשות אשמה, ברגשות של שיפור. אנחנו פה בעולם לעשות, בעשייה, וצריך לעשות. ואני אומר, בדברים טובים, אני ראיתי את זה גם במקווה, גם בכולל. זה סכומים אגדיים של בן אדם שאפילו לא עובד. אני לא עובד, כן? אשתי יש לה את הגן, כל המעשרות החומש הולך לשם, אבל זה סכומים אגדיים. ואתה אומר, אני, 650,000 שקל, אני, 50,000 שקל כל חודש לתת מלגות לאברכים? כן. אם אתה עושה דבר של קדושה, זה לא אתה, זה בין כל הקדוש ברוך הוא זה שמביא. אתה רק צריך להראות לו שאתה עושה. אתה עושה, הוא זה שמביא לך. הוא מביא לך את הכל. ורואים את זה, דיברתי עם הרבה אנשים שהקימו מפעלים מאוד גדולים. והכל זה התחיל בקטן, ורואים סייעתא דשמיא, כי באמת, עוד הפעם, ברגע שאתה ממוקד מטרה, ואתה עושה את זה לשם שמיים, השם הוא זה שעוזר, הוא זה שעושה, והוא זה שזה... הוא זה שמעלה לך אפילו את הרעיונות לעשות. ופתאום מגיעים לך רעיונות, ואני אמרתי, אני הרגשתי כמו איזה 18 שנה או 20 שנה בהקפאה, ופתאום הכל מתפרץ עכשיו בצורה של אי רוגע ואי שקט, כל הזמן רק לעשות ולעשות ולהספיק ולהספיק ולהספיק. וזה גם הקדוש ברוך הוא נותן לך. וזה גם הקדוש ברוך הוא נותן לך את התובנות, את הרעיונות ואת הכל.
אז להזדהות שאתה בעצם אורח אצל הבעל הבית. ברגע שאתה מבין את זה, אז הבעל הבית נותן.
גם יותר רגוע, יש מישהו שמנהל, זה גדול עליי. קורונה ודברים, אני לא... זה גדול עליי. גם המדענים פתאום קלטו שזה גדול עליהם מכמה דברים. זה לא... הם לא... הכל יודעים. מציאות. הם לא ידעו וגיששו, ובהתחלה שמו לנו מסכות, ואחרי זה סגרו לנו את החלונות, כל מיני, זה עד שהם כפפות, זה לא צריך, ואז זה לא צריך, תוך כדי לומדים, זה אחר.
קצת ענווה.
כן, המון ענווה. יש עוד תובנה ששכחתי, אבל לא אמרתי אותה, זה אני אגיד, ברגע שנולדה רבקה, אין הלב יכול להכיל את העושר הזה. ברגע שאתה יוצא לכולל ללימודים, לא משנה, והילדה שלך מחייכת אליך, זה ממיס. אני אומר, אני חיכיתי הרבה זמן, באמת, והיום אתה צמוד אליה, יש שיגידו שיותר מדי, תיזהרו מלתת יותר מדי. אבל אני אומר, אנשים שרגיל, נולדו להם ילדים, תעריכו את הילדים. לא מובן מאליו ילדים, זה לא מובן. אנשים עוברים איסורי איוב, תלכו למחלקות, תראו מה זה. אנשים עוברים איסורי איוב נפשי, כספי, בשביל ילד שיגיד לך אבא, בשביל ילד שתוכל לקחת אותו לגן, שתהיה חלק מהעניין. כבר קיבלתם? תייחסו לילד בצורה יפה של ילד. ילד יכול באמת להתחצף, למה אתה לא מתחצף לקדוש ברוך הוא? שהוא מביא לך הכל ואתה עושה מה שהוא מביא לך, אתה מתנהג הפוך ממנו? אוקיי, צריך סבלנות, צריך רוגע, אני לא אומר, חינוך ילדים זה, אבל לבוא בצורה כזאת של... זה לא מובן מאליו. תודה
רבה, באמת זה זכות לדבר עם כל מיני אנשים, אבל לבוא לכאן אני מרגיש שאני בנוכחות של אנשים מאוד 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 מיוחדים. תודה רבה שאתם מארחים אותנו פה, תודה.
How long am I talking for?
נהניתי מאוד. תודה רבה לכם.
Welcome back to the Hakshiva studio. I really hope that you were able to tune in and enjoy that. I don't know how good your Hebrew is, but an unbelievable story from an unbelievable couple and inspiration. And Baruch Hashem, a very, very big simcha, a very big happy ending to the story, and a real privilege, I have to say personally, to have met the Khoury family and meet maybe a modern day Avram Avinu and Sarah Imenu couple who really live their emunah and wear their emotions on their sleeve. Really a very big privilege for us. Okay, you missed some other important news. We have crossed the $250,000 threshold. We're up to $251,000 and something, which is great, which means that all you have to do is donate $74,500, and we've double it, we'll be at $400,000. So if you've got it lying around and you're thinking like, I want to wait, don't. Do it now, and let's move with this thing. In the meantime, I want to say that the highlight for me so far of this campaign, one of the highlights, has been that my chavrusa has arrived both last night and tonight. He's here with me in the studio over here. His name is Eli Mays, and we'll hear a few moments from him. Eli Mays, thank you for joining us on the show. Thank you for joining me in my chavrusa. What do you think of the Hakshiva campaign?
All I have to say say is donate for the Maze team.
Oh! Woo! Very good job. Donate for the Maze team. No, you're not biased because you could have been any team. You think the Maze team, not because your name's Ellie Maze, not because you're my chavrusa. No. Okay, fine. How much should people donate? Like a little bit or like a lot?
Yeah, $1,500 should be good.
$1,500. Okay, I'm not in charge of this guy. He's my chavrusa. He's got his own mind, and it's a big privilege. All right. So Ellie, do you want to introduce the next thing? Do you want to introduce what we're watching next? Okay, fine. So I'm going to tell you. Next, we're going to have Rav Y.Y. Rubenstein. Who have we got next?
Rav Y.Y. Rubenstein.
You heard the man, an international rabbi, author, broadcaster, tremendously talented, very, very funny. And let's count to 3 together to go to Rabbi Y.Y. Rubenstein. 1, 2, 3. We're still on.
A long time of experience. And what we'd like to try to do is, our campaign is called the Refocus campaign. And the reason why we chose the word or the concept of refocusing is that whilst last year some of our content focused on people dealing with Corona, COVID, and the fallout from it and what they were going through, this year, different people, depending on where they're coming from and which countries they live in, are in some type of process of moving forward, beyond, out, maybe coming out the other side and having some of these experiences behind them, and maybe looking to find a way to take some of the things that they've been through and maybe make certain changes in their life, or maybe make certain, as their name, to refocus their life. First of all, we are all seemingly creatures of routine. That's what we seem to like doing. Maybe we relate to ourselves as such or not, but when our routine has been impacted, and certainly it was in the last good chunk of time, people sort of said, "Oh, well, when are we going to get back to doing this again, or back to routine, or when can we go out for a walk, or when can we go back to even kids who don't officially like school and things, go, oh yeah, enough already. Let's just get back to those things." I guess how has that, in your view, how has that changed us, that we've had our routine affected so much? How's that changed us as people? And I guess, that, why do we create routine so much?
The damage that clearly the Corona has wrought in, there's something called long COVID, which nobody knew about when it just started. And then there's horrible, I'm not going to make people feel squeamish, but I've got several friends who are doctors who are telling me, that what they're dealing with in the aftermath of COVID. So there are lots of things we're discovering now, that physically COVID is still doing its evil business, but psychologically, sociologically, the damage has been very, very profound. But like all good diseases, if it's going to really do damage, it doesn't let you see what it's doing. That's why cancer is such a good killer, right? By the time you know it's there, it's often done a lot of damage, and sometimes but it's too late. COVID societally has done that as well. So we've changed. It has changed us in numerous ways, particularly young people, because, I'm also an American citizen these days, but for some reason, I still listen to the BBC, maybe because I'm still broadcasting there, for most of my news, apart from on the Middle East. And basically, there's some figure about a third of teenagers who've been stuck at home, denied social interaction, are now on antidepressants. And I've actually closely connected with a couple of families who have been telling me terrible horror stories of that. I mean, teenagers are suffering badly anyway. You probably saw the research a couple of years ago, some woman somewhere in California, I can't remember. She was a professor of some university, San Diego is. And this went all over the world. It's totally viral. BBC covered it, everybody covered it, because she normally maps societal change. And societal change, if you draw a graph, is usually a very gradual, it's a line which is barely moving, until she says you come to the year 2000. When you come to the year 2000, the graph goes like this, and she calls it the iPhone generation. Was it 2000 or 2008? I can't remember which. One of the two, but round about the turn of the century. It was the first generation where everybody grew up with an iPhone. And the damage to young people from that, appalling. Suicide rates up, psychiatric illnesses completely up, teenage pregnancy completely down, Oh, that's good. No, it's actually because they don't even get together romantically anymore.
Yeah.
Kids killing themselves in car crashes, that's way down because kids don't go out together anymore. So the damage of, as it were, having the whole world in a little screen in front of you, but never leaving your bedroom, lying in your tummy or your back, watching that whole other world, denied people, young people, essential social interaction and social skills. COVID exacerbated that. So that was clear. So as the graph went like that, I don't know if she's seen the damage yet from 1 year of COVID, but the fact that they were stuck at home. We are gregarious creatures by nature. The Nazis discovered by experimenting with our babies in Auschwitz that if you deny a baby nothing, give food and milk and everything it needs, deny only one thing, which is hugs and cuddles, a human baby dies. And of course, when a person's an adult and he's stuck in prison, maybe a life sentence in a country or a state which doesn't have capital punishment, if he misbehaves badly, attacks a warder or something when he's already in jail, or if she's already in jail, the ultimate punishment is solitary confinement. So the damage that COVID has done, and certainly from a religious point of view, the opening up of access to the internet, which became inevitable to continue school lessons. I teach in several yeshivas and seminaries here in New York, and a lot of my lessons went over to Zoom. But a lot of people then got access and were very, very distressed and disturbed by the lack of experience of the dangers of the internet. And that was bad too. So it has impacted very, very negatively on Jewish communities. And to keep up with the graph, when the graph goes like that, you can see the change, and you can, as it's going slowly, the change is going slowly, as long as you don't blind yourself, then you can react appropriately. You get time to react. But when the graph goes like this, then boom, you're overwhelmed. I think this almost terrorist attack of COVID, poof, it's there, a year, bah, 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 and then disappearing again. Like a guerrilla army attacking and then melting into the forest or the jungle. That's overwhelmed us. We're only now coming to terms with all the collateral damage and all the hidden damage. And so big things, big challenges.
We have so much positive in our life when we don't have those restrictions, and we should be taking advantage of our social contact. We should be taking advantage of other people, not of other people, of meeting other people. How can we use that, I guess, in this context of refocusing?
That's a very, very excellent question. Look, whenever life sends you a challenge, you either become better or bitter. And the difference between the two is I. Better or bitter. The difference is I. How are you going to react to this? So some people reacted very negatively. I was very, very blessed, as we were talking before we went live on air. As you know, I write lots of books. So I started the book. The idea popped into my mind, obviously, from the boss up a long time. And it was the idea, the book actually just came out about 6 months ago in Baruch Hashem, it's a bestseller, and it's called Truly Great Jewish Women Then and Now. So the idea of the book was I dug very deeply into the stories of the great women of Tanakh, of our Bible, found aspects of their life that are generally not well known, retold their story in that light, but then, because it's Truly Great Jewish Women Then and Now, after each chapter, I wrote about a contemporary Jewish woman whom I knew, the wife of one of my teachers, wives of Clarissas, Talmidos of mine, who, as it were, walked in the footsteps of those ladies. So this idea came into my mind after I wrote my last book, which was in 2018, I think. And it's funny, I wrote a chapter and then I just left it for a month. And then I had to remember what I wrote, because when I went back to it, and then 2 chapters, and it was like swimming through mud. It just wasn't going, and I couldn't figure this out because it was a great idea. And then along came COVID. And I was in my study, as you can see here in the background. And that year, and because I am elderly, in fact, I'm the oldest guy in our show, they put me at the front. And most of the people at 35 or so bring their children. Dad, is that him? Yes, son. Is he dead? No, son. Can I touch him? No, you can't touch him. Well, he turned to dust. No. Did he know George Washington? It's sort of like, it's... but with the challenges that we faced during that year, I I have to tell you, it was a better for me. I got to write the book. It was almost like God said, no, there was also some big problems. I lost 80% of my income because I'm an international speaker, which is extremely hard to do when they don't have planes in the sky anymore. But I had a book, and the book that wouldn't write itself under normal times, I had the therapy of, I took the opportunity to unblock, poof, the book came out, and I was, in a strange way, extremely grateful for that opportunity. You know what it's like when you go abroad and you see somebody from your hometown, London or wherever it is, New York, Jerusalem. Now, the truth of the matter is you don't like them very much. But when you see them abroad, you see them on the other side, wow, you're my buddy, wow, my dear friend. It's a very strange thing. I wonder why that works, but I think it's because, well, first of all, remember, everybody you meet in life, the people that you love and the people that you don't love as much, and they're all there not accidentally. Hashem put, and incidentally, I doesn't mean to say I'm perfect. They might think you're a pain in the neck as well. But we're challenged to become better and better by the people we don't like too. So there's a guy in the show I dab now, and he's a lovely guy, but he makes funny noises during dabbing. I won't replicate.
You've only got one guy like that? You're lucky.
And it's not the grumpy old guy at the front. And you know, and guess what? When I went out on davening Shabbos morning, because we couldn't make minyanim, I looked across and there was my neighbor across. You know, you just pined, desperate to see another guy in a tallis, and it was 3 or 4 of us. I tried, but it didn't quite work to make a minion, you know, sort of like other side of the street. It didn't work, but you pined for that. And I remember the first time we got back in show, and there was the guy that makes the grumpy noises during davening, not too far from me. I'm Scottish. I had to. For me in my life, the challenge is always the tension between the Glasgow and the Gateshead. And I think generally, the Gateshead wins. But you know, I was sort of like, but when I got back to shul and I was davening there, and he was behind me, and I went, yes, do it again. It was fabulous, you know, because you come to appreciate. Well, I haven't hugged my children for nearly 2 years, and my grandchildren,
Wow.
and I'm hopefully in the next month certainly getting back to England. Boy. It really, what can we learn from this? I think we can learn very much to appreciate other people. We can appreciate how desperately we need them, even if they do sometimes drive us nuts, as we drive them nuts. I think I appreciated very much being a member of Clan Israel and everything we do that we take for granted and just coming together on show. Of course, the danger is that we forget very quickly. And with other stuff coming in quick succession, whether it's the disaster in Iran or, of course, Gaza, and a massive spewing forth of anti-Semitic raw Jew hatred in the streets of the West, all across the world, that can sort of like block out the memory. You've got to use the Latin carpe diem, when the moment comes, because there's other moments just waiting to ambush you. Don't forget what we learnt and what we did during COVID. And the thing that upset me most, am I talking too much? The thing that upset me most about COVID, maybe you remember this, is when we were coming up to Pesach. And there would be lots of people like me who would not be with their children or grandchildren. But that's standard because I'm in New York and they're either in Israel or in England. But the thing that really broke my heart was the single Zadis and Bobbies who were going to be sitting there asking themselves the Manish Shema. So I made a video for these people, and I sent it to all the rabbis I know in the world wherever I've spoken. So it was literally my database of hundreds. Just like, you know, Rabbi, please give me, but maybe this would be useful to people in your show. Just, you know. And then I got a phone call from a lady in Yerushalayim who had written to me before. She's actually worked for Pixar, which is the Walt Disney cartoony studios, which are
Jumping Light.
Yeah, they get lots of studios all over the world. Did you know that? I
didn't know that.
No, anyway, from ladies. So she was interested in turning some of the stories of my books into a Jewish cartoon thing with a message, an educational message, which is very sweet. And after I made my video, about a week later, she phoned up. She said, Rabbi Rimsey, they've had this idea to put together a Haggadah for people who are going to be eating alone at Seder night. And so they approached sort of like well-known speakers and rabbis and stuff like that. So I was very, very honored to be one of them. So Pesach Crow and, the usual famous names. And so would I be one of them? I said, of course. She said, oh, the only thing is I need it by tomorrow. And my editors always said that to me, by the way. And I said, that's not the slightest problem. And it wasn't. And I just stopped everything and sent them my copy, I think about 3 hours later. And I was in that, I got it. So how we react to these situations when we're in them, how we reacted, it's a little, it should be in a diary. You should have a mental diary for this stuff. When I find this, something Gavaldic in the Sefer, so often you forget a wonderful Jewish idea, you find a Jewish book. I'm now writing on the margin. I don't want to lose that idea. And look, I file on my computer for that. We should really have a file on our computers for something as momentous as this last year. And now that we're moving out, I have been vaccinated twice in Williamsburg. You've heard of it.
I guess the camera hides the tail, I see.
Yeah. So there I was in Williamsburg, I have to tell you. Got my first Moderna vaccine. Doctor knew who I was, apologized as it was Williamsburg. It was a Moderna vaccine. That's also like, politically Hasidic type joke. And no side effects, apart from a strange reluctance to trim my beard or cut my pants, and an overwhelming desire to burn Israeli flags. But apart from that, we mustn't let the memories, the trauma, disappear. And I certainly have lost many close friends during that time. Of course, human nature is we want to forget. As I'll say, it's a wonderful thing forgetting, because the pain, like Shiva, Shiva, and then Shlashim, and then the first year, it's a process of healing. We want to heal, and people want to get back to their daily routines. But keep a record. Write down somewhere what you felt, those big things. I've got these little, I'm lucky because, I can write about them in my columns in newspapers, or I can make a chapter in a book, or, I've got videos that I've sent to people. It's in my mind. But it's too easy to let go of the positive things that you're cleverly pointing out that came out of that. I think we saw the Jewish people as we normally do under crisis, at their very best.
Are there things that you're taking with you routine-wise now and saying, I really want to be able to refocus my life a little bit now?
Yeah, you keep using the word routine, which I like, but so often I hear it put differently. People do say, I can hardly get to go back to my normal routine, but they often put it differently and say, I can hardly wait to go back to normal. To which I say, chas shalom, to get back to normal. Because normal means that we just move on and we put it behind us almost as though it never happened. It should never be normal. Rashach, the famous Rashach, Ponevezh Yeshiva, said anybody who didn't ask the question why the Holocaust happened, no, it's normally the other way about. You can't ask that question. You're a Balaman, or you're a man of faith, a woman of faith. No, you just accept such stuff. He says if you don't ask that question, you're fundamentally lacking in your Jewish knowledge and your Jewish approach to life. You couldn't see something as huge and enormous as that and not say, how should I react? How should I react to that? I had a health scare recently. Being a man, I hope you noticed that. Being a man, although being Scottish, I sometimes wear a skirt. But I found, men are hopeless at looking after their health. You may know this. And I found a little red dot in my shin. And being a man, I ignored it. And then I thought, maybe I should put some cream on it, which did nothing. And then I put antifungal cream on it, which did nothing. And this went on, and I thought, maybe I should go to the dermatologist. I tried to, but it was during COVID. As you remember, that's another huge aspect of this, that people with serious diseases like cancer were denied essential treatment, and many died because everything was COVID focused or COVID reacting, closing down because
restricted, yeah.
Which is a big deal. Anyway, so and 3 times I tried to make the appointment with my dermatologist, and 3 times she was not available. Now, from a male point of view, that's it. That's the equivalent of going to see the doctor. You tried?
She tried her best.
So eventually, about a year later, this was 6 weeks ago, eventually I thought, that's enough, and I made the appointment. So I went to see my doctor. So in she came, and I was sitting in the chair, and it's a high chair thing, like a dentist chair. How can I help you? She said. I said, well, I found this spot on my leg. Let me see, she says. I pulled up my trouser leg, and she goes, oh, pink skin, red dot. Basal cell cancer. And as soon as you hear a doctor say cancer, it's very remarkable. I wrote a book about this subject. It's one of my books today. Very remarkable effect it has on you. And just he was talking as well, but I could just see the lips moving. And that cancer was bouncing around the inside of my head and the inside of my stomach. I felt as though it had been replaced with overcooked lokshen. Anyway, she said, now you're going to say that's very unfair because you keep your legs covered and this is caused by sunlight. So how on earth did you get it? Particularly unfair as I come from Scotland and we don't get any sunlight anywhere. Anyway, so basically, she said, well, I'm going to tell you when you were a little baby and you were out in the stroller and then she thought to herself, oh, not stroller because he's British. And then she said, the carriage. No, she didn't know pram. Okay, fine. But I let it go because I was still sort of like auction and cancer. Anyway, she said, but your mother must have let the blanket off your little leg at one point, and this is the consequence. So I'm now going to take a biopsy. This will probably hurt. She was right. Wow, a lot of experience there. And she took from behind her back a scalpel and a large syringe, which she stabbed into my leg till it came through the chair, and drew out most of my shit, I think, and then took the scalpel and cut away the thing. And she said, right, we'll have the result for you in 4 days. Now, let's fast forward, she said. Suppose it is a basal cell cancer. She said that word again. Now, it's not life-threatening. It doesn't spread anywhere, but we'll just have to do some more incising of tissue. I thought, why didn't you start with that one? That would have been the way to start. Anyway, off she went. 4 days later, I got the news. And the news was nothing. It is sun damage, but it's not cancer. Whew. But I was in shul, Pashas Tazria Mitzora. Remember all about the guy who gets psoras, this mysterious disease, and he finds a white spot on his hand. And as the Balkara was reading the Parsha, I'm telling you, it was strangely an echo. She said to me, pink skin, red spot, basal cell cancer. White spot, dark skin. Cohen looking at it says, right, psoras, locked up for 7 days. So my favorite commentator is the Al Shach, and he says, what's that going to do? Well, he's locked up for 7 days. How's that going to cure a disease? The idea is you're supposed to be alone for 7 days to reflect on what it is that you did that caused this. What did I do to cause this? Interesting, because why is it a white spot? Because in Judaism, as you certainly know, the Talmud says if you embarrass somebody in public, you have caused their face to go white. You were malabin ponov, you did this to somebody. 7 days, think back, because this is indicating to you that you did that. It's the same thing. It's a message to you. Now go and put it right. Spend 7 days saying, now, what did I do? Where did I? That's, I think, the reaction you have to this. Well, surely we come out of this and having lost friends and colleagues, old friends, it can't be, to paraphrase Rav Shach, that you just want to get back to normal. Get back to normal routine, that's one thing, but to get back to normal, that would be a mistake. Surely we have to find something. So for me, as the psoras thing is generally caused by Lashon Hara, and Lashon Hara is generally caused by the fact that you don't like people. We're back to the grumpy guy in the show and the noisy guy. I've taken on myself to try very hard to find the best in people, which is quite a challenge. But I think it's a wonderful prescription for anybody, because that's what we felt. As I said, when back to show, you saw people, you were so pleased to see them, even if they did drive you mad. Always trying to look in the best, and that's a good conclusion, you know. But I think we should all be trying to say, what fits me as a Jew that I could take out of this, that, you know, allow me to make some positive change. It's the same with Meron. You know, the seminary I teach in, I went in there, the entire wall was covered in sheets of paper, a bit like that. Only it was names after names, and it was thousands, tens of thousands of people from all over the world who had taken on to change in some way because of what happened in Meron, which is incidentally a very strange incident when it was, forgive me using the word, only 45 people out of how many from Jews are in the world? 2 million, 3 million? I've not come across anybody who doesn't have some sort of direct or indirect connection to those 45.
Yeah. I mean, too.
Yeah, but here again, here's the classic Jewish reaction. Something goes wrong. What can I do to change? And if you don't do that, well, you're sort of like, as Rav Shach said, missing 101 Judaism, and you're also denying them at least a chance to make their loss of their lives mean something positive.
You've mentioned a few times just talking to each other now, recently, and even at the time of broadcast, it will have been relatively recently. As Jewish people, I mean, as a unit, as a world, we've been through Corona together. As Jewish people, as I said more recently, the disaster in Meron, the conflict with Gaza, and missiles being rained down on the Jewish people, and the toll that's taking, the cataclysmic rise of anti-Semitism in places that Jews and some Jews in the world felt would never happen. Just reading recently about just some of the clips that are coming, I'm seeing it from New York. In New York here, a guy on his phone for no reason. You know, maybe people who in some other countries, I mean, even in England, and probably I'm sure in Manchester and Scotland, you would have been aware of, you know, incidents of anti-Semitism. You mention it to Americans sometimes. They're like, oh, it's not like that in America. Everyone respects everyone, and everyone can be Jewish, and every color and creed is accepted. And then, you know, there was this disaster in Berlin very recently. It just feels like a 1, 2, 3, 4, and I guess for many people, it is an emotional overload. It is a bombardment. As individuals, you know, again, I guess the question comes up, and it's more fine-tuned now, maybe for Jewish individuals. What can we do, or what should we be refocusing on that will enable us to take all of the positives that can come out of it? Because at the moment, I get the impression that many people feel under siege, not just globally, but even locally. I don't want to send my kids in the street, in Borough Park, and places that, you know, where is that? How do we deal with this?
Look, I remember once my late wife and I we had a big crisis that happened in our life. Actually, 3 crises, all nothing. I mean, not as before she had cancer. I mean, that's a big thing. But 3 very unpleasant things happened at the same time. And we went to Gateshead, where I had blessed out my education. And went to see my Rov, the Gateshead Rabbi Racham Zakatani Brocha and Lahavda Ramatasiel Solomon, 2 of our great teachers. And we told them what the situation was, and it certainly was, you know, they recognized it as being big and they're very sympathetic. But both said the exact same thing. Because, of course, when something really goes wrong in your life, you want to know, why me? What did I do wrong? Or in this case, why we? What have we done wrong? And they both said the exact same thing. There are no prophets anymore. Now, when we had prophets, you could ask that question and he would know, or she would know, they would tell you. But we don't have that facility anymore. But they both also offer the exact same formula. But however, whatever you feel is the message that is being sent to you, then that probably is the message. So I see a common denominator running through all of these events. And it's really quite simple. I can't remember who it was, a Hasidic Rebbe who said that at the time, at the end of the world, at the time of the Mashiach, Hashem, I don't know why I use this exact Moshe, he said, Hashem will take a rope and he'll hang it all the way around the world. And only the great tzaddikim, only the real people of faith will be able to hang on to it. And then he'll shake it, so you'll fall off. And also, I mean, I think I quoted that in one of my books. I always thought about why he chose that analogy, but I'm just wondering if what the message really is. It'll be hard to hold on, except if you realize there's nothing else to hold on to. So certainly we saw the entire Western world, and I say Western because that's the most advanced with all the technology, etc., literally come to a grinding halt. Destroying, I pronounce it. You know, planes not taking off, nobody going to work, government bailouts, and blah, blah, blah. And nothing, there was nothing. You're talking about routine. Why do people like routine? Because if you've got routine, then you can make plans. If you know that the milk's coming in the morning and the newspapers are coming at whatever, at 5 o'clock at night, and you know, all that, everything, the way the world, then you can make plans. We could make no plans. Nothing was certain. Nothing was reliable. And then after that, there was the Meron thing, which left us scratching our heads. But certainly the Gaza thing, and as you say, the incredible vomiting and spewing force of anti-Semitism on a scale unparalleled, and an irrationality and a point-blank refusal to, I mean, the massive rallies because of the people of Gaza. There were no massive rallies for 1 million people killed by the Syrian regime with barrel bombs aiming at civilians. So it can't be that these people are upset at Arabs being killed, although we certainly can't have a big organization. Is it because of the fact that it's Muslims who are being killed by Jews? Well, is there similar demonstrations because of the 1 million Uyghurs, Muslim Chinese, locked up in concentration camps? No, these people aren't out there with their signs. Socialist Workers' Party and all the Trots and all the rest and all the Muslims. No, they're not worried about that either. As Ben Shapiro, famous American commentator, points out, it's not a question of your love for the Palestinians, but it's a question of how much you hate the Jews. And that's what's going on now. So you can't, I mean, this is a message we should have got. You can't rely on the world. I've got my friends say, but we have the state of Israel. Well, that's what the war was. I mean, wasn't anti-Semitism supposed to go away because we've got a state? No, that's not happening. Anti-Semitism just got a new focus for itself. So we can't rely on the world in any way. Maybe the message is, guys, God calling.
This time, in many ways, has particularly affected teenagers who often don't have certain structures to fall back on, or really felt the disruption and were exposed maybe to things that they normally wouldn't be. Okay, we could talk about some of the negatives and how it's affected them. We've touched on that before, but in terms of the refocusing, I'm a teenager. I still live at home, whatever it is. What can I do in my life to refocus my life and take positives from Corona? You're talking about seeing the good in other people. These are very noble ideas, but sometimes I see the world in very, very plain terms.
Because I still work with young people, which is great because it keeps me young. I'm just about to speak to a whole bunch of university students shortly. And I like young people. And once upon a time, I was a young person. I know you see this old fossily type fellow, but I see myself as a 17-year-old, or maybe 18. So let me give you some good advice. There is a famous teaching of the rabbis, which says the following thing. Children are a taste of heaven. Nice. And there's another teaching of the rabbis which says, Tsar Gidol Boni, the agony, the pain of raising children. Now, there's a contradiction and a paradox there, but I mean, what do you mean the pain of raising children? When children come into your life, and you young people watching this, it's not too long away for you as well. It's the most glorious, fabulous, wonderful thing you'll ever experience. This new soul comes into the brand new world, and you get to be their guide, show them where to go with the dangers, the joy, the great things to do. They grow up, and they're now taking their first solid meal. You're standing there with your camera or your iPhone, whatever it is, taking pictures like crazy as they take usually a mashed up banana, most of which they smear into their heads. But no, you're still dancing around the room. And then they say, Mommy or Daddy or Grandpa or Bobby or Zadie, whatever, Abba, Saba, Safta. Oh, wow. What pain of growing children. This is glorious. You get to play football with them. Fantastic. You choose the best schools. You wait for them to come home. And then they become 13 or 12, it's a girl, and the bar mitzvah. And the bar mitzvah, you're all standing there in shul, the grandparents and everybody else who sent a picture of the banana squished into the hair from all those years before, as the little boy steps up after months of practice to line his parsha, and he does a brilliant job. You can stop worrying. He looks at you. You get tears in your eyes, tears of pride. And he had tears of pride as well. He's proud to belong to this family. You're proud to have him. And then, just 3 months later, a strange transformation occurs. The little boy, when he spoke up to say, "Today I am a man," and this little falsetto voice comes into your room and says, "Dad, can I borrow your beard trimmer, Dad?" And you, What happened? Where'd my son go? And a strange transformation. That lovely little boy has now become a fully fledged member of ISIS. And he looks upon you as something that belongs in a museum. The simplest request is met with eyeball rolling and, shoulder shrugging. Honey, could you bring down your dirty linen to the washing machine? Etc., etc. The girls are quite similar, but they are much more subtle. They generally sort of like cause you to pull your hair out one strand at a time. I have a niece whose daughter said to the shop assistant when she went to buy a dress, "Is it all right if I bring it back if my mother likes it?"
Nice.
So it's very, yeah, because being a teenager, and if you're watching this and you are one, you'll know. I mean, we know this because we were teenagers as well. It's not just that it's a big challenge. I mean, you know, all this, what's it, genes or hormones, what it's called, flying around your body and making you sort of like emotionally all angry and happy and all that sort of stuff. And so it's a very messed up time, and you often get very messed up. And of course, your parents don't understand. Your parents, what do they know? I said it was me. I was just like that, and then I got lucky. I met a rabbi I really liked. I met somebody I really like. You know, I often say I get thousands of shiurim, but I only really teach two things, and one of them is if you want to succeed as a Jew, get yourself a rabbi, and if you're a young woman, ask the Lachol Rebbitzin. A woman will understand a woman's issues better than a man, and particularly today, it's not a good idea for a woman to go to a woman anyway. But get to somebody you like, find somebody you respect who understands you, and you get to choose. Like ask the Lachol Rab, you get to choose. Like, you know, when you go on a date, when you're getting married at that stage in your life, just because you said no to that girl or that boy doesn't mean there's anything wrong with them. It's just not for you. Same when it comes to getting your rabbi. You find the rabbi or the rebbitzin that's the one for you. Not your mum and dad, because mums and dads are, you know, maybe too close to you and maybe love you too much sometimes. But get somebody who is your guy. I was very lucky. I was a horrible teenager. If I just told you the stories. Do you ever get memories and they're so appalling and embarrassing? You try and, oh no, and you try and sort of push them out. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. See, Marcus, this right, and you're probably doing that. And funnily enough, almost all of mine are when I was a teenager. Never mind. I got lucky. I found a rabbi who was a very old man. His picture's looking at me from my wall just now, and he'd been a teacher for over 60 years. It was called Rabbi Yonah Balkan in Manchester, and he took me under his wing. I wasn't doing crazy stuff. I just wasn't interested in anything worthwhile, serious. And I loved him. And I listened to him. And he pointed me in the direction where I was able to help lots and lots of other people. So if you're struggling, and I'd be amazed after COVID if you weren't, and certainly the impact of this war if you're living in Israel, and all the rest of the things we've discussed. If you've got a great relationship with your parents, fine, talk to them. But you'll probably find it easier to talk to somebody else. It might be a grandparent. I'm a grandparent. It might be a grandparent or an uncle or an aunt, or just somebody who's got a good reputation and knows will get you, and let them help you solve your problems. And you'll probably get back on track.
We don't want any horror stories, but can you maybe tell us a little bit of what life was like for you as a teenager, and maybe a funny story you remember?
No, they're not fun. They're all awful. I mean, I was very passionate. I'll tell you first. When I was a young man growing up in Glasgow, this relates very nicely to what we're talking about. There was a fellow called Michael Adams, who was a writer for the Guardian newspaper. That's in England, and a famously anti-Semitic, pretending to be anti-Israel and anti-Zionist, but not anti-Semitic, newspaper. Horrible. And it was advertised in the local Jewish rag, which is called the Jewish Echo, so called because it merely echoed the previous week's Jewish Chronicle news, that there was going to be a meeting by something called the Council for the Advancement of Arab-British Understanding, CADM. I don't know if it still exists, very anti-Semitic. Anyway, so basically, they wanted us to come and hear Michael Adams. And so the community was invited. The Jewish Representative Council, whatever it was, had taken an identical advert, same typeface, same sizing. This guy knows his stuff, very dangerous, very nasty. He just wanted you there as cannon fodder. Don't go. Fine. So of course I went. So there was being young, teenager, angry, passionate about my people. So we all went there. And in this whole talk by this guy, it was only after about 10, 15 minutes that the term Israeli and Zionist was dropped in place of Jew. The Jews did this, the Jews did that. I was wearing a cap, you know, sort of like working man's cap, so like, or in America they call it a newsboy hat. And obviously it was clean shaven, not nearly as handsome as I am now. And so I was sitting there, and halfway through, he made the following statement. And not only did the Jews commit genocide in 1948, taking the land of Israel from the Palestinians, they were only following in the footsteps of their forefathers who committed genocide against the original inhabitants of the land of Canaan. So I put up my hand and I put on my most nerdish voice And so the guy who was chairing the meeting pointed at me and said, Mr. Adams, Mr. Adams. It's a Scottish accent, by the way. Mr. Adams, do you believe that the Almighty created the world in 6 days and 6 nights? So now he rolled his eyeballs. He looked at the chairman and he said, oh gosh. And I know this, I speak to large audiences, there's always a lunatic or two in any audience, and I was clearly a lunatic. So he looked at him and rolled his eyeballs and he said, no, I don't believe it. I said, but Mr. Adams, it says it in the Bible. And he said, well, I don't believe what it says in the Bible. And then dropping the stupid voice, I said, well, in that case, Mr. Adams, where do you get the information that the Jews committed genocide against the original inhabitants of the canal? Either it's true, in which case God told them to do it, or it's not true, in which case you've got no case at all. And it's a wonderful moment to see this very erudite, clever fellow going, he did an impersonation of a goldfish, and he just froze, which was a great moment. So there you are. When I was young, I wasn't actually embarrassed. I was quite good. I'm quite proud of it.
That's great.
But I suppose because we're young and we are passionate, incidentally, young people, if you're watching this, don't stop being young. Don't grow old. I've refused point blank to grow old. I dye my hair grey so people take me seriously as a rabbi, but really it's blonde and red and stuff like that. I remember seeing somebody called Diane Wise, who was the Beistin of the Edith Reges Beistin, in Tol de Siren in Mea, deepest, darkest Mea Sha'orim, on the Simchas Beis HaShoeva during Sukkot. And I went there, the Tol de Siren Rebbe was sitting there. I'd never been there. It was also like serious Shtreimel man, that's not me. And he was sitting, this old man, he must have been in his 80s sitting. And there was hundreds of Hasidim all gathered round. And you could feel a pregnant atmosphere. It was something, they were waiting for something to happen. Anyway, after a while, in came Diane Wise, whom I knew from Manchester, with his entourage. And a chair, which I hadn't noticed, sitting opposite the Tol de Siren Rebbe, was occupied by Diane Wise. Anyway, so I thought, oh, that's what they were waiting for. But still was this pregnant atmosphere. And then one of the Hasidim started a tune, a nigun, and then the other 200, 400, 600, I can't remember how many it was, started to sing as well. But, oh, they were waiting for that. No, that wasn't enough. They were waiting for these two old men to dance with each other. So these two over 80-year-olds get out of the chair. You know what it's an old person. It's almost the chair side pulling them back. And they get up and they sort of like hobbled over to each other and they linked hands and they started to dance. Have you ever seen a steam train leaving a train station? An old-fashioned
actually.
Right. What happens is it goes like this. The wheel turns a bit. That's what happened. These two very old men, they were creaking is the word in Yiddish. And then suddenly, and they were flying like teenagers, flying like yeshiva borim. You never need to grow old. Stay young.
Rabbi, it's been a real privilege to speak to you and hear you again. Thank you so much for all your insights and for your humor and for your penetrating wisdom. Thank you very, very, very much.
Take care of yourself. That's loch and bracha.
Amen. Thank you very much, Rabbi.
This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubinstein, Rabbi Asher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn. We have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Katz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents and more importantly, the kids. Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
We're back in the Hakshiva studio. Here we are in the Hakshiva main building where much of the magic happens. Hope you've enjoyed the lineup so far. We had a chance already tonight to hear the incredible story of the Khoury family and their 22 years of childlessness. Hopefully you heard the story and you understood the very special ending at this stage of the story, the unique involvement of Rav Chaim Kanievsky and just what it is like to meet two real life people that really walk and live with emunah kind of oozing out of them. We also had a chance to hear just now from Rabbi Rubinstein, international rabbi, broadcaster, author, and very, very entertaining and very deep and insightful personality. Privilege that was to have caught up with him and to have met him. If you haven't seen the financial action that's going on, which of course is, you know, the long goal here, the big aim here is to try to help Hakshiva to continue the fantastic work they do. The goal was 400,000. Yesterday we were on 124,000 when we left you. Today we came back at just under 250,000. We've since passed that mark. We're just under 260,000 now. So we've done well. We're not there yet. We have to get to 400,000, and our goal therefore is $140,000 away. That's a lot, but it's not so much. It's about half as much as you think it is, because every donation that you make tonight is going to be doubled by our generous matching donors who have stepped forward to double every donation you make. So please, 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 if you're thinking, I want to be one of the last, you are now one of the last. If you haven't given, now's a good time to give. And if you have given, now's also a good time to give. There's never been a better time to give than now. So make sure that you pick up your finger and click on the mouse to hear wherever it might be on the page. If you're watching on Facebook, or either on our Facebook page or on Jamie Geller's Facebook page, welcome, enjoy the lineup that you're getting tonight. You will though see a link. Please at some point, just click the link and make sure you make a donation. Every donation makes a big deal. Someone said, $10, what's that going to make a difference? Well, $10 is going to be $20, and if everyone gave $20, if 500,000 people gave $20, that will be $10 million. I think that's right. If it's not right, just work with me here. If you think it's not right, say so now. Okay, I hear no objections, therefore it is by definition, in my world at least, right. We're now right on the cusp of $260,000, so please keep those donations coming. We want to get, I'd like to get to $300,000 in 5 minutes, 6 minutes. If anyone makes a donation of $100,000, I'm willing to do something very special, an unspecified thing that I haven't said what it is yet. As you can see from the screen behind me, nothing. And now, something else. Welcome to Hakshiva's Donate Now. It changed when I turned around. It changed. You see that? I turned around. By the time my head had got to this stage, it said Donate Now. Then it went, thank you for your support. You're welcome. Yes. So donate now. Follow the instructions. Thank you for your support. Donate now. Help us build the future of the next generation. Really, if you're not familiar with the work that Hakshiva does, many years ago, there was a brainwave to start an organization in the Ramat Beit Shemesh community to try to help, at that time, teens that were at risk. Since then, they've expanded their program and to work with pretty much every segment of the young community here in Ramat Beit Shemesh, from kids, teenagers, young adults, in any type of program, be preventative, constructive, school, after school classes, clubs, social clubs, meeting places, and of course, in the last year and a half or so, with many of the life restrictions that many of us have been facing, how difficult that has impacted on all of us, and particularly on the teenagers among us, and therefore Hakshiva have had their work cut out, and whilst they've expanded their programming, they need your support to continue. So if you haven't supported them yet, support them. If you have supported them in the past, support them now. If you supported them just now, support them again. Also, equally valid is to try to encourage other people to support them, so be in touch with your friends. If you are the kind of person that says, but I don't have any friends, what a better time is there than now to make friends. Make a friend, enjoy them, and before you go too far into the friendship, make sure that you donate, particularly to Hakshiva, if you're doing that. Fantastic. And if you are doing that, when you get to the page, you'll notice there are some teams. The teams are very worthy, all of them are good. particularly, I might add, the Mays team, M-A-Y-S. I have no bias here, I'm just pointing it out. You might see my name on the screen at some point, it might help. Aha, there it is. So no bias, but that might give it away. But yes, Team Mays, someone accidentally added on a zero to our total. It was supposed to be $1,700. When we came in, we found out someone has put in, very funny, how we'd laughed, $17,000. Remarkably, we're over 50% of the way there. So yay, the Mays team. So if you're able to donate, please do so now. Still coming up on tonight's program, we have coming up shortly a very special message from one of the leading halachic authorities and Av Beis and the author of the Minchas Asher series, Rav Asher Weiss himself. We were privileged to be able to go and meet him and him give us a message of encouragement and support. We'll have a bit of that for you in a minute. Also coming up later on in the program, we have Rabbi Eli Stefansky, the founder of 8minutedaf.com, a phenomenal movement really that took the world by storm, particularly as they went through Corona, which really, when many things went weird, his thing went huge. And we are to hear from him directly about how that transpired and the effect it's had on other people and some of the remarkable associated real life stories that have actually gone on to change people's lives, and one very emotional piece as well in the middle. We also have a chance to hear, last night we already saw part one of our 3-part bonanza with Jamie Geller. I see that they're predicting what I'm going to say here. This is quite good. I didn't even have to say it. It's like preemptive screening. Tonight we have parts 2 and 3. I can't give too much away, but let's just say that part 2 involves brisket. I won't say any more. You'll never figure out what that code means until you see it. We also have a chance to hear later on tonight, please God, also from some of the real life members of the Hakshiva staff to hear a little bit about what they actually do here and what miracles are happening in this building and the amazing work that Hakshiva does. If you've not caught the name of our campaign this year, it is called the Hakshiva Refocus campaign. Why is it called Refocus, I hear you ask? But I don't hear anything, I hear me ask. And sometimes people buzzing me in this ear, there's a little piece going to me, I can hear them. And in this ear, I can hear all the other normal voices that I hear in my head. I say normal, I use the word loosely. If you've met me, you'll understand that my framework of reference is slightly different to the average human that you've met in your life. But the Refocus campaign that we have is called exactly that, refocusing. As opposed to what people have been speaking about very much for the last year and a half, when are we going to get back to normal? The idea here is maybe to give us the inspirational concept of not getting back to normal, but rather trying to use what we've been through over the last chunk of time to refocus our lives and take advantage of some of the things that maybe we took advantage of or took for granted beforehand, and now we've come to value in new ways, be it not wearing a mask or being able to go out or being able to go to shul or school in a normative way. Many of us haven't seen that. That certainly has affected the world in a global sense and in more of a local sense. In the Jewish community we have faced in the last year or so, just to name a few words that have so many difficult associations for us, whether it's Meron or the war in Israel, the cable car disaster or the Miami building collapse or the disaster in Karlin. We have seen so many events unfold and anti-Semitism rising. Many of us are feeling that attack on kind of all sides and find it very, very unsettling, and finding that the life that we're so secure in has become so insecure. And now that many of us are kind of trying to move beyond it, that's where we had a chance to hear from some of the world-renowned speakers that we heard from last night and also again tonight and still to come on the program, as I mentioned before, to try to help us develop this idea of refocusing our lives. If you missed last night's lineup, shame on you. But for people like you, and even people that saw it and want to see it again, you can catch up with it when you come and visit the website later on. You'll be able to go back and see our footage from yesterday and see some of our amazing speakers that we had yesterday, not to the exclusion of anyone, but also including Rabbi Yaireh Rubenstein, Rabbi Akiva Tatz, Rabbi Pesach Kron, and also Jamie Geller, part 1, as I said before. So definitely remember to check that out. And at the beginning of that footage, there's some, in case you missed it from last year's footage, where we had a chance to catch up with some really very special people. And tonight's broadcast was the same. We also broadcast over last year's footage. We also were privileged to be one of the last people to have interviewed Rabbi Dr. Twersky. What a privilege that was, and definitely you're encouraged to make that up at some time. But don't look at it now. Stay with us now, because we need you to help support Hakshiva and the work that they do. And just to remind you of the goal. The goal is $400,000. Sounds like a lot? Tis a lot. You know what? It's a small price to pay for the unbelievable work that Hakshiva does. But we're not there yet. We have passed, I can tell you, $260,000, which is great. We passed $260,000. We still have $139,507 to go. So if you have that money lying around, if you could just forward it to us, that would be A-OK wicked, as they say. Wicked often in some circles means evil, but in England it has a kind of a cool association. Like nowadays some people say sick, which used to mean unwell, and nowadays apparently means fantastic, very desirable. So make sure that you make that donation. If you think, well, I haven't got that kind of money, you don't need that kind of money, you just need any kind of money. Will do, and it will be beautifully doubled by the very special matching donors that we have that have stepped forward to help Akshiva continue the work they do. So if you give $50, well, that should be $100. If you give 19 pesetas, which don't exist anymore, they used to in Spain, had they have existed, you'd be able to make that into 38 pesetas. What currencies do we accept Bitcoin? No. Sorry. So just convert your Bitcoin into dollars and then send us the dollars. If you're thinking, what should I do with all this money I just found in my pocket? Give it to Akshiva. What better use could you have for it? In fact, it's proven. People who give money to Akshiva are happier. Work with me. It's not exactly proven. It may have just come out of my mouth now, but you know what? Fake news. It's all the rage nowadays. And you can't prove me wrong. Maybe it's not fake. So yeah, enjoy the rest of the line of our program. Coming up in a minute, we'll have a chance to hear from one of the leading halachic authorities in our generation, Rav Asher Weiss. What an unbelievably solid and profound and calming personality he's been during the Corona period. And I think we're going to cut to Rav Asher Weiss now. As part of the Akshiva live broadcast, we're here outside the shul of Rav Asher Weiss, and we're going to have a chance to hear shortly from a Torah giant about what his perspective is on the times that we've been going through and where we are now and how we can all learn to refocus and listen up. Check it out.
Kids at risk, 3 words, very short sentence, but this sentence carries so much pain for so many families. And what was once taken for granted, that children will follow in their parents' footsteps, is not to be taken for granted at all in our days. And this is the struggle of almost every family and every community in our modern times. This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. But the ones that paid the steepest price are youngsters. Yeshivas shut down, schools shut down, kids didn't go to cheder, girls didn't go to school, and it has been a huge struggle for parents, for teachers. We hope it's over. We very much hope so, and we need to refocus and reconnect and try to once again come back to normalcy. And one of the great organizations helping us listen up, refocus is Akshiva, based in Beit Shemesh, doing wonderful work, educational programs with our kids. So no single organization could fix the world, but everyone in his Daled Amis, in his town, in his Kehillah, this is so important. So we almost danced in the streets, feeling that Corona is over. But we've been getting reminders from HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the tragedy in Miran, the tragedy in Karlin, and now in Florida. The Jewish people is unique. We all feel like one great family. And whenever tragedy strikes our people, our brothers and sisters, wherever it is, we all clearly hear the same message, and we all feel their pain. We no longer have Nevi'im. It's been more than 2,000 years since the last prophets walked amongst us. No one could say exactly what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants, but we all know He wants us to be better. He wants us to reconnect. He wants us to come ever closer to Him. And every individual knows where he has to be better, where he can be better. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu is talking to us not only as individuals, but as communities, because these tragedies have struck us on the communal level, not only as individuals. And as a community, our greatest mitzvah, our greatest chiyuv, our greatest obligation is to see to it that our children do follow in our footsteps, in the footsteps of their fathers and forefathers. This is the call of our times, and therefore everyone that dedicates whatever he has, his time, his energies, his mind, his thoughts, just to listen to our kids and to help steer them back to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, back to devotion, back to commitment to Yiddishkeit, to Torah. Tavo bracha al roishoi. And these people really, really deserve our support. We should all be zeicha to nachas from our children, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu should have nachas from his children. We are all the children of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We should be zeicha to be as Mashiach tzidkenu b'mheru v'yomeinu amen. This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubenstein, we have Usher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn, we have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Katz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents, and more importantly, the kids.
Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
We are back in the Hakshiva studio. Welcome back to the live broadcast. You can hear the buzz around me. I'll talk about that a little bit in a few minutes. If you were just joining us now, you must have just been watching the very special message we had from Usher Weiss talking about the times that we've been through recently, and definitely related to our message of refocusing. We're on the way, guys. We're on the way. We need to get to $400,000. At the beginning, we had no dollars. Now we're up to $263,500, which is great, which means we're only about $136,500 off our target. But that is actually, in fact, $136,000, which I don't have on me. Okay, so you're going to have to help us out here, guys. Make sure that you make a donation. Every donation you make tonight is doubled. Do it on the website. If you're watching us on the Hakshiva website, which is taking you to the cause match page, then you click the whatever it is over here. If you're on Facebook, look out for the link, which is just over there, and click it. Make sure you click it at some point. Please help us to support Hakshiva in the wonderful work that they do. If you have just joined us, for some reason you would have missed the very special interview with the Khoury family, a real special family that we spoke about before, a very special story of being childless for 22 years, unbelievably. We heard before from Rav Y.Y. Rubenstein, international speaker, author, broadcaster, rabbi, an international rabbi. Yes, I guess I have those two. Just now we heard from Rav Usher Weiss. He said still to come in the lineup tonight we have Rav Eli Stefanski, the founder of 8minutedaf.com. an unbelievable global phenomenon which has really changed the shape of Jewish learning over the past chunk of time. Don't forget to tune into that and hear what he has to say about it. It's really, really interesting how that happens. And of course we have parts 2 and 3 of our 3-part Jamie Geller Bonanza, which in fact is the thing that's coming up next. So if just to give you an idea of what's going on here, you can probably hear like nattering and noises and phones ringing. This is not some kind of sound effect. If I just actually show you, you might be able to see for yourselves. Oh, you can't see my head. Are you here? Hello? There you are. So over here is part of our call center. You'll see people around with phones and pens and writing things down, and people in orange, bright orange shirts. See, this is my orange shirt over here. The Hakshiva Refocused shirts. They're on phones, they're writing things down, they're scribbling. See over here, there's someone on the phone over there. See that person on the phone, and that person over there is on the phone, and that person's writing something down. And one of those people is my daughter, I can't see which one. Just to show you what else is going on over here, by the way, I don't know if you can see on this side. Where have you gone? You guys there? Hello? Here you are. I don't know if you can see behind me over here. This, in fact, is the Live4U team. Live4U, as in, just a second. Live4U. Live4U. Yes, they're amazing. They do like unbelievable productions. This is, I'm sure you'll agree, one of the best live streams you've ever seen in terms of the quality, the production, the things that are going on in the background. And this is where the magic happens over here. This is Nissan and Denise from Live4U. So if you're ever online, check them out. They do unbelievable programming. And yes, so that's that. We also got a chance yesterday to give a shout out to our beautiful films that were produced by Brian Spector. Check him out, brianspector.com. He makes beautiful, beautiful films, as he made the promotional video here, and he also helped that beautiful interview with the Khoury family, and also the next one that's coming up later on, Rabbi Stefanski. He really does very special stuff. So check these people out. They really are doing amazing work, and that work they're doing also is directed to try and support Hakshiva in the fantastic work that they do, and we want them to continue for many years to come. To do that, we need your help. It's not going to, if you sit there saying, I think he's talking to, no, I'm talking to you. Yeah, no, you, that person there that said, what can little me do? Even if you don't think of yourself as little or me, well, you wouldn't think of yourself as me, because anyway, it's deep philosophy this. But you can make a difference. Take out a credit card, or memorize it, or take out someone else's credit card. Don't do that. Get that person's the person's credit card is, get them to take out their credit card, and get them to donate. Donate now. Took the words right out of my brain. Make sure you donate. Everything that you donate isn't just what you donate, it's doubled. In this world and the next world, who knows how much merit we get for these things. So make sure that I think there's someone dancing behind that screen. I just saw a leg go flying up, okay? That's just a crazy place that happens over here. Everyone's so excited to help Hakshiva continue the wonderful work that they do. So, just to recap, we are trying to get $400,000. We are about $130,000 off that mark. So if you happen to have sitting on fire, you go, what is this really uncomfortable, this chair? Oh, well, look, $50,000. Then that's the kind of thing, it's a message from God that you should be giving that money to somebody worthwhile. Who knows? Let's say Hakshiva. It is, in fact, a good thing to do. So donate to Hakshiva. If you think, but I don't live near Hakshiva, I don't know who Hakshiva is, I live in America, I live in England, it doesn't matter. These are helping the future of the next generation. Help us help the next generation. Literally, from my brain to the screen. The famous Jewish phrase, from your brain to the big screen. There's some expression like that. Yeah. Work with me. Very good. Okay, what can I tell you? Team Maze. What can I tell you about Team Maze? Team Maze is, there's lots of teams working tonight. Go on the page, check out here. See, Maze. Yeah? So somebody accidentally put us down. We were supposed to down for $1,700. They thought, yes, put an extra zero, $17,000. Ha ha ha. Well, now we're trying to raise it. Well, actually, surprisingly, we're over 50% of the way there. More than $8,500 raised on our team. So if you can help us out, that'll be really useful. So please do that. But ultimately, you're not helping any one of the teams. You are, of course, helping Hakshiva in the wonderful work that they do. So coming up next on the show, we have 1 second. Timing-wise, we have 2 minutes. I have to talk for 2 minutes. How will I find something to say for 2 minutes? Well, first of all, I'll tell you about the words 2 and the word minutes. The word minute is actually spelled the same way as minute. Isn't that interesting? Something that's so small and yet can be so long. And in fact, a minute can take an age. Some people live a lifetime in a minute, and other people say, zoom. That's how fast the time goes. Why does time seem to move differently for older people than for young people? For older people, years, decades, centuries, maybe not centuries, go past in the blink of an eye, and for younger people, it takes such a long time. Well, Rav Dessler once said the answer. He said the answer was that for children, everything's new. And when everything's new for you, you take everything in and you save it every moment. When you're older, you're like, I've seen it all before, and the time kind of rolls on by the. So our job is to be as young as possible. And as I like to pride myself on, I'm young as possible. And that's why time seems to go slower when you're younger. Also, I've heard people say that time seems to go slower when I'm talking. Fascinating. Obviously, a special power that I have to bring that youthfulness into people's minds and to give them a migraine thrown into boot. So yes, in the remaining few seconds, I'll just remind you of what we're doing. This is the Hakshiva Refocus campaign. The idea of the word refocus is to not just get back to normal again. We're really trying to take with us many of the good things that we've picked up, or many of the things that we weren't so good for us, but we learned to value those things in our life that we didn't appreciate how good we had it, and to refocus our lives. So donate now. I think that's the idea. Everything you donate will be doubled. Help us, please help us to get to the $400,000 goal. Thank you for your support. Oh look, thank you for your support. It's there again from my brain to the screen. Without further ado, it gives me great pleasure to introduce you to our second part of the Bonanza with Jamie Geller. And all I can tell you is think brisket.
Okay, so now we're ready for the brisket.
The brisket.
Okay. Nice big hunk of meat. I order this. It's actually called the second cut. You'll see. Do you know the difference between the first and the second cut?
Well, the first one is just before the second one.
I set myself up for that. More fatty, more marbleized.
It's my kind of cut.
Are you ready for this? Fat equals flavor, Rabbi. I'm going to teach you
a few. As I always say.
Yes, correct. So I do like this, and it's also much more forgiving, much easier to cook. It really melts in your mouth.
Jamie has own spice range. I'm still not quite sure what Hungarian rub is. It sounds like the kind of thing that you sue a hotel for.
Okay, would you like to read the ingredients?
Yes.
Okay.
Sweet paprika, hot paprika, garlic, onion, turmeric, celery, cloves, sea salt, allspice, black pepper, sugar and oregano, and
oregano. This is from the old country. My parents are from Transylvania. This is fantastic on meat. On chicken, anytime you're roasting a chicken, like just a classic roast chicken, this is the type of rub that you want. Everything in here, and you just add a little salt and pepper. Rub!
I've got it. No,
you have to massage the meat. You have to love, love, love your food. Be kind to it, talk to it, massage it, get in the flavor, and we're going to do this on both sides.
If I can ask, sorry, why?
You may.
Why is it not enough to just put spice on top like
I mean, look, it's enough. Enough is enough. You want to do for me the honors? Just put some salt, put some pepper. I trust you now. I feel like you've arrived.
I've been waiting for.
My husband's in the background. He's having a really good time today. This is the most fun. I'm not usually so funny on my own. That's very good. It's a nice technique.
Yes, it's actually in the wrists mainly.
Okay, we're good now. So.
I personally would put more on, but okay.
Okay, fine. But we have Hungarian rub. You don't. I'm not sending any slices home for the Mays family now that you did that to me. Hungarian rub, be generous.
You were very generous.
Very. With this, you can be generous. Correct. This is all your flavor. Excelente. And then just a little bit of salt. I shall.
Wow.
A little bit of salt. Pinch. Pinch from on high, from the heavens. Correct. Because now it goes a little too everywhere. But a lot of people put salt on like over here. And then that bite will have salt, but what about the rest of this beef?
I've learned to do that when I prepare fish on Fridays. I put like the seasoning from on high, like it's
correct. Seasoned from the heavens. Olive oil. Nice coating, okay? Do you know what this piece of equipment, this cooking utensil that I'm using right now is called?
Of course I do.
Tell me.
You want me to actually say the name of it now?
I don't want to push it.
It's a heavy baking casserole dish.
Also known as a Dutch oven.
Also known for, if you don't know that, I thought everyone knew that, Dutch oven.
Right, correct.
Is it not a casserole? Am I right?
No, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. But if you don't have this fancy piece of equipment, not at all necessary. The thing I love about this is that you can sear it on the stovetop and then take it from the stovetop right into the oven.
And these sometimes come with like little, what's it called for the handles? The
oven mitts? No.
Some of them come with a silicone. continue.
Okay, there could be. Mine doesn't, so you're making me feel a little sad. But
Whatever. Maybe when you've been cooking for longer, maybe.
But you can always just use a pan or pot, anything, any stovetop pan to sear it, and then you can go ahead and braise it in the oven in a tin. So don't feel like if you don't have this 10-pound Dutch oven that you can't make this dish.
Can I guess what you're going to do now?
Please do.
It's just going to seal the meat on both sides, and then you're going to add sauces and put it in the oven.
Correct.
I know this. This is a very Hungarian thing to do.
Very.
That's how I make goulash.
Right. Very correct.
You put it in the paprika and stuff, and I don't mean rubbing it, but you do, and then you sear it on both sides, and then you add this thing in the oven.
Exactly. So the little bit of the difference here than we do with goulash is the fact that
the piece is about 9,000 times the size of a piece of goulash.
Correct. And so when we want to incorporate all of our veg, we're going to have to remove the brisket from the pot. Then we're going to sear all the veg in the same pot, and then we're going to lay the brisket on top. And we're going to nestle again. Remember, we're talking about nestling.
On a bed of flavor.
Exactly. Do we have to talk about Hakshiva at all, by the way? You didn't ask me one thing about it.
Yes, I realized before that I was enjoying the cooking so much. Yes.
All right, you can take this offset, because that's unsightly.
How's the last year been for you? Have you seen a very different routine?
Last year, I don't know. It's been like the last year has been like one long day, I feel like. And it's crazy, certain things that happen. It's like, that was last summer, that was last Pesach. It's very hard to, get your bearings in terms of time frame.
Are you getting reactions from people? Like, do you hear people saying like, "Oh, we're doing more things at home. We're not getting out so much. We're going to tune more into this kind of."
I feel a lot initially that was the sort of immediate gut reaction, that people were like treasuring the family time and the precious time. But I think that there was a lot of wear and tear on relationships, on people's emotions, mentally, physically, and so that little blissful, wow, this is special, only lasted so long. Not to be negative, but I know that Hakshiva can help deal with these issues, and I think that that's really the truth. For some people, that's some people's reality.
Sure. But do you find that the things that you do are more in demand, like because of the fact that people are at home and looking to do things in a more self-sufficient way?
I have traveled the world and back, Zooming this particular year. I could be in Ireland one day and then California the next day, or in one day, sometimes in two places.
You were doing
non-stop demos, non-stop.
Very interesting.
But I happen to love it. That was a silver lining for me, because I hate to leave my family. I actually don't like traveling. So this has been amazing. Now I feel like I'm only doing Zooms.
Many of the speakers that I've interviewed have all said the same thing. They used to travel a lot.
Yeah.
And now that they've traveled less, they're going to try to incorporate that more into the way they do things.
I feel so spoiled by it, and I feel that was a tremendous blessing in terms of my parnassa, what I'm able to do, and still be around to be here for my family.
It's part of refocus. That's the
Very
idea.
much
How
so.
to refocus.
So tell me more about refocusing, because I feel like I could use a lot of tips, but first, do you want to see what's happening here?
Yeah. You can see it being beautiful.
Is that the most stunning thing you have seen?
Shouldn't be confused with that it's cooked. It's still not cooked.
No. It's still not cooked, but this is our flavor. I couldn't ask for anything more beautiful. Amazing. So what does refocusing mean? What does this concept mean?
So what does refocus? A lot of people have been talking about the idea of getting back to normal. We're going to get back to routine, back to normal again. And the idea maybe we shouldn't be going back to normal. Maybe we should be incorporating some of the things that we've gained along the way and not quite going back to where we were, refocusing ourselves to go forward in a new way. And I think that's what you were saying just now. You said that one example of a lifestyle change, that's something we could take with us. Or, as I said initially, people did capitalise on certain family gains, whatever it is, how to retain that and bring that with us. So
I love that. I think that's so special, because like you said, so many people want to revert back, and I think this happened as a reason for us to wake up and think about something or change something, because obviously, we believe it's from Hashem. And so if we just go back to exactly where we were holding, that can't be the answer. And you're saying not even that, but what are we taking with us, some of the silver linings into moving forward? Look at that beauty.
That's amazing.
Is that gorgeous? And the Hungarian rub gives it flavor and color. I'm going to add a teeny bit more of olive oil.
Very little of the rub came off on the pan. It's really
Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you rub it in.
Yeah, got it now.
Right? That's why I'm glad you said why. Yeah. Okay, so now we're going to add, you want to help me add onions? Go right ahead.
I happen to like onions.
I like red onion. You can use
more onion. Is it going
to
go crazy when I put it
in?
in?
It should be fine. Just go. Good. Carrots. Good. You washed your hands before, right, Rabbi?
Yeah, yesterday.
Okay, good. Celery. Amazing. And you know what this is called in French?
Vegetables.
The correct mirepoix.
You what?
Mirepoix. It's like, I think it's spelled M-I-R-E-P-O-I-X. It's an onion, carrot, celery combination, which really just means onions, carrots, and celery. And it's the basis for many, many, many French dishes. The basis for soups, marinades, and stews. It's like a carrot, onion, celery. Very
now
classic.
the carrot's raw and it's uncooked, but then it will sit in some kind of liquid and then it will go soft afterwards.
Of course, it better.
And then you serve that with the beef. It's not just a flavour.
So there's two things that you could do here. One is if you want like sort of like a hearty look to your gravy and sauce, you can absolutely, so this will be very, very chunky. Or you can also strain it, which I'll show you after, and just, take all the vitamins, nutrients, minerals, and flavor out and just use that for your gravy and strain this and say bye-bye.
In Italy, we say vitamins.
Now, one thing that you want to do, just let it go for a minute or two, and then we're going to continue to move on with the recipe.
Sweat. Is that called letting it
very
sweat?
Nice, very nice.
It's not so nice, but
yes,
I remember that
very
word.
impressive.
Yes.
Literally like 30 to 60 seconds more. And then we're going to add our tomato paste. And we're going to sear. And this is going to be the base for tremendous flavor. And I love when you just, see how one ingredient but can be used so many different ways. My girls though very much enjoyed Hakshiva. One of our girls are in the same grade, and they do a lot of like onegs for the girls on Friday night and programming. It's fantastic. The girls need something to do, and they love doing this. It's not just like, oh, they're,
They have to get to Hakshiva,
Do you want to deglaze as we talk about Hakshiva?
Now this time we're not deglazing with water.
We are deglazing with another.
This water is distinctly not watery.
It starts with the W still.
It's wine.
Very good. Put it right in.
Here we go. Listen carefully.
Careful. Amazing. Amazing.
Expertly done, if I don't say so myself.
So that was fantastic. It's a nice amount of wine, at least 2 to 3 cups, depending on the size of your brisket. We're using it to deglaze the bottom of the pan, pull up all the tremendous caramelized bits. You're making a lot of noise there, Rabbi.
Yes,
They can't hear the instructions.
It's actually, the professional word for it is clatter.
Okay, good. So stop clattering while we discuss the fact that we've built layers of flavor right here in this pot. So it's essential that we deglaze because remember we've first had the meat, then we had all our mirepoix, then we have the tomato paste in here. And I want this to just boil off a little bit, not only pick up those flavors, but boil off the alcohol a little bit. I don't want like a serious major alcohol flavor here. But for anyone that doesn't like wine, this is again a very classic brisket. You could use beer, you could also use just water, or you could just double the broth.
Do you see in like your own life something that's like you can walk away with that's like very positive from this?
Very positive. Well, yeah, I mean, I made a major career move this particular year. I felt very much like
Spices?
Spices is one of them.
Did that actually happen during Corona?
They actually came out during Corona.
Okay.
It's been actually years. You should know that this was in the making.
In the pipeline.
And 2-3 years we tried. We started, we stopped. We were so close for many years, many different spice partners, and then we gave up. It just, nothing was happening. And really for a year we gave up, and in the middle of Corona, my husband's like, what is so hard about putting out a spice line? Why can't you just do it? I'm like, now in the middle of everything, he did the research, he found us the right partner, we sourced it, and like, boom, in the middle of Corona, like there's a whole spice line. And then we hope to actually expand the line in the coming year with things beyond spices. New products coming soon, Ezra Hashem. But I also made another little bit of a career switch. I was kind of feeling like, what's the purpose of everything? And this is very common for women, I think people in general during this time. You have a little bit of extra time on your hands. Am I making an impact in the world? Could I be doing something more and something different? And as you know, since we're on the same Hasa'ah to Yerushalayim.
Right, so that's what you're putting on this bus.
Yes, so I joined Aish and focused on media and marketing. I'm using a lot of the co-hosts and experience that I have from my days before I was even from back in, I was a TV producer and marketing executive, and then I did this whole thing in the cooking and the food world, and how could I leverage all of that and the experience that I've had on digital media and leverage that for the good to the helping the Jewish people.
And have you enjoyed that different type of exposure?
It's been such a challenge, such a creative flexing of the muscles, so exciting and feels so purposeful. You do great things with our food,
We shouldn't
but I'm also.
underestimate it because
It shouldn't.
Particularly now, I think
Thank
it's
you.
changed people's lives.
Thank
because
you.
it's-
Thanks for saying
no,
that.
because it's a domestic reality. People have found themselves cutting their own children's hair and like doing things that they never did before, and this is like
Totally. One of the sweetest things I remember seeing during Corona is an elderly couple, like probably well into the 80s, if not older, and the husband was doing hair dyeing the wife's hair.
It's amazing.
Isn't it fantastic, right? You're right. So, and you see, I want this to come to a boil here. Brian's just going to come in and show, because we're cooking off a lot of the alcohol. We're like reducing that flavor, but without, the alcohol. And then this is the next essential step when we're adding the broth.
I shall now add the broth.
Maybe.
I shall not now add the broth.
They said,
I shall now add the broth.
You shall now add the broth.
The broth shall now be added. Good job,
The
Rabbi.
broth has been added, I can confirm.
Yes.
And the broth container will now be put in this side container over here.
Very good. Very good.
Amalgamating
You're
my new range
invited
of skills.
anytime Hakshiva has a fundraiser.
And you need things put together
Yes.
for all this.
Would you like to nestle, or do you want me to do that?
It's probably best if you.
Okay, fine.
On this occasion, Jamie.
You don't want to
can
show
introduce-
off.
I
Yes,
don't
correct.
Steal the show.
Correct. Okay, so now we take our beautiful brisket, and just like a little baby, we're just nestling it here.
Do you want it to be covered, ideally?
No, absolutely not. No need. In fact, we're braising, we're not boiling. So the truth is, this is actually, remember I got nervous before?
Braising and you're not boiling.
Yeah, I'm going to explain that in a second. Remember I got nervous before we were on camera because the last dish I didn't have enough liquids, and I was like, we need more liquid. This is actually too much liquid. Meaning it's fine.
You'd be happy if it just sits on the bed of
I would be happy if it was like a cup or two less. Either way, boiling is one preparation where everything's completely, it's completely covered in water, and it's going to be like at a very high temperature, moving fast and boiling and cooking quickly. We are going low and slow with a braise. So what we have in here, so let's put on one more thing and then I'll explain that to you. Bouquet garni.
Is that not celery?
AKA celery, whatever herbs you like. I have thyme, parsley, cilantro, and a bay leaf. Put together.
With string.
This way you can just easily fish it out when you're done. Okay?
Well,
you definitely don't want.
You don't want that in the
Yeah,
actual
and
dish.
let's say you want to keep your chunky veg in there, with your sauce. You don't want to be having a long piece of parsley. Thyme is not pleasant. The stem of the thyme is not pleasant at all. A bay leaf is
keep them
crunchy.
in.
Correct. So the celery is really there just as like a celery rib as an anchor to have your herbs to get all the flavors. You could add in there are you ready for this?
I'm getting ready.
A slice, I would tell you need to sit down, but we don't have a chair. A slice of citrus, a slice of orange. Remember we spoke about the essential oils and that fantastic flavor in the skin?
I've got to be honest, that wasn't as shocking as I thought it was
Oh,
going to be. Sorry. Like a thumb or something. That would be like,
Yeah, no, fine. Definitely no recipes with thumbs in them. We're going to cover this and we're going to braise. So let me explain to you what happens in the braise. Very different than the boil. We're going low and slow. In America, we call it 325 degrees Fahrenheit.
In Italy, we often
It's
refer
about-
to America for this kind of.
It's divided usually about by 2. So that's like 160, let's call it Celsius. Okay? It's going in. The flavors, as it braises, the liquid is going to steam right to the top of the pot.
Hit the roof.
Yes.
And then rain down.
Yes. Rain down flavor. Yes.
From the heavens.
Yes. Basting our brisket as it goes low and slow. It's about a half an hour minimum per pound. A kilo is 2.5 pounds. So half a pound per half a kilo. Am I doing the math right? Everyone else convert half an hour per pound. And when you're really working with a fabulous second cut brisket, you almost can't go too long. You check in about 2.5 hours for a 4-pound brisket. You want a fork inserted in the center to come out easily with no resistance. Then what you do is you let it cool on the stove, on the countertop. Then you put it in the fridge.
It's better to cut when it's cold.
Absolutely. You put
heard.
it in the fridge. The flavors are going to marry overnight, and this is so tender. It's so fantastic. I always say you don't need no teeth to eat this beef. So this is the type of thing you must slice cold, otherwise it's going to fall apart. Okay, so this is our brisket the next day, cold. Okay, we're slicing it cold. And by the way, you could enjoy it cold on a sandwich if you'd like. I'm just going to go ahead and finish slicing a sharp knife to take you through. You could even use a serrated bread knife if you're more comfortable with that, if you don't happen to have one of these handy. So imagine it's been reheated, okay? onto this serving plate. Now the angle, okay, we want to angle a little bit. You can see the meat here, beautiful. Hold on 1 second. And we ladle.
That's great.
Yeah, what do you think? Ready to eat?
This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubinstein, Rabbi Asher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn. We have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Katz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents and more importantly, the kids.
Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
We are back live. I've been told to sit up straight. It's like being back at home again. Not where I was growing up. Yeah, I never grew up when I was getting older. Yes, we're back in the Hakshiva studio, which is in fact is here in the Hakshiva offices. If you haven't been following the action, I do not know what's wrong with you, and you have no hope of living a normative life. But we are trying to get to $400,000. We're on $266,239. If someone comes along and donates now $133,761, which in fact would be half of that, which would be about 60. Okay, yeah, right. We're about $60,000. That'll probably get us near to our landmarks. If you could just donate that now, that'd be great. You may have noticed our lineup from last night and tonight includes some previously caught up with world-renowned Jewish personalities. We had a chance to hear from Asher Weiss of Y.Y. Rubinstein of Y.Y. Jacobson, both have the first name Y.Y. Coincidence? Yes. Rabbi Akiva Katz of Pesach Krohn, and all sorts of other things. But we also had a chance to hear from people here live in the studio. Yesterday we had a chance to speak to Mr. Heyman and Dr. and Mrs. Noda. But here we actually have a chance tonight to meet for the first time in his entire broadcast a real living, breathing piece of Hakshiva, a real person who works in Hakshiva and really shares the vision of what they do to help people in the community. We've met before, I should mention, A, last year on the broadcast, and B, I don't know, my husband Fred was in yeshiva with me, so I know. But anyway, but this is Adi Khan. And her roaming rabble that come and cheer her on wherever she goes around the planet. But yes, so we're going to have a chance to hear right now from Adi Khan. Adi, hello.
Hey Mark, good to be here again.
Good to have you here again.
I'm actually really inviting you. This is my home.
Yes, it's good for me to be back in your home again. Yes. Thank you very much for having me. So what do you want to ask me tonight?
I would love to switch roles with you right
You're
now.
I'm open. I'm an open book.
People would have a good time with that.
I'm open.
But it's okay. It's okay. We'll
Okay.
talk about Hakshiva.
Fine. Yeah, we should probably. Yeah, you're right. Now that you mentioned Hakshiva. By the way, if you mentioned Hakshiva, don't forget to donate. All donations are doubled. Anyway, I'm just going to stick that in subtly. But yeah, so Adi, you work for Hakshiva, but maybe can you explain a little bit about what you do in Hakshiva and maybe how you got into being connected to Hakshiva at all?
Sure. So first of all, I've been working for Hakshiva, believe it or not, for almost 16 years.
I actually
Pretty
don't believe
crazy.
that. That's
16
crazy.
years.
I do believe it.
Yeah.
Wow.
So like I'm basically married to this place. I love it. I've watched it grow from like a little like one-room apartment with no bathroom to now like this building that has so many services and so many
How many
programs.
bathrooms do they have now?
Let me think.
2 down here.
Not enough, actually.
Really?
Yeah. If anybody would like to donate a bathroom to Hakshiva,
Oh, you hear that?
specifically
You've got a bathroom lying
specifically
around.
a women's bathroom.
Donate that, and we'll double it, and we'll make it into 2 bathrooms.
There's always a line for the women's. That's just how it is.
Right.
That's just how it is.
More women's bathrooms.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, but we're good. Thank God. It's an amazing building. Thanks so much to our support and our donors. We really, really get to help the community so much more now that we have this building with therapy offices for the mentors, for the learning center, and this amazing room usually at night is the Moadon, which is the youth center. And
I would say normally there's a lot of noise happening in here.
Yeah,
But
a lot more noise than this.
happening
A
in
lot
here
more
now.
noise than this, yeah.
Okay, fine. What sort of things happening in here?
Okay, so this
I
room.
see table tennis table.
Yeah, so that actually, we'll go to that. We'll skip to that. The table tennis is this cool thing that started this year. It's under my program. So I run the therapy program. And what we're noticing is that some kids actually need something a little different than regular talk therapy, like what we're doing right now. I mean, we're not really doing therapy right now, but we're like talking one-on-one.
I was feeling very relaxed.
We could. But some people need something a little different. And especially like younger boys, we're finding, need more of like a workshop, especially the boys that are either having attention deficit issues, hyperactivity, impulsivity. So we started this year, one of our therapists is doing a ping pong workshop, like a therapeutic workshop. He happens to be like a medal, like this, like, I don't know what to call it, like a champion medal in ping pong, or as I think you call it table tennis?
Yeah, well,
right?
I call it the game that isn't pool.
Table tennis. He's actually also British, this therapist. And he calls it table tennis, but us Americans call it ping pong.
You don't call it table tennis at all?
No, I actually never heard of that word before, table tennis. I don't know.
I can't help you.
No, ping pong. Ping pong in my country. And it's a therapeutic experience. So that's
work? I mean, is it like when someone's engaged in that, it's like kind of almost like a distraction technique and able to access
it's
parts
like,
themselves they normally wouldn't be able to focus on?
Exactly. First of all, just movement in general, acquiring a skill, teamwork. They're focusing on something else while they're talking, like you said, like kind of like a distraction method.
And has he seen success with it?
Totally. Amazing. Total success. Now we're starting more of like a martial arts therapeutic workshop. So basically every year we're trying to think of new ideas, like, well, we'll see what's working and what's not working. And something could work for one kid but not for another. So we do try to think out of the box and really tap into the needs. And like you said, like this is listen up. Hakshiva's listening.
That's
listening.
I always associate Hakshiva with like trying to find something
listening, because we're listening to the kids. We're always listening to their voices and seeing like, where's their struggle? Why are they struggling? Just like how Vayet should be in a classroom. When a teacher is teaching and a kid is not doing well, is it because something's wrong with the student? No, but is the teacher listening enough to what that child's needs are? Maybe he needs to understand it in a different way. Or maybe something's going on for him at home and he's so distracted about it, he can't pay attention. That we need to understand from the child's perspective or from the teen's perspective, what are their needs and how can we meet them?
So
and that's why
unpacking the story.
And that's why like there's a lot of programs that are going on, and we're always open to starting. Because usually chances are if it works for one kid, it's going to work for a group of kids also. Meaning each kid is special, but usually like there's a type of kid that's going to speak to them to do it that way.
So when I singled out the ping pong table, as you call it, it's not really very much to do with the Moadon Laila at all.
So it also is. Like we have a lot of... The Moadon is really a safe place for teens. For them to come, and this is like, Keila, we're in their space right now. This is theirs. And there's a lot of different options. Like when they come, there's music, there's Xbox, there's the ping pong table, there's the fuse ball, there's a bunch of different things. There's food. Yeah, pool table.
Where's the pool table?
Well, everything's folded up now because of it. But
so we have like a pool expert to come in and play with them?
They probably think they're experts. You know, they have fun.
They have to be shown. There's only one way to show them. Okay.
And of course, there's food because every teenager loves food, and it's really a place for them to chill and decide what they want to do. There's not really it's not like there's no agenda there. Obviously, a lot of it is about then forming individual relationships with each teen, so that then we could kind of like make an individual program for each one. But the first thing is just like, come, have fun. This is your awesome living room. Halvai, everybody should have such a
liberating for many people.
Yeah. There's no plan. There's no schedule. Just come, just be. Every once in a while, there is some fun activity, and it's more organized. And they'll have also sometimes like group discussions that they'll talk about. It happens to be I'm talking about. This isn't even my program, but when you're here long enough, first of all, I've been in every program. I used to be in that program, and also the cool thing about Hakshiva is, there's different programs, but we work under like one umbrella. We're all working together. Every one of us, each program director, we're like brothers and sisters. We know what each of us are doing. We're rooting for each other. We're working together with also like the same families. Like I could be having a child that's in the therapy program, but there's a brother that's in the mentoring program, and there's an older sister that's in the youth center. So we'll meet and we'll discuss like what's going on. What more could we do for this family? How could we help them? We'll meet with the parents to follow up, see how it's going for them, and we're seeing more and more. We're doing a lot of work with parents, because especially like if you're
because like you said, kids, teens, young adults, and the parents. You run the therapy program, but you just mentioned the Moadon. So if I just take it from the Moadon but segue in like a space for people to come to, and it's great. Corona. What happened?
I really feel that the teens were the silent sufferers of Corona. They really, really got hit during this experience in so many ways. And I don't know if society protected them and took care of them enough throughout the process. Everybody was worried about the parents, people were worried about the elderly for medical reasons. Then parents were worried about how they're going to manage their jobs and how are they going to make a living. And then there's the young kids. What are we going to do with the young kids? How are we going to entertain them? who's going to watch them while we're trying to work? Oh, but the teens, like they could take care of themselves. I don't know, they're in their room, they're fine. But we saw a lot of depression, we saw a lot of anxiety, a lot of loneliness, a lot of, unfortunately, escaping to the internet. Unfortunately, we've even seen whether it's suicide ideation or, unfortunately, even some very unfortunate instances. They've been hit, and our therapy program has been so overwhelming. Have you been
overwhelmed? Meaning like suddenly the amount of requirement or calls or whatever you've been receiving, have that just ballooned?
I have a very hard time not helping people right away. Like when somebody calls me and people think it's crazy, like it's okay to have them wait a little bit. But I guess I feel their pain. I know how much it takes to pick up the call, to pick up the phone and make that call and ask for help.
You can't say,
that to be like, exactly. Sorry, I hate that line. Sorry, there's a waiting list. People are calling. They need help now. And even if even if we could analyze it and say it's not such a crisis, they could wait. They feel like it's a crisis. And I have to say, my staff was incredible. Like they went, me'al u'me'ever, totally went. They were extraordinary during this time of taking on cases through Zoom, through video calls. Whatever we were allowed to do, we did. Meaning the second the country allowed us to see in person, we were there with masks when necessary, I was literally in each office with a tape measure, measuring the 2 meters that were necessary, like between like therapist and client. And seeing, okay.
Did you have to expand your staff at all, or this wasn't possible?
I did need to hire more staff for sure. We even had a hotline that we opened up because some people just needed to talk, just needed to talk. And we had volunteer therapists that chose certain hours at night to
that hadn't previously worked for
that some of them hadn't previously worked, and some of them were part of our staff. Most of them were part of our staff. And it was crazy to see the second I asked, like, would anyone be able to help? Like, they were like, sure. And even though it's not like this was an issue that we have to remember, all of us were going through it. It wasn't just like our clients were going through it.
Right.
We, as therapists,
like,
were going through
Yeah.
our own stress, our own anxiety, and they understood that. But we have to be here for our clients. We have to be here for the community. And it was an interesting phenomenon to almost like have that shared trauma, that shared experience
really
with our clients.
You're going to walk into shul, or if you're able to go into shul wherever you live, and like, yeah, we're all doing this somehow. Like, there's this kind of like knowing look that people give each other. I guess if you go back, like, just, I know we have to wrap it up in a minute, but go back 3 years ago, 4 years ago, like, people wouldn't have associated modern teenagers with like particularly outgoing necessarily people. A lot of teenage life has become more introvert and kind of machine-based and kind of anti-social media, whatever it is. So in the last year and a half, 2 years, must have only exacerbated that, like, as you said, you know, loneliness and depression must have only gone worse. Can you tell us, I don't know what you're able to, but an inspirational idea or an inspirational story that you've come across that like really personifies maybe some of the work that Shiva does, to be like, this is like such a good example. I know you can't give any specific examples.
On the spot.
On the spot.
An inspirational story. I'm sure Ray Pesach Krohn probably like trumped me on this one. Or I'm trying to think of something. What?
Do you see that families' lives have been completely changed by the work that Shiva does?
100%. And it's really interesting to see, because this is the kind of work where you're not like waking up in the morning and saying like, today I want to make a difference in somebody's life. It just sort of like, you know, you see what you could do, and you know, and you see where you could help. And of course, human nature is always to think of like where we went wrong and what we could have done, or where maybe we should have done more for this kid.
And I guess you learn from your mistakes sometimes as well, which is just normal.
I think because I've had the privilege for being here for so long, I've almost been able to being able to do like a longitudinal study. Like, I've been able to see how clients of ours 15 years ago were and where they are today. And I guess for me, like, I can't think of a specific story, but just being able to go to our Hakshiva graduates' weddings, to go to their simchas, to get a parent in like Gan, you know, sending to the same kindergarten as somebody that like used to be like addicted to drugs, and now she has her own child and is a wonderful mother. And the fact that so many of these teens that were so angry and so anti everything, and now they're relaxed, they're happy, and they're choosing to live in the community
that they didn't
like, that they thought, you know, was all pain and trauma, and now they're here and they're back. And to hear from them how much they appreciate Hakshiva, how much they wouldn't be where they are today without Hakshiva, is there's nothing like that. You know,
So I didn't ask you this in advance. I'm going to put you really on the spot now.
Oh, no.
Spot question. Should people donate to the Hakshiva Refocus campaign tonight?
100%. I'll tell you also, right now there's so much more things we want to be doing right now, and we want to be also expanding to other communities. Everywhere I go, people are like, we need this all over Israel. We need this all over the world. Like, how can we duplicate this? And we're going to be starting off first, like, I don't know if people have heard, but Ramat Beit Shemesh is like now like continuing the alphabet of Aleph, Bet, Gimel, Dalet, Hey, you know, who knows where. So we want to be branching out to the other letters of the other Ramaz. And we want to be also just going eventually all over Israel. And in order to grow, in order to answer the needs of, you know, children in farther places, we need people to donate today. And I see that every shekel counts, and every penny that we get, every shekel that we get, goes straight to kids. I've been watching this for like I said, almost 16 years. Like, it's pure chesed And I really, everyone that's donated, thank you. I'm telling you, this is such an amazing cause. I'm so proud of it. And if you can help us finish our goal of getting to $400,000, we would all appreciate it. The children would appreciate it, the teens, the families. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Listen, you heard the woman. She said that every penny counts. She's a professional head of the therapy program. That's it. You don't need to hear anything from me. You heard it from her. Everything you donate now. Look, it says here, donate now. Everything I say is somehow magicked onto this screen. Donate now. Be careful what I say. Donate now. Yeah, everything you donate is going to be doubled. Help us to help the next generation. I just said that, and now it's on the screen. Yeah. Donate now. All donations are doubled. We are now where? 265,000? No, we're way past that.
Yay!
We've jumped just by listening to you talk, Adi. We've
sure.
gone up to $295,000.
Wow, amazing.
We're on the way. There's only $104,319 to go.
We're going to get there. We're going to get there.
That's $52,000. It'll be doubled. Donate now. What are you waiting for? We'll be back after this.
Thank you.
This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubenstein, Rabbi Asher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn. We have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Katz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents and more importantly, the kids.
Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
We're back, here we are, and you missed it in the last few moments. We've soared past $300,000. We're on $315,000. Woo! Which I don't need to explain to you, or maybe I do. We're at 75%, we're beyond, we're 78%. To be exact, we're beyond this. Even this screen, which is up to date, we're smashing past it now. We've got less than $85,000 to go to get to our $400,000 target. Every donation you make is doubled. We're here in the Hakshiva building, the Hakshiva office. This, in fact, is the youth Moadon, the youth club where people come to hang out in the evenings. We just heard just now from Adi Khan, the head of the therapy program in Hakshiva. And that's not it. We also have with us Yossi Wachtel.
Hello, hello, hello.
This is Yossi Wachtel. Yossi Wachtel is in charge of the teen department, which is also teens at risk, the whole package. And whilst Adi made reference to it, she really is from the therapy section of things. Yossi is the expert on the teens in the teen department. So Yossi, first of all, I had to say the same thing to you that I did with Adi. I was going to say welcome, but really it's welcome to me. I'm actually in your house.
Welcome to you. You're in the youth center. Today is a big night and a regular week. Big Tuesday nights, we have your big girls groups, and we actually sent them out to do a little.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what are they doing tonight?
Right, so they're actually on a little trip in the mountains tonight.
Wow.
We sent them out and we told them that we are raising money to help them and get them back into their schools and to help them with their therapy to be able to be successful. And,
so some of the
society.
teenagers that you're describing are not in a school system at this moment.
Correct.
Why, for example, why might that be? Why might a person not necessarily be part of a school?
Well, I can answer like a teenager and say, why should I go to school?
Okay.
If I need to go to work to be able, I could just go to work. Or life is great without going to school and I'm smart, so I could do what I need.
Okay, so for some reason people are not feeling connected to the system or feeling disillusioned or feeling whatever it might be.
Or that they were bullied, or
bullied
that they
in
have
school,
a hard time in learning.
fit in.
They don't like their friends, they don't like their teachers, they're scared, they failure a lot, so they just don't have any good reason to go.
So being part of the teenage program here really is a lifeline for them. It's a source of connection. If they're not getting it through school for whatever reason, they have some kind of shared experience, and this is like a home in some ways.
This is a home. This is a home. This is a place without any judgment. This is a place where there is, I'm not going to call it a subliminal message to actually, put them back into proper society. But our real goal when we sit with them and the madrichot and the madrichim is really to put them back into the telem, into the way of a person is supposed to be, to maximize his real potential that he could get to. So by coming and chilling with an adult and having a positive experience with an adult, you can help him grow, and that teenager can come to you and say, you're a great person, and we can tell him life is just as easy as perfect could be for you as well. You don't have to suffer. You could have a good time. You could get along with your parents. You could get along with the teachers, even though there were some that weren't so good to you in your eyes. There is the right way to do it, and that's what we're here for.
And whilst maybe the system may work for a good percentage of the people, very often when it's not working for someone, it's because we've missed something. And Hakshiva, really, we say it, listen up. And as Adi was saying, and I'm sure you'll probably agree with this, this place is about being non-judgmental, but also listening. There's a reason why you're not enjoying this. Right.
Hakshiva is to listen, and there's a lot of listening being done, and there's listening without being judged. In being a good person and a good Jew, and it doesn't matter what yarmulke or no yarmulke or what you dress
or transparent yarmulke or something.
We don't. It doesn't matter for us. Our goal is you as a human being to live properly with your parents, to respect each other, to be in the system that you're supposed to be, even though you can disagree with it and you think that school is not for you, and you're very successful in your own business and you're making a lot of money by doing random jobs for people. It's great, it's right. But there's a system, and until a certain age, you're supposed to be in it, and that's the right thing for you if you like it or not, if you see the good in it or not. You don't have to go into the mainstream that other kids in the family. You have to go to Al Pi Darko, which is good for you, but it's a derech. It's got to be the derech of the family. It doesn't have to always go, you don't have to go head to head. You can have an amazing life without that.
So I heard you on the promotional video. You look very serious into the camera and say, we're there when it's impossible for you to be there. And I'm assuming that that's addressed maybe to parents or educators, saying we can do things here that you guys aren't able to do because of the way you relate to that system, and we kind of allow a special window outside of the system. How difficult was it for you maybe in the last year and a half or so to be able to say, even we find it difficult to be there because we can't bring them here because there were times where there was lockdown or whatever it was?
Honestly, Hakshiva's youth center did not close down for one day during all lockdowns.
Wow.
Youth at risk was the only, and prison and hospitals. There are certain things that never closed down. And youth at risk never closed down.
Wow.
Ever. We did not miss a day of youth center with Corona, with Sgarim, with nothing. Even when you weren't allowed to walk a certain distance from your house, we were allowed to open up.
So you had like a special permit to leave your house?
It's a special permit for those teens, because the police understand those teens, and they understand, and they know what's happening. And it was very difficult because there was a very big drop in a lot of the teens in Yiddishkeit and self-esteem and connection to friends and all societies. It's a very big difficult. A lot of people had a lot of very hard times with bidudim. They felt very, very lonely. Certain families took it on a certain level, and it was very difficult for the child to be so separated and from society. And there are kids who adopted bidud for longer than they should, and very hard for them to get back into society.
Rehabilitate themselves into society.
Right. So when you're saying, like I said on the promotion video, we're there when you can't, because I personally go to closed doors, and I stand in front of the closed doors and stuff in a note underneath, and get the call back sometimes, and sometimes I don't. But we are there for those children.
They're in their room, and you just put a note on.
They're in their room. They only come out when everybody goes to sleep. They eat what they find. They have a very hard time. We're there for them.
So you physically put a note under the door, and then you get a call saying sometimes.
Usually you don't get a call. Usually come back the next day and things move along. But it's a lot of siyata d'shmaya, and it's a lot of help from the community when they put all this trust in us.
I know you can't be specific, but can you tell us like an inspiring type of story that you've seen happen from the time maybe someone came in to the teenage program, and then by the time they've been through it for a little bit of time, the change that you observed in?
I had a call from a boy who actually called the office asking to speak to an old madrich who's not here anymore, and he asked, and the secretary referred the boy to me. I met with the boy, and the boy is an alumni from 4 years ago. He graduated, he went to yeshiva, he grew, he changed a lot. I did not recognize him. I did know him back in the day. When he told me his name, I couldn't recognize him.
Your heart skipped a beat.
Literally. And he did a tremendous change. And he came in because he asked me that he wants to be a madrich. He wants to pass over.
Back.
He wants to give back.
Wow.
And for this campaign, he's been promoting the campaign, asking people as much as they can to help, because he himself was benefit, and he felt very successful. So it's a long period of time that it takes until a kid goes back into the ways that we try to direct them, and it takes time. But when you see that end result, there's nothing more rewarding than that.
But it's so nice talking to you that I completely forgot until you said the word campaign. We're here on a campaign, so let me just ask you one on the spot. Should people give to Akshiva?
People should give to Akshiva because we are really helping children turn around and get to be able to fulfill their full potential as much as we can. And by helping, we are helping other children. It's going directly to helping youth and many different stages of their life, and it will be a big schus, B'ezrat Hashem, for their own children as well.
You heard him. Yossi Wachtel, the director of the teenage program in Hakshiva, he's directing you to donate $322,000 out of $400,000. That's a lot. That's about 80%, it says over here. But guys, where's the remaining $77,000? Yalla. They say in Hebrew, yalla. You have to donate. Every donation you give tonight will be doubled. We will be back here in the studio live before our final part of the programming, and in less than an hour to go, straight after this. Thank you very much to Yossi.
Thank you.
This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubinstein, Rabbi Asher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn. We have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Katz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents, and more importantly, the kids.
Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Oh, hello. Welcome back to the Hakshiva studio. You missed it. We passed $320,000 a little while ago. We're now on that's the word, we've gone down. We were on 322,000. We've gone to 321,000. Not sure how that happened. Someone will update me in a minute as to what happened with the numbers. But we definitely passed 322,000 a minute ago. We just went down again. We just went down by another. Every time I refresh my screen, we're going down. And maybe I should stop refreshing my screen because we're getting less and less. 321. Okay, I'm going to stop refreshing my screen because I think I'm breaking the whole live campaign. But yes, we're doing very well, but we do need your help. There's some big movements coming along now. A lot of people here seem to be getting a bit of excitement over here. They seem to think that there's some big donations coming in the pipeline. I don't know if that's true. Right now, they're not here. We need your help. We're in the final stretch. We are less than an hour to go. We're in the home stretch of the broadcast. We're in the home stretch of the campaign. And we're in the home stretch of the amount, but we're not there yet. We're still more than $70,000 short. Guys, we need your help. If you're watching this, help us. If you're not watching this, you cannot hear a word that I'm saying. But at the very least, you can find people who aren't watching it, make them either watch it or at least donate. Please, guys, help us, help us, help us. We are approaching our $400,000 goal, which is really what we're meant to be doing tonight to help Hakshiva in the wonderful work they do. If you haven't kept a track of the program tonight, there'll be a chance to watch it back. We had a chance to hear from the very inspirational Khoury family earlier on, 22 years of childlessness, very, very special and inspiring story. We heard from Rav YY Rubinstein. We heard, well, yesterday was Rav YY Rubinstein and Rabbi Akiva Tatz, Rav Pesach Kron. Tonight we heard Rav YY, we also heard Rav YY Jacobson. Tonight we heard Rav YY Rubinstein. We also had a chance to hear before from Rav Usher Weiss, an unbelievable zchus, what a special privilege it was for us to have him. We had part 2 of our 3-part Jamie Geller Bonanza. Still to come in the program, we have Rav Eli Stefanski, the founder of 8minutestuff.com, a global phenomenon that's taken off. He'll be on shortly. Then we have our final 3rd part of the Jamie Geller Bonanza. We can't reveal to you what happens over there, but amazing stuff there. But most importantly, all of this is as part of Hakshiva's Refocus campaign. Why is it called Refocus? That's such a good question. I just asked myself on a live broadcast. Probably shouldn't be broadcasting. Where's that head of the therapy centre gone? All right, we'll talk to her in a minute after. But for now, he said in his musings to himself, he said in the 3rd person, talking about himself, commenting on himself. This is too strange. But anyway, it's called the Refocus campaign. He said refocusing. It's called the Refocus campaign because the idea here is not just to get back to normal after some of the things we've been going through the last year and a half, but rather to refocus our lives, to really connect back to those things that we found that we valued more than we had done before, just like personal freedoms and the ability to communicate with each other. We had a chance here before from Adi Khan, the head of the therapy section of the work that Hakshiva does, telling us about how challenging in general the work is, but the last year and a half particularly, teenagers maybe being the overlooked segment of society. They weren't the very old and considered to be the most healthily at risk. They weren't the middle to older age people who are trying to work out how they're going to hold their jobs down and manage the kids. They weren't the younger kids who people had to find services to babysit them, whatever it might be. They were the ones that were supposed to just get on with it and take care of themselves. And of course, they needed just as much support, maybe more, than anyone else. And some of the subsequent and consequent results that had negatively on teenage life, and therefore the raise in the need for what Hakshiva does. And speaking of raise, we do need to raise the funds tonight to help Hakshiva continue their fantastic work. So don't forget to donate. If you haven't donated yet, donate. I think now is a pretty good time. Something like, when? Now. I think there was a famous if not now, when type thing. We did have that in Judaism a few times. really now is the time to donate. Help us get over the line. We're really not there yet. We're under an hour to go, and we're still a good $70,000 shy of where we need to be. So yes, I know you're thinking, that's not 70,000, it's only 35,000, so it'll be doubled. It'll only be doubled if you donate it. You can't double nothing. Doubling nothing is nothing. So if you give $35,000, get on you, mate, and maybe you'll even get me to shut up for a bit, which will be a relief, I think, for everyone. Yes, for everyone. Yeah, no, definitely everyone. No, wait, no, it's definitely everyone. So yes, donate for the Refocus campaign. Still to come on the program, we have Rav Eli Stefanski. If you're not familiar with him, you've got a few minutes to Google him, but basically he founded the 8minutedaf.com. If I tell you all about it, it might make you redundant us showing the interview and had a chance to catch up with him. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to tell you, it's a very interesting thing that happened. He's a remarkable person. He actually described himself as an entrepreneur businessman before he described himself as a rabbi and a teacher. He got into it in a very interesting way, and he has really inspired so many people around him. And it's really not just about the learning that he does, but as you'll hear in the interview, some of the community-based things that have happened, the community that's grown around him and around his 8minutedaf.com website and teaching and classes, and some of the very inspirational, and you'll see also some very emotional stories that have happened through his connection with people and the people that are around him and will be connected to him. So really don't forget to check that out. It's coming up next in really under a minute. My job now is to basically ramble, which is very unlike me if you think about it. Even if you don't know me, you may think, this guy doesn't ramble. Rambling, for example, in Old English means to kind of go on a long walk. So I'm not going on a long walk, I'm not rambling in that sense. And also rambling is kind of just meaninglessness. This is not meaninglessness, this is meaningfulness, because this is about supporting Akshiva and the wonderful work they do. Just a reminder in case you missed it, which if you had, I think it must be chronically unwell. We're trying to get to $400,000. I'm going to try and refresh my screen. Last time when I refreshed my screen, the number kept going down. Now I've refreshed it, and we're back up again. We're back up. Here we go. It's just gone weird again, but we were on $339,000. Is that right? $339,000? Where are we up to now? 322 again. We've gone down. We've just lost $17,000. Must have put it on a horse or something. Okay, our chance now is to go and hear from Eli Stefanski, the founder of 8minutedaf.com. So we'll be back after this. All right, I'm here, very excitingly, with Rabbi Eli Stefanski in the office of the 8-Minute Daf. Above our heads, which you can't see, is a big sign saying 8-Minute Daf. I guess if either of us forget what it's called, that's what it is, with all the logo and everything. It's a massive worldwide phenomenon. If you've never heard of it, get online now and check out exactly what it is. And so it's very, very exciting for us to be here. Rabbi Stefanski.
Yes.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm well, thank God. Thank you very much for being part of
absolutely
of the Akshiva broadcast. So we're here to talk a little bit about Corona, what you do, maybe how it's affected the work you do, and what you've heard from other people. Have people maybe developed an interest in what you do even more based on recent events? So let's go right in. The past year and a half has been a bit wild. Has that helped what you do? Has it spurred forward what you do? Or maybe in fact before that, how did you start doing what you do?
Okay, so by profession, I'm a real estate investor, and I hail from Chicago. We made Aliyah about 8 years ago, and I wanted to get into learning. Came to Eretz Yisrael to learn more, a little bit more Ruchnius, and I started learning the Daf. I found myself sitting in a Chabura that was doing the Daf Yomi, and I was doing the Daf, and one thing led to the next, and I started giving this synopsis of the Daf. Basically giving all 7 Daf once a week in 45 minutes. Right here, off this room, we had about 40 people coming because I would serve chont and schnitzel and all sorts of good things, and that basically...
It was mainly the synopsis of the Daf that they came for. It's just that the children's and stuff was like a side.
That's what I would have liked to believe, but yeah, they came for the food. But I had to prepare for the Daf, for the synopsis, and it was a mechayev, which made me learn. I had to learn a lot and learn often. In other words, when I was flying to America for business, which I would do about once a month, I would be learning on the plane and learning all the time and making sure that I'm always back for the Thursday night synopsis. Didn't want to miss that. So that Mechayev was great. And after about, I would say about a year and a half of doing that, some of the guys got together and they said, hey, why don't you just give us a Daf Yomi share in English? So that was on a Sunday, Shabbos Sunday, Monday morning we started Avodah Zarah Daf Chav Ches. And that's also a message. Always start when you have that inspiration. So we started Daf Chav Ches in the middle of a sugya.
Don't leave it till, a plan. Don't start.
Yeah, don't start in the beginning of a Masechta, beginning of a Perek, or beginning of this. Just start. So we started Avodah Zarah Daf Chav Ches, and that took off. It was pretty successful. We started with 5 to 7 people the first day, and then it started growing. We're in a shul, a local shul called Chaniche, and we had 10 people, then 15, 20, 25. By the time the end of Shas was nearing, like the last Masechta, we were already 35, 40 people, and the room was kind of tight for that. Seeing that, we said, Brachas is coming up, and a lot of people join Shas when Bracha starts, and what are we going to do? So we started looking for another room, maybe there's another shul. Nothing was really available at 7:15 in the morning in this neighborhood. So the only best next thing was we got to build a building. So we built a building called MDY, Merkaz Daf Yomi, which holds about 80 people. And the plan was to build it and have it open and ready to function on Brachas Daf Beis, which was like January 1st or something, right around the beginning of January. Baruch Hashem, we moved in. When we moved in, there was no lights, and we had a building. And that was great, Brachas Daf Beis. We filled up the room. There was about 80 people, and that started growing. And by the time Shabbos came around, which was like 60-something days later, we had days that we had 110 people.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was like 80 people per morning, and once Shabbos, 110, and it was going great.
On a weekday, you were mic'd up, so that people could hear you what you were saying, or?
Yeah, so we had, you mean the people in the room?
Yeah.
The people in the room, no, there was no microphones in the room, but I was mic'd up for YouTube. We were doing YouTube live for approximately 2 years before that. And it's an interesting story because there was some situation in Australia. A guy went on a rampage with, he had a YouTube live. So they closed down YouTube live for most people. They said in order to stream live, you have to have 1,000 subscribers. Well, we only had like 700 or something. So we had to go around and ask people to subscribe. And we got 1,000 and we were back online. We were back live. So we were the only Daf Yomi share streaming live on YouTube. And, we had a couple hundred people maybe. It was not that popular. It was, a couple hundred is good, but not great. And when Brachas Daf Beis started, then it started picking up steam. Now, we'll step back a little bit before Brachas Daf Beis. My sister-in-law got sick. I don't remember the exact date, but she got the machla, and I was very sad about it. And I decided right then and there we have to do something. And what we decided to do is do the 8-minute daf. You can't see it's in the ceiling. 8-minute daf. 8-minute daf is the synopsis of the daf in 8 minutes. And the idea came from that Thursday night shir that I gave. Instead of doing all the daf in one shot, do little pieces and send it out in a WhatsApp. So it was an 8-minute synopsis of that day's daf sent out in a WhatsApp, and that grew, 50, 100, 200. By the time Brachas came around, we maybe had 1,000, 1,500 people, maybe 2,000, and that's how we went into Brachas Daf Beis. As soon as Brachas hit, the 8-minute daf took off. It became very popular because people wanted to do Shas, but they felt it might be easier to do the 8 minutes. And
the 8 minutes for them would involve not necessarily learning the daf, but getting the exact.
Well, the 8-minute is designed for review.
Right.
After you know the daf well, you just go over it with 8 minutes, or to prepare for the daf. It's not really meant to. It's not instead of a shir.
It's not a substitution for the learning.
But a lot of people that didn't have time and a little lazy, they said, hey, it's better than nothing. So they went on to the 8-minute daf. And before we knew it, people that were going on to 8-minute daf, they switched very quickly to our full daf, the regular shir. So they started tuning into YouTube. And we recorded it, it was put on YouTube for later on, so if you were in America and you couldn't make the live, you would watch it later on. So that started growing. The regular shir started growing, then we started putting our attention into the regular shir. And then, so we made a big siyum on Masechet Brachas, where we had Rabbi Nissim Kaplan come and speak. It was beautiful. We had a couple of people from the shir that were watching us live on YouTube, fly in from America for the siyum. And then Corona hit, right in the beginning of Masechet Shabbos, like maybe 10 or 12 days into Masechet Shabbos. And our Beis Medrash was shut down. So we went from 100 people a day to 0. And I had to give shir from that table right over there, a few feet from where we're sitting. And it was a disaster. And then somebody said, hey, there's something called Zoom. So we tried out Zoom. And that was a blessing in disguise, where most people suffered a lot from COVID, Corona. We actually blossomed. COVID was very good for the shir, in a way, because many people, their shiurim closed down, and they went online to look for a shir, and they found us.
And they were looking at something live, ideally, if they could get it,
right.
If not recorded. And
exactly. So Zoom really took off. We had a lot of people on Zoom every morning, and then the YouTube, and it started growing. Baruch Hashem, went like from a couple hundred people to a couple thousand people. And so Hashem has His plan. Obviously there's a lot of suffering and a lot of not such good things, but one spot that really shines and was good for us is the fact that the shir took off.
And those people have been once things reopened and wherever they lived, they tended to be faithful and remain in the shir, or once things reopened, they kind of went back?
So many people have stayed. That not only that, we reopened the Beis Medrash. It took a long time for people to come back.
Physically.
They were very comfortable with the Zoom and the YouTube and so now. Last night was the first time that there was standing room only in the Beis Medrash, like the good old days. That has a lot to do. There's a brand new Masechta now that we're learning, Sukkah, and but yeah, people got comfortable at home, and Zoom is very. There's some benefits with Zoom. You could chat with different people and see people's faces and get to know people.
So I teach, and I teach in yeshiva, and the yeshiva kind of everyone went back. Also when Corona hit, and we were after Corona hit, but we also went onto Zoom, and it was an amazing technology. You said, but missing that person-to-person connection was a very difficult thing. How did you? Were you craving to get back in? I mean, in addition to broadcasting, to back into a physical room with physical people that you could actually interact with?
Yeah, I missed it a lot. And any opportunity we had, and when they let the gates open, we jumped right back into the Beis Medrash. But there's something about Zoom. I mean, for us, the achdos, the camaraderie, to see people from so many different countries on at the same time, and the stories that we share and the relationships that we built, it's amazing. So every day after shir today, I go on Zoom. That's the thing. As soon as shir is over, I tell everybody I'm sorry, and I go back onto Zoom, just to catch up with the guys from New York and the guys from Australia. And
the social component of the...
Yeah, it's amazing what can be done with that technology.
Can you tell us a story that you came across? You said that people had amazing stories.
There's a lot of stories. I mean, from the simple stories of, there's a doctor in Pennsylvania who noticed that one of the people in the Zoom, their ceiling was peeling, and he asked me exactly if I know them, and I said yes, and he asked me about the family, I told him, and he sent them $10,000 to repair the ceiling, and that's one story.
Wow.
But there was another story that's very moving. Every time I talk about it, I tear up. I hope I hold it together here. There was a guy on Zoom, and his name was Chop, C-H-O-P, He didn't show his face at all for a very, very long time. And we finally realized that he's in a hospital, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, CHOP. And his son, Yerachmiel, had a brain tumor, and he was in the hospital for a very long time. And when people found out about the situation, they started sending gifts and taking care of the family, and they sent 2 laptops, one for the father in the hospital, one for the family, so they could communicate. There's a family from Lakewood, like a real yeshivish family, and they didn't have technology, and they set them up with the technology. Somebody actually made a pillowcase with our logo on it and sent it so that the boy could have the pillow, and so the father put it underneath the boy, and it just was on. And somebody found out that one of the kids at home, a healthy kid, wanted a kayak, like a little boat. A couple days later, a kayak showed up in the mail. A truck showed up with a 15-foot kayak, and just boxes of, the father sent me a picture of like 6 or 7 boxes of toys that people sent him.
Amazing.
Yeah. Then, unfortunately, the child was nifter, Yerachmiel was nifter, and when I announced it, I started crying, and it was very emotional. And the father was emotional that I cried, and then people started being Menachem Aval, and random people from all over the United States drove in, flew in, whatever it was. And one of the big ones was a Lubavitcher Chassid from Crown Heights drove over 2 hours to be Menachem Aval. He told me he thought he's going to just walk in and say Amakim Menachem, and a few minutes later be back on his way. And he walked in and goes, "You don't know me." And the father says, "Stop. I know you. You're Shlomi Klein." "Of course I know you. I know you from Zoom." "Yeah, I know you."
Wow.
And like, "What?" And then he sat down and they schmoozed for over 2 hours. And the father, he wrote to me, he's like, "You don't understand the nechama I had from all these people coming, over 50 different people from different places, from different backgrounds." And the idea that a Lubavitcher Chassid could come, be Menachem Aval, Litvak from Lakewood, and Hasidim getting along with. We had to see him this past Thursday at the Kaisel, and there was a Hasidic guy with Tzikraz Payas and the Bieber hit. He wouldn't take off his hat the whole siyum, sitting right next to a guy that I know very well from Chicago, a ponytail, his head was shaved on the side, a little kippah in the middle, and that guy learns the daf. And these 2 guys both learned the daf together from the same shiur. So it's just that camaraderie, that achdus it's unheard of, and it's largely due to Zoom.
So the shiur's morphed and ballooned in a way that you wouldn't have imagined it, as you said, down to Zoom, and has included people in such a way that there's so much more than what we might often think pragmatically as a shiur of information ingestion. It's nothing to do with that. They say that Torah unites people. You really see it through your shiur, how that's had such an amazing impact.
Absolutely.
That's fantastic.
There's a guy in Australia in the outbacks. He lives somewhere. The closest Beit Chabad to him is 40 minutes away. He told us that he did Megillah laning with the Shliach, and that's it, like the 2 of them. There's nobody there. And the guys got together and sent him matzah and all the stuff that he needs for Pesach. And it's just, he lives in who knows where, but he's on every day. And actually, a Hasidic guy from Yerushalayim organized the whole thing, sent him whatever he needs for Pesach. It's just tremendous chesed, achdus, camaraderie. If a guy from a shiur travels to Los Angeles, people in Los Angeles that don't really know him, have never spoken to him, will come pick him up from the airport and go out to dinner.
That? It says on Zoom, I'm coming to LA
They know,
next week.
like people find out. It's interesting. There's the guy come to New York, they'll take him out, and they go to the Teaneck, and then they get together, and sometimes it's 10, 15 people. They had a get together just the other day in Lakewood. Some guy came, or Yisrael Goldstein from Borough Park. He was just a week ago in Manchester. 20 people showed up. They used it as an excuse, as a get together, because they want to get together physically.
People are craving that.
Right, and then they use that guy as the excuse. Let's come meet Yisrael Goldstein and
touch a piece of the shiur.
Yeah. Exactly.
Particularly in countries, I mean, they mentioned Manchester, like where there's some very strict COVID, rules still in place.
Right.
So they're looking for any avenue. Of
It was outdoors, actually, now that you mention it.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean,
Yeah.
Manchester, it's not such a foregone conclusion. Manchester's not such a nice place, miserable. And just out of interest in timing, because you do an 8-minute duff summary, how long does the duff take to do the shir?
So I spend all day on the daf, and that's my main focus is the shir, the 45-minute shir, because it's a very...
It's a 45-minute shir.
It's a 45-minute shir.
So there could be another movement called the 45-minute duff, but it doesn't sound quite as...
But there's many people that do that. That's not unique. What's unique about the 45-minute shir is that it's very hands-on, it's interactive. There's always pictures and charts and live demonstrations and that sort of thing.
Live demonstrations? So when you get to Chulin and then talk about Shechita,
oh, yeah,
you're going to have live demonstrations?
Yeah, in Chulin we had a live Shechita. We had the guy that the authority in Chulin who wrote a sefer, I forgot his name now, wrote the major sefer on Chulin. He did a live demonstration for us, absolutely.
Wow.
We bought a sheep, he shechted it, he dissected it, and he showed us all the parts and everything for hours, yeah.
And did you send a piece around the world to each person of the sheep?
No. The actual sheep was supposed to be for me, they put it away, and then somebody ate it instead of giving it to me. But
nice.
Yeah, it was very nice. He promised to give me another one. Yeah.
I assume it hasn't arrived yet.
No.
Okay, and when you get through the cycle,
yeah.
So then, are you looking to continue to go cycle, or then when you get to like say, well, it's all recorded now, it's all on YouTube, we've done 8-minute stuff.
It's a good question, and people ask me that. I have no idea. I mean, I would hope that I would continue.
Because you probably want to review and say, I'm going to do it completely differently next time.
On the one hand, I want a vacation because right now I'm going 600 plus days straight, and we're very big into this saying, it's not about the daf, it's about the yaimi. So I hardly ever give 2 shiurim in one day. So I'll give on Friday, and then on Shabbos and Sunday, I'll give a Yom Kippur, on Tisha B'Av, and...
how did those ones get recorded?
So this year we have an issue like Erev Tisha B'Av is on Shabbos, I'll give the live share on Shabbos itself. I'm going to have to record either on Friday or Motzei Shabbos. It's problematic. The point is, there's no vacation. It's very, very difficult to take off. You can't take off a day because you have to record every day.
The nice and difficult word to use, I guess, is relentless. The daf.
Consistency.
Yeah.
Consistency that's what the daf is all about. It's very important. Consistency, very important.
How do your family react to all this? Because I guess that there was a time where you weren't learning the daf all day and giving shiurim and have a worldwide audience of thousands of people that you were engaging with.
I'm just a Baal Bus till this day, but it didn't happen in one day. It happened slowly, and
do they wear
my wife is very
t-shirts?
supportive.
Do they have 8-minute duff pillowcases? Or do they say, if I see one more 8-minute duff?
I forgot. It's a good thing you mentioned that because I forgot to say the main punchline of that story. We had a siyum in the 5 towns for Masechet Pesachim. It was 150 people showed up. It was beautiful, and one of the people that showed up was Yerechmiel's father. Shows up and he surprises from Lakewood, and he takes me to the side and says, I wanna give you something. And he pulls out the pillowcase that his son used to sleep on. He says, I want you to use this for the Seder.
Wow.
It was very emotional. And that Pesach we were in a hotel, and I went around from table to table with the pillowcase. He said, you see this pillowcase? I told him the whole story about Yerechmiel Gordon, how he was Nifter, 8-year-old boy, and this was his pillowcase. The whole thing was very, very emotional.
I don't want to make any presumptions, but I'm assuming that when you were a kid, it wasn't known, he's going to be doing the 8-minute duff one day, learning the duff all day and teaching.
No, I'm still very wild. I was a wild kid, and my father put a lot of energy into me. I'm the oldest, I'm the B'char. He really wanted me to learn. And he skipped me a bunch of grades and sent me to the best yeshivas, and he was very into me learning, and would learn chavrusa with me all the time. And it was his dream that I should be like this big Talmid Chacham, but it didn't pan out. When I went to, I started working in real estate, or catering actually. As it turns out, I'm the cameraman's caterer. How you doing?
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it was amazing. Great food, no?
Great meal.
Yeah. So I was in catering and then real estate, and my father was not happy. It was a letdown. He was a big Talmid Chacham, but now he's pretty happy.
Yeah, it's not just the fact that you're teaching Torah, but the impact that it's having around the world. It's not just you're sitting somewhere and you're learning a bit. You're being marbitz Torah to thousands of people.
I hope he has nachas. I hope.
This is called the Refocus campaign. We're trying to get the message out there that we don't have to just go back to how things were, but we can actually take things that we met along the way. In your experience this past chunk of time, do you have a message that maybe people can take with them as well about how to harness some of the positives from what we've experienced during this time of Corona?
Well, the daf is about consistency. And people that are consistent, so even when something like COVID hits, that consistency takes on another form, but it continues. So that's why I believe it's very important to be consistent. Yiddishkeit is, it's all about consistency. The carbon tamid in the morning, the carbon tamid in the afternoon. It's one of the most important things in Yiddishkeit. We're in 3 weeks now. One of the things that happened is that we lost that carbon tamid, that consistency, and then we make a big deal about it. When you have the consistency, you could take that consistency and maybe instead of going to the Beis Medrash every day, but you take that consistency, you bring it home, and but you have something to lean on. And I heard this over and over from people. They said, everything stopped, but the one consistent thing that we had in our lives is the limud Torah that we had in the morning, and that kept us going. So I really think, I really truly believe that people should grab onto consistency, especially in learning. So no matter what hits, you have that consistent thing.
And that can be applied anywhere, because people
Absolutely.
who found that they were spending more quality time with a family member, and now maybe they're back out in the world again. Okay, but you can still make that time, make it consistent. Don't wait for a big grand plan, as you said. Make it consistent. It's a very important message for.
Absolutely. Have some family time every day, 5 minutes with this kid, but consistency. Take out your wife a certain amount of time consistently. Consistency in all aspects. When Shnai Mikra Vecher Targum doesn't have to be daf. Dieting, whatever it is, but consistency.
Hakshiva in our neighborhood, as we've mentioned it before. You said you're a bit familiar with what they do. Can you tell us a little bit about your impressions of the way they impact the community or the way they impact the area?
Absolutely. I mean, one thing you see all the time is, unfortunately, there's a lot of youth that is straying. And with Hakshiva, they're always there, no matter what. There's always somebody that's willing to help and wants to help and helps. What's going on in our generation, I don't know. It's amazing to see the transformation. It seems like things are different now. There's a lot more going on. There's a lot. You look at the street, we live in a very, very religious neighborhood, and yet there's a lot of these kids that need help. They're screaming for help, and Hakshiva is there. And I think, now that I'm thinking about it, it's not a cliche. Hakshiva, they listen. They're listening, and they're there to help. I see it firsthand.
And in Corona, they've been double busy, because
I
many
can
things
imagine.
that go on have been exacerbated for kids and families and whatever it might be.
A lot of these kids, they're home and they're doing their video game. Nobody wants to go back to school. It's very hard after a year of doing the same, being consistent on that video game, to want to go back to school.
Right. Getting back into routine for many people is a big challenge. Now, speaking of teenagers, can you tell us a funny story, maybe, or an interesting story from when you were a teenager? You did mention that perhaps you weren't following the path that was being laid very clearly out for you, but if you weren't doing that, you must have been following a different path.
I was on the path. I was just a wild guy. I learned, I was in good yeshivas all the time. I was a wild kid.
Can we have a taste of the wildness?
Pranking people, dressing up in the middle of the year as different things, coming to the Beis Medrash, looking completely different. I once jumped over the bima in the middle of Passaic. I went to Passaic Yeshiva, I jumped over the bima. Crazy, just crazy, but I was into learning. I was wild. I never got kicked out of yeshiva or anything like that. I didn't do anything wrong. I was just wild.
Can you tell us one of your favorite pranks that you recall?
One of my favorite pranks, it wasn't in yeshiva, but I left for Purim. I was in Chicago, and I told my wife I have to go to New York for Purim. She wasn't happy, but I left. And on Purim itself, by my father-in-law's house, there are these different groups that come in and collect money. So one of the groups came in, and one of the guys was really rowdy. He took my father-in-law's food, he was ripping up checks, he was writing his own checks, and they had to lift the guy out and kick him out, and that guy was me. I never left. I went to this Hollywood makeup artist, and he redid my face in such a way nobody knew it was me. That was a good one. Many different things. I don't know, different scare people and that sort of thing.
So you said that you still like to the wild side of life a little bit, and you mentioned before we came on this that you've done some really cool things. Can you share one of those cool things with us?
I gave a Daf Yomi share with lions.
With lions?
With lions, yeah. I have the picture over there if you want to grab it.
Right.
I was sitting with lions. He knows in the safari you could there's certain places you could go and hang out with lions. So I got a couple lions and I gave over a share.
Was it by any chance anything related to lions?
No, nothing to do with lions.
Did they chop it?
Did the lions chop? I think so.
It was
One
very
of them
raw.
wasn't happy with the pshat in the middle. He was like, rah, that sort of. But it was cool.
They got the raw pshat.
I used to own a plane. I used to fly a lot. I like to jump out of planes. I scuba dive with sharks. Not the ones I was flying. No, I had it
That would
somewhere
have been
else.
quite horrific for the people to see that the pilot was just
Exited. No,
Yes.
that sort of thing. Very into scuba diving, into snowboarding.
Snowboarding.
Absolutely.
It's so popular in Israel. I mean, Hermon maybe.
No, I used to go to Europe a lot, but ever since Brachas, zero, nothing.
So that's
Just
why, that's
right
why you
here
need
in
a
this
break.
room.
That's why you need a break.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Why should I start the film? What we're going to get from it? Some people say maybe you shouldn't learn. I should learn more in depth and whatever it is.
The daf has all of Torah in it. It has halacha, it has agada, it has everything. It has Tanakh. So if you're going to pick one type of learning, you want to pick Gemara. And that's based on the Rishonim. But the daf changes your life. Literally changes who you are. Every single person that I meet that starts the daf has become a different person. You become a better husband, a better father, a better business person, a better yid. You feel good about yourself. It just changes people. There's musar in the daf, there's hashkaf in the daf. So that's why the daf is so important. The fact is, in yeshiva we used to learn very, very slow and very deliberate, and that's great, and that might be the right way to learn. But as working people, that consistency to learn every single day and to learn the 45 minutes, the hour, that's the most important for us. Because if you're going to say, okay, I want to learn slow, what happens is you get a chavrusa, and then he doesn't show up, and you end up learning 3 days out of the 7, and learning every single day, and learning every single day a halacha that you never knew before in your life. It's unbelievable. It's a completely different, it's a life-changing experience. I highly recommend it. And the last guy that interviewed me from Meaningful People, I sat there and I gave him the spiel. I said, you have to join. And Baruch Hashem, he's already 2 weeks in now, and he's loving it. And so will you. You're going to join Be'ezer Hashem. 8minutedaf.com.
Okay, you missed it. We're here. You just had a chance to hear unbelievably about Rav Eli Stefanski and his amazing, world-changing 8minutedaf.com. Hope you enjoyed that. We're back in the studio. We're on the way to $400,000. We have passed $355,000, but we got like 15 minutes left, and we're still not there. We're about $44,000 and a bit short. This is going to the wire. We need your help, and we need it now. Every donation's doubled. You're going to have a chance to catch up shortly, live in the studio with Shalom Itzkowitz, another one of the Hakshiva staff members. Maybe that will get you to donate. And then finally, we're going to talk to the executive director and the CEO of Hakshiva to hear about how they got involved, what they make of what's going on over here, and why it's so important to support Hakshiva. And maybe that will convince you. Coming up next on the program in a few moments, we're going to have a chance to hear Jamie Geller, part 3, and the final part of the Jamie Geller Bonanza. I can't tell you what we're doing, but We've made some fish. We've made some brisket, so it's probably time for some kind of dessert. So enjoy that, but really, please, please, if you're watching on Facebook, click that link, take a few moments just to donate. Every donation's doubled. We need to get to our goal of 400,000, and we're really running out of time. Please make your donation now. It will count because it will be doubled by our generous matching donors. But for now, check out Jamie Geller, Part 3. Well, welcome back to the Refocus Cooking Bonanza. We are here, we're doing the last thing, which is a surprise. No one knows that it's a kind of a sorbet. Still no one knows that it's a kind of a sorbet.
It's an easy.
It's an easy.
Instant.
So that's the point, it's an instant sorbet. In fact, if I just do this, if I click, I think that will come, but I'm not going to. I'm going to show you how slow-mo with Jamie Geller.
Okay, fine. So any frozen fruit that you'd like. This is mixed berries, blueberries, cherries, and strawberries. You could do mango. What's your favorite fruit?
Frozen or non-frozen?
Whichever.
I actually love mango.
I do. I got the mango also. I was actually contemplating making the mango sorbet. If I would have known, I would have changed. But okay, you ready for this?
Yes.
This is instant and quick. Only if you want, not necessary. You can add a sweetener. I have Ceylon here. A tablespoon of Ceylon.
If you don't know what Ceylon is, it's date honey.
Correct.
As I have to say to my wife.
You can use maple syrup, bees honey, whatever, if they're correct there.
Could you also use golden syrup, but none of you know what that is.
No, totally not. This is why I don't like using the attached, because then when I need the next one, it's like the, whatever. We're not going to use, you can keep that on camera. But isn't that annoying? Because like now I'm going to schlep over the Ceylon. It's going to make my whole table all messy. So we're just going to go with a disposable measuring spoon, but water, like literally a teaspoon at a time anyway. Not essential either. But if you add a piece of frozen banana, it has a lot of freezer bite on it. There you can see the banana underneath all the freezer bite. Very creamy.
It makes it creamy.
I feel like we did not plan this. I'm very, very impressed with you, Rabbi. I don't remember this. Maybe you were a little off your game last year because of Corona.
Know what food was.
Right.
This year, yeah.
Stop. Scrape down the sides and look at that. Would you think? You say, how do you know? Do you think we need a little bit more liquid in here?
I think maybe yes.
Okay. So then, if this comes out bad, it's Rabbi Meza's fault, okay? Just saying.
To be fair, I'm not sure. Oh, I see. Because we want it to be like...
Right, we want it to start to cream a... What would it be? It wouldn't be, you wouldn't say adheres to one to the other.
Adhere.
You want adhere. I knew there was a word there. I knew.
That's why I'm here.
English people are like, you just...
This past...
Well, welcome back to the...
This is instant and quick. Only if you want, not necessary. You can add a sweetener. I have Ceylon here. A tablespoon of Ceylon.
If you don't know what Ceylon is, it's date honey.
Correct.
As I have to say to my wife.
You can use maple syrup, bees honey, whatever, if they're correct there.
Could you also use golden syrup, but none of you know what that is.
No, totally not. This is why I don't like using the attached, because then when I need the next one, it's like the, whatever. We're not going to use, you can keep that on camera. But isn't that annoying? Because like now I'm going to schlep over the Ceylon. It's going to make my whole table all messy. So we're just going to go with a disposable measuring spoon, but water, like literally a teaspoon at a time anyway. Not essential either. But if you add a piece of frozen banana, it has a lot of freezer bite on it. There you can see the banana underneath all the freezer bite. Very creamy.
It makes it creamy.
I feel like we did not plan this. I'm very, very impressed with you, Rabbi. I don't remember this. Maybe you were a little off your game last year because of Corona.
Know what food was.
Right.
This year, yeah.
Stop. Scrape down the sides and look at that. Would you think? You say, how do you know? Do you think we need a little bit more liquid in here?
I think maybe yes.
Okay. So then, if this comes out bad, it's Rabbi Meza's fault, okay? Just saying.
To be fair, I'm not sure. Oh, I see. Because we want it to be like...
Right, we want it to start to cream a... What would it be? It wouldn't be, you wouldn't say adheres to one to the other.
Adhere.
You want adhere. I knew there was a word there. I knew.
That's why I'm here.
English people are like, you just sound smarter, so I expected you to adhere.
That's for two reasons. It's our accent and we're very, very smart. If you look here, you'll see starting to get the sorbet consistency.
Everything's starting to adhere one to the other.
Good word.
Cream it, yes. And we don't want it to go too far, right? Because we don't want liquidy.
What will happen then?
And now we have first course,
Wow.
main course, dessert course. My work here is done.
What a tasty end to a very difficult year. And thank you, Jamie, for all of your support.
It's my pleasure.
And continued help to Hakshiva.
I love
and for inspiring us.
Hakshiva. I love Hakshiva. It's a pleasure to be here again. And I hope the campaign this year is so successful.
Amazing. And I think it would be good if we both said the slogan of the campaign, which is listen up.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Listen up.
We're back. Here we are. It's getting very, very hair-raising now. $357,000, short of $400,000. 11 minutes left or so of the campaign. What are you waiting for? Okay, we're here. We're back in the studio. We hope you enjoyed that final part of the three-part Jamie Geller Bonanza. Chance to make an instant sorbet. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. We're here back in the studio, and we have a chance to be live with Shalom Iskowitz. Shalom Iskowitz, a genuine, real-life member of the Hakshiva staff. He's actually the head of preventative programming. And if you don't know what that means, well, he's here. He can tell us what it means. Shalom, welcome to me, I guess, because you live here and I don't. But welcome to you on this table right now, head of preventative programming. Tell us about it.
Okay, firstly, it's good to be back.
Yeah.
And it's good to see you back.
Thank you.
And it's good to be very close to our goal. Bezrat Hashem, we'll make it. Preventive programming at Hakshiva, we've realized many years ago that it was time to not just focus on the teens who were at risk, but very much focus also on preventive programming. We want to try to help every child, every girl and boy at the early stages, if they're struggling with learning, struggling with an emotional type of need, struggling socially in school. We have mentoring, we have a learning center, we have social skills coaching, and as they say in Hebrew, Hayad Netuya, and many other programs are being set up to really try to help kids before they really need something drastically to help them get out of something. Try to help build from the bottom. Make sure that the foundation is solid, is set, so that the tree can grow straight up.
I guess at the beginning when Hakshiva first came on the scene, it got a bit maybe taboo or stereotyped, like, oh, I don't want to be part of Hakshiva if it's going to like label me as being at risk. I think that's one of the amazing things that Hakshiva did, was to develop the preventative side, which is like, no, everyone's doing something. My kids at school do programming with Hakshiva, like, it's just a normative part of the whole system, and I guess it allows all of the specific elements of Hakshiva to be brought to bear on everyone. It's really helping in the long term in a very big way.
Right. I mean, it's like when you come into the emergency room, if you've ever been there.
Yeah.
So they ask you, are you hurting from at a level from 1 to 5? You know, which, and if you say 1, then they may not treat you all that quickly. If you say 5, then they'll rush you straight in. So I think the people who usually get tended to first are those who scream out. The teens at risk are screaming out, the community sees them, the parents understand that they have a need. But those who are at 1, those are the ones that we really want to get to, ones who are not really hurting, the ones who need help.
And have you seen a big change in that the last year, where people weren't even in schools for half the time, for lockdowns, whatever it is? Did your work have to really get knocked in that way?
The past year plus has been extremely challenging, that's for sure. Schools required all of us, to really be very flexible. A lot of uncertainty, which affects every individual, affects families, affects communities, affects schools. Everybody's toleration level is, not all that high. And everything we do has to be just much more sensitive, thought through, and really try to do whatever we can to either create a new program to help a new need, or to adjust our existing programs to really be there for the kids and the families in the way that they need it.
So I've asked this to each of the people we've interviewed. I'm going to ask you straight. You can argue any way you want. Should people donate to Hakshiva tonight?
100%.
100%. You heard it from the man. 100%. We're in under 10 minutes to go to the end of the campaign, guys. $357,000. We're not there yet. Let's do it now. A massive thank you to Shalom Iskowitz and the entire Yeshiva team for all the work they're doing,
thank
for
you.
coming on
Thank
the show.
you to everybody, every single person who gave. Thank you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of Yeshiva, on behalf of the children.
All right, we're going into the final few minutes of the program. We're going to have the Executive Director and the CEO here to round off the broadcast and hopefully get to the $400,000. Don't go away, back straight after this.
This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubenstein, Rabbi Asher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn. We have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Katz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents and more importantly, the kids.
Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
We're back! It's the last 5 minutes of the campaign, $357,000. It hasn't changed. What were you doing? I know it's very gripping to watch those amazing footage, but click now. We're here now in the last few minutes of the campaign, here with Rav David Sipper and Amatzia Spiegler. No banging. Sorry. Every time I bang on the table, I destroy his eardrum from scratch. I apologize. He can't hear me, but... Okay. Rav David, tell us a little bit about your impressions as the Executive Director of Hakshiva, of the campaign, the build-up. Here we are now in under 60 seconds.
I can't put it in 60 seconds. All I can say is that it's been a real marathon, and it inspires me every year from anew to see how the community fights shoulder to shoulder for this fantastic organization. They all know it's important. We know how important it is to give back to the town. Thank you, everybody. And we know our responsibilities, we know our potential, and we know that we are here for you, listening out for you, and we'll do our very, very best, Be'ez Hashem, to try and give you back what you've given us in the last couple of days. Thank you.
Amazing. Amatzia, tell us a little bit about being CEO and where we're up to and what your impressions are of the campaign.
First of all, I've been at the helm here not for very long, but I'm completely sold to the organization. It's unbelievable, really an unbelievable organization. People here are amazing. The work they do here is amazing. And the screaming you hear in the back is that
we have a massive announcement, I think.
Massive announcement, yes. First of all, I want to thank all the people who have donated to this campaign, but a special thanks to the Nader family who have just given a tremendous donation to Hakshiva and have taken us over the top.
Wow.
They have taken us over the top. So we are
if you just missed
thrilled.
It, we were here live on air as we were just been thanking the Nader family. We've just got to $407,458. Cue the music. La 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 la. Sorry. You can't hear anyway, his eardrum's destroyed. I promised I wouldn't bang on the table, and I banged on it more than before. This is amazing. I can't believe it. History was made. 10:57, 3 minutes shy of the end of the broadcast. And we just made it to $407,450. I understand, though, that the lines are still open. So if you're thinking, I wanted to donate $100,000, you can still do it.
That's right.
$500,000, we can do that.
Some champagne. I don't want to break any of the equipment here, but.
Unbelievable staff and guys who put it together.
Mazel tov, mazel tov. An amazing evening, an amazing broadcast, an amazing campaign. It still goes on, but just to remind you of the goal, Hakshiva is an organization that helps our community, helps the young people of our community, building for the future, even broadening out to prevention programs that don't even go anywhere near the concept of being at risk. Our event was called Refocus, to try and take some of the craziness of the last 1.5 to 2 years and not get back to normal, but try to take some of the things that we maybe underappreciated, undervalued, and value it more. And we did that by maybe paying attention to our own surroundings and listening up to our own lives. And that's really the specialty of Hakshiva, which means to listen up to the people around us, to listen to the community, to listen to the needs of our young people and the children and the teenagers. I want to say a massive thank you to everyone in the room over here who's been working tirelessly for the last 24 hours.
Massive thank you to David for organizing the whole thing.
A massive thank you to David Sipper, who's basically guilty of organizing all of this. It really was his brainchild. I mean, last year we were speaking about it, and he made it happen, like so many other projects in our neighborhood that he's made happen. And a massive thank you. Cue the music. How is that music even playing? Thank you, Hashem. Yeah, thank you, Hashem. Yes, God, thank Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Thank you to everyone at home. Thank you to everyone who's donated, whether the donation was big, small, medium, or otherwise. Thank you to all the people that were involved in the call center. Thank you to all the people, including people who were stuck in Bidud, in quarantine, and they still work tirelessly to achieve their goals that they undertook to do fundraising. A thank you to Amatzia, thank you to David, a massive thank you to Brian Spector for all the filmmaking. Thank you to Live4U for the amazing production that they gave us. And from
telephonists, all the people working tirelessly in our call centre.
All the people that work in Hakshiva in general.
Our office staff who were here from morning till night.
All the staff that were here from morning till night, yesterday and today, 48 hours of dedication to Hakshiva.
And thank you to Rabbi Mark Mays for an incredible, dynamic job. Thank you very much. Excellent job. Thank you.
All of that so that Hakshiva can continue to do the amazing work that they do. And we leave you with that. Join us again, maybe, I don't know. I'm assuming Rev David will be crazy enough to do this again another time. Join us again next time. But for now, from all of us, thank you and good night.
This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubenstein, Rabbi Asher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn. We have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Katz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents and more importantly, the kids.
Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
This past year has been a year of struggle, of pain, and of upheaval for everyone. We need to refocus and reconnect.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up. Listen up.
Listen up, everybody.
I'm Jamie Geller. Please join me August 16th and 17th for Hakshiva's very special Refocus event. I fully expect to see you there.
We have some amazing speakers. We have Rabbi Y.Y. Rubinstein, Rabbi Usher Weiss, Rabbi Pesach Krohn. We have Jamie Geller, Rabbi Akiva Katz, Rabbi Y.Y. Jacobson, and many more. Tune in.
Hakshiva is a very important organization that is near and dear to my heart. They do so much work in my local community, and my own children and family have benefited from it.
Hakshiva is helping over 700 children a year with therapy, mentoring, a youth center, and educational services.
We are there when it's impossible for you to be there.
In my 14 years here, I've seen Hakshiva save the lives of so many parents and more importantly, the kids. Hakshiva listens, Hakshiva cares, Hakshiva helps, Hakshiva assists, Hakshiva empowers.
As a principal, I can honestly say that there's nothing more important to our children than listening to them.
Every child and teen in this community has a voice waiting to be heard. So listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.
Listen up.